Hey y'all, happy Monday. Come on in. Hey Auntie, how are you? Y'all come on in, hit that like button as you come in. Come on in. Hold on, y'all. Let me turn this music down a little bit. It will be up just a little bit. I don't want them to copyright me. Hold on. Hey y'all, have a great weekend. Yes, I enjoyed my 3 days off. Y'all know me, y'all know me. I have to take some days off, honey. Get that mental back right, baby, because this story has been crazy. Shay, what's going on with you? What's going on, y'all? And then I was looking into another story too. Oh my God, y'all, I just don't understand, y'all. We are sudden, like, I don't know what our world becoming. Like, it's sad out here now. Oh my God. Like, dang. Shit is real. Open book. What's going on? Hey, Miss Way. Hey, girl. Baby, how was y'all weekend first? Let's let me get that out there and say, ask y'all, how was y'all weekend? I hope y'all enjoyed y'all weekend. I hope y'all had an amazing weekend. It was really nice here. It was 85 degrees every day from Friday up until today is nice. It's in the 80s today too, but tomorrow it's going to go back down in the 60s. So, yes, I really enjoyed my weekend. Yep, I hung out and stuff. So I was keeping my ear to the streets, but I was out, because sometimes you can't let YouTube take over your personal life too. So, I did enjoy myself. And I hope y'all had a great weekend too. So, yes. And I'm working on for another device today, y'all. Cause my phone, I'm gonna take it tomorrow to try to get my phone fixed. Cause for some reason it's not charging. So thank God I had an extra. Cause when I do my live, I do it from my laptop, and I like to use another device so I can, what I'm saying, renew and do. If I got to do something on my laptop, I still got my phone pulled up. I can see the comments. So my regular phone, for some reason, y'all, it is not charging at all. And I bought two chargers this weekend, and it's not. So I did take it to the store, and they said the piece at the bottom that charges the phone is weak. So I'm gonna see get up early in the morning to take it to the store and see can they fix it. And I hope I be back before my live tomorrow. But what is this? Okay. Hey, I enjoyed my, especially me cursing Quay out. Cursing Q out, expressing to him he's going to jail. Girl, wait, you say, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I just seen somebody on my camera. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Okay, y'all. My cameras keep alerting me. I gotta see what's going on. I gotta make sure that ain't Q coming to get me. Sorry. Oh my god. Well, honey. Hey, Miss Lovely. Well, they said he deleted. I don't listen. I don't know if Facebook. I don't think he deleted that Facebook. I don't think so. I don't think he would delete that Facebook. I think that he did some fucked up shit, and people was reporting his page, and they took it down. Yes. Uh-huh. That's what I think what happened to that page. Girl, she said she was cursed. Lady, don't start the fucking inboxing me right now. Leave me alone, okay? Fucking sick, psycho ass lady. Don't start no shit. It won't be now. Let's tell you what's going on, my love. When was the first time he spoke to Q? He wasn't giving me an answer. Well, y'all, just tell me how y'all feel about it, because and me and my partner talked about this over the weekend, and everybody know who that is. That's Open Book, right? Every content creator has their, and I want to say this before I get started, because some people they'll be like, "Oh, did you, such and such, such." I don't compare another content creator with another one, so I just want to make that clear. That's how I roll over here on my platform, right? And I think it's disrespectful when you get on a content creator platform and ask them, well, go over there and see what such and such posting, all this and that and that. Every content creator is different, right? Everybody going to put out different content. Everybody going to put out their opinion on any story they cover, how they feel about it, how they view it, whatever. Every content creator is not going to say the same thing about a story, because everybody have their own opinion on how they see it. If we all as content creators cover the same story and got the same view, that wouldn't make sense anyway. You feel me? So the thing of being a content creator, you want to, fumble back and forth to see what this content creator got to say, how this content creator feel about it. You know what I'm saying? Because me personally, myself, and Open Book can tell you, me as a content creator, I stand alone. I don't team up with nobody. I'm my own person. I do my own thing. I got my own opinion, how I feel about things, how I view things. That's just me. But when you get on another content creator platform, respect their platform. Ask them, is it okay if you decide you want to bring up another content creator platform on their platform? Because I feel it can't be disrespectful, right? Because I don't like that on my platform. Now, if I fuck with the content creator like that, like I fuck with Open Book, all y'all know that's my ace right there. All right. So anybody can bring her up on my platform. All right. It ain't no secret when it comes to her. But some content creators just don't like that. Every content creator don't like what every content creator like. So that's what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? But Keys, I like him. You know what I'm saying? I do like him. I like he's just too fucking funny for me. He is so funny. Oh my God, he is the funniest. Lord have mercy, I can't help it. But he is so funny. Real TTV, what's going on, my love? So that's all I want to say. Don't get upset because a content creator might not say what you expect them to say or something. Because every content creator is different. Every content creator gonna view this case different. Ain't no content creator. Now we might have some same opinions when it comes to different things, right? Because like me and Open Book, we do have some opinions about the same thing when it comes to this case, but it might not be every content creator. You know what I'm saying? So just don't go on nobody's platform and be like, well, you need to go over there and see something. So you need to go. No, I don't need to go see no motherfucking body. I need to stay right here where the fuck I'm at. Okay, so I mean, you can. I don't know. Everybody's just different, but I'm just speaking. But they will say when you comment your opinion and you don't agree that you are clout chasing. Yes, they will. Real TV. Real TTV. Yes. Miss Lady, what's going on? What's going on, baby? Yeah. So you just got let everybody have their own opinion, because every content creator have their own opinion of how they view this. You got some content creators may say, "Oh, well, I don't like this about Ramika." You got some content creators will say, "I don't give a fuck what she did. I'm still rocking with her," and that's me. You feel me? Because what she did in her past life have nothing to do with what happened to her. Okay, meaning she didn't have to get slaughtered in the street like she did. You understand what I'm saying? So that's me. Okay. Because some people saying, oh, well, how do people know that Holly was talking about her when Holly did that video? If you are a smart fucking person with common sense, anybody would know that Holly was talking to Ramika in that video on TikTok. Okay. I mean, some people just, I don't know, they just don't have common sense. I guess some people just want to live in la la land, I guess. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in the bushes. I'm listening. Okay, baby, love you. Thank you. Facts, Miss D. What I learned is we have to respect each other. Thank you, Queen. Thank you. And that's what I'm saying. Respect each other. Everybody, anybody is welcome on my platform. Okay? Anybody is welcome on my platform. I don't have no problem people hitting the link and telling me how they feel about this story. I have no problem. But please don't think you're going to come on my panel and disrespect my chat, because for all my new supporters, I'm letting y'all know how I rock. I support my supporters. Okay? I don't let nobody disrespect my people that come in my chat. Period. And my old supporters can tell you that. I don't play that. Okay? Now, if you come in my chat and you start to going off, now if they start to attack you, then it is what it is. Okay? If they start to attack you in the chat, it is what it is. And when the mods get tired of you, then it's going to block you. Okay? I just don't allow. I don't allow men on my panel. I don't allow men on my panel. If I bring a man up on my panel, I have to already have conversations with him, know him, this and that. And especially when you are covering a case like this, you have to be careful now letting men up on your panel, because it's a lot of men that's not like what's going on, meaning that they are on Carlos' side because they don't have no love for women. Okay, and they might not see the way we see it, and I'm not gonna argue with no man on my panel. Okay, so me personally, myself, I'm gonna speak for me. I wouldn't allow men up on my panel unless I know you. If I don't know you, I don't allow men on my panel. You know what I'm saying? Especially them young dudes, all that. Yeah, he was sleeping with both of them and fuck this and fuck that. I don't even want to. I don't want that shit on my panel. You feel me? I don't want that type of talk. If you're gonna come on my panel and talk like a man should talk and have some type of rational common sense, then you can come on my panel. Other than that, all that, nah, I don't need no clicks and views for that, baby. I really don't. I'm good where I'm at. I don't need all that. All that rah gangster talk. I don't need all that. I don't need all that. I try to support everyone, but there is saying everyone don't your cup of tea is real. That's so true. That's so true. Well, you know what, y'all? And another reason why I covered this case, because I have daughters. Maybe a lot of people don't have daughters, so they don't see it the way we see this. Having daughters or maybe granddaughters or nieces, and just having a pure heart, right? Some people just don't give a damn. They're cold-hearted people. I think some people is really saying she deserved what she got. Excuse me. Then the lady that got on my panel that day and talked shit, well, she talked shit. She thought she was talking shit, but I dropped that little heifer. Okay. But when I seen her the other day on Key's panel, and she started talking to him like that, and then she said one thing that struck my nerve when she said, I would have shot her too. I'm like, what? Do you have children? Do you have nieces? Do you have a fucking mother? Like, I just couldn't. I couldn't believe she said it, but she said it. You know what I'm saying? So, and never let, as a content creator, never let someone come on your panel and disrespect your panel. You don't need no views that bad, baby. Drop their ass like a hot tamale, because that's what I do. I don't need no views that bad, no donations to my channel, any of that bad to have someone come on my platform, on my panel. I let you up on, and you're going to be disrespectful like that. No way. That lady was out of control. You can tell she have no control. You can tell she have no sympathy. You can tell she have no respect. She had none of that. Like, literally none at all. Like, I didn't get it. But, Keys probably could take that. He a guy. But a bitch like me, I can't take it, child. My nerves can't take it. The hate is deep. Yes, it is. And it's sad over a deceased woman that is not even here to defend herself at this point. She's not here to defend herself. But you know what, y'all? I got this video. I'm going to play this video for y'all. And I want y'all to tell me, what y'all feel about it, whatever. Do y'all think it's real? Do y'all think it's not real? I don't know. I just like to have everybody's opinion about anything. You know what I'm saying? So I ran across this video over the weekend and I listened to it. You know what I'm saying? So I said, let me just let the people, listen to it and stuff like that and just see what they say, And I don't know what it is, y'all. I just don't know what it is. I just cannot stop watching her pictures sometimes. Every now and then, y'all, I go on a daze, y'all, watching her pictures. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I want justice. I really want justice for this family, y'all. I do. She didn't deserve it. No matter what her and Carlos went through, she did not deserve to be gunned down like a dog in the middle of the street. Okay? And I think a lot of grown people is missing what really happened to this girl. Okay? And everybody was talking about and Holly looks retarded just like her aunt. They both look retarded. Okay? Girl, I ain't even gonna get into that right now. Let me just go one step at a time. Tea time with Chrissy. Oh, hey, love, how are you? I'm doing good. How you been, queen? Her spirit is moving, everyone. Exactly. Sometimes I just stare at her pictures, y'all. I can't help myself. Like this morning, I just start staring at her pictures again. I'm like, damn, she is so beautiful. I was like, God, man, why does that happen to her? I just watches her. And every so often, y'all, I find myself doing that. I don't know why. I just find myself doing that. And maybe because I have daughters too, so that could be a reason why too. I just couldn't imagine myself going through that, and knowing a man did my daughter like that or a female did my daughter like that. I don't think I could never live with that, So maybe that's why I do it too, because I'm not an evil person. Tea time with Chrissy. What's going on, boo? How you been, girl? So, y'all, we're going to get into this video here, and I just want y'all to tell me some little insights on it, okay? And let me know if y'all can hear him. Okay, let me cut it up because I had it.
Boxes, and suddenly the scene flips into an episode of Narcos. Eyewitnesses say Romika barely handed her son a lunch bag before chaos erupted. And here's the kicker. Buried inside FBI files is a text at 2:14 a.m. from her baby daddy himself. Make sure she doesn't see tomorrow. Coincidence? Please. This is the same guy who's been ducking child support.
And if y'all want to, my mom is in the chat. Y'all can donate to my channel. She will drop the link in the chat. For all the new people, I always tell y'all, if that's the way of supporting my channel, she will drop the link in the chat. So let's get into the video.
Hearings, flexing rented cars on Instagram, and bragging like he's Scarface with a coupon code. Now the Bureau claims he ordered a hit like it was a DoorDash delivery gone wrong. So here's the real question. Was this toxic baby daddy drama taken to the ultimate extreme, or is someone staging the biggest smear job of the year? Stay locked in, because if the FBI's version sticks, Romika's story isn't ending with drama. It's ending with blood. Listen close, because this isn't baby mama drama anymore. This is a federal-level plot twist that feels ripped straight from a Netflix crime doc. Romika Meek thought she was just dropping her son off at school. Coffee in one hand, lunchbox in the other, and by the time the bell rang, her entire life was over. And at the center of it all, Carlos Los Ramirez, her baby daddy, her headache, and now the FBI's favorite villain. Los wasn't your average deadbeat dad. Nope, this man was a cartoon character trying to cosplay as a mob boss. He flexed stacks of cash he never earned, drove rental Lambos like they came free with a Spotify subscription, and ranted about crypto investments that looked more like Monopoly money than Bitcoin. The streets laughed, but the FBI? They weren't laughing. Because in their leaked files, the ones nobody was supposed to see is one terrifying line. Primary suspect expressed intent to remove victim due to custody disputes. Remove. Not argue, not fight, not negotiate. Remove. That's mob language, not family court. Here's what insiders say set him off. Romika filed for more child support. Simple. Normal. But for a man obsessed with image, it was war. He saw it as her way of clowning him, making him look broke in public. And Los couldn't take that. He wanted to be seen as the boss, not a father begging the court for mercy. Friends claim he ranted for days. She's trying to ruin me. She wants me to look weak. Weak? Bro, you already looked weak flexing rental keys like they were Ferraris. Meanwhile, Romika was leveling up, holding 2 jobs,
Open book. I knew you was gonna say that, sis. I knew it. I knew you was gonna say that. I knew it. Girl, that's why I love you, girl. That's why I love you. Y'all hear it, right? What's the last name? What last name, sis? I can go back if you want me to go back a little bit. Let me know. Okay, open book just said it. Okay. If y'all want me to stop it or something, put it in the chat and let me know as it go. If y'all want me to stop it, I can do that and we can talk about it. So y'all just let me know in the chat because I'm looking at the chat.
Showing up for her kid, glowing in a way that only survival can teach you. And insecure men? They don't clap for that. They crush it. The FBI's timeline shows it clear. 2 weeks before the shooting, Los's phone pinged at a cheap motel. Guess whose phone pinged at the exact same spot? Holly Johnson. Not random. Not coincidence. Planning. And planning turned into murder. Witnesses say Los grabbed Romika in a headlock, choking her like some WWE reject. Then Holly whispered, "Today it ends." 1 gunshot. Right there in front of the school. Mom screamed. Kids froze. Romika never even had a chance to blink. Police cuffed Holly, questioned Los. And then, plot twist. Holly got released. They called it self-defense.
OG, what's going on, my love?
Against a mother handing her son a lunchbox? Make it make sense. The streets weren't having it. Vigils turned into protests. Hashtags exploded. Hashtag Romika deserves justice. TikTok detectives slowed down CCTV like it was the Zapruder film, claiming you could literally see Los signal Holly before the shot. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but millions believed it. And Los? Instead of shutting up, he doubled down, posting cryptic captions. Y'all don't know the real story. Another one with smoke behind him. Snakes get handled. Congratulations, Los. You just told on yourself. Then came the side chick twist. Holly wasn't just a shooter. She was Los's late-night friend. Screenshots leak. She's in the way. You know what to do. Did she take that literally? Because if so, that's not love. That's murder in 4K. Now the FBI says the money trail stinks. Cash payoffs, burner phones, crypto wallets that don't add up. One insider swears Los promised Holly a car. Another says he paid her in dirty cash straight from his so-called hustle. And a burner Twitter account tied to Los tweeted 2 days before the hit. Sometimes problems need permanent solutions. The tweet vanished, but the screenshot? Immortal. So the question is, did Los mastermind the whole thing, or did Holly snap on her own? Because if even half of this FBI file is real, then Romika didn't just get caught in baby mama drama. She got erased because she knew too much. And once the truth starts dripping, it doesn't stop. The FBI files didn't just hint at a scandal, they screamed corruption with a megaphone. And at the center of it? Carlos Los Ramirez, the baby daddy who thought he was starring in some gangster Netflix original. According to leaked documents, Los wasn't just a reckless boyfriend. He was knee-deep in fraud, hidden bank accounts, and suspicious late-night wire transfers that looked more like blood money than rent money. And here's where it gets even crazier. Investigators say Los was funneling cash through fake LLCs, companies that supposedly sold imported wine, but were really just cover-ups for God knows what. The FBI flagged transactions like $45,000 wired to a consultant in Miami, followed the next day by a payment to Holly Johnson's personal account labeled Event Services. Event Services? Sis wasn't planning birthday parties. She was plotting funerals.
I don't know, Miss Lady. That's why I'm planning, because I want y'all opinion. You know, I do stuff for my supporters, not only just for me. You know what I'm saying? So I do stuff. I found this video over the weekend, but I had to listen to all of it. But some of it made a lot of little sense to me, though. I ain't gonna lie. It did make some sense. I don't understand why the son went to school across the street from the boyfriend house. Well, the reason why is that, and OG in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Because we did talk about that. Narcissist likes to have something to still cling to you, right? So being that he didn't know where Ramika stayed or her phone number to get in contact with her, to see her, to keep stalking her, okay? So the only thing he knew the way to do is go to her job, okay? And he wanted little Carlos, because I can bet y'all 100% that Carlos was the one that told Ramika to put little Carlos in the school near him, right? So what happened? Ramika did it, not knowing she was telling him to do. He was telling her to do that because that was still access to her. Narcissists always got to have a way to have access to you. That's the same way if you married to a narcissist, right? And you ready to get a divorce from them, right? And y'all got 3 properties, right? And y'all want to break the properties down. Maybe y'all want to buy each other out of property. But the narcissist husband might say, well, we're going to keep one property together. That's keeping connection to you because they're not ready to let you go. So that's what I feel like he did to Ramika. He's discussed the school. Let Ramika use the address to the school for the boy because he know Ramika did not want his motherfucking ass no more. He know that. That was plain and clear. Okay, so that's why he let her use the address, because he knew if she used the address for the baby, he would still have access to her. Do I make sense, y'all? Because that's what narcissist does. Let's continue.
People started connecting the dots. Holly wasn't just some random side chick who lost her mind. She was on the payroll. She had motive, she had money, and thanks to Los, she had a target. And the motive? Oh, buckle up, because this isn't about love. It's about power, jealousy, and the one thing toxic men can't stand, a woman moving on. Neighbors whispered Ramika had finally started putting her life together. She was working 2 jobs, saving money, and even considering moving out of state with her son. For Los, that meant losing control. For Holly, it meant being permanently benched in her own twisted love triangle. So, according to FBI insiders, they came up with a solution to erase Ramika. One eyewitness told investigators it wasn't random. I saw Los pacing around for days before it happened. He looked nervous, like he knew something big was coming. Another source swore they overheard Los bragging at a nightclub. She won't be a problem after next week. Who even says that unless you're rehearsing for a villain role? And then came the morning that changed everything. Ramika shows up at her son's school with a simple lunch bag, and within minutes, she's gone. The hit wasn't sloppy, it was surgical. Holly walks up calm, no hesitation, whispers, "Today it ends," and pulls the trigger. And Los? Eyewitnesses claim he didn't flinch. He actually tightened his grip on Ramika like he wanted to make sure she couldn't escape. That isn't shock, that's choreography. The fallout was immediate. Within hours, social media blew up with hashtags like #Justice for Ramika and #BabyDaddyHitJob. TikTok detectives dropped side-by-side photos of Los grinning at a club while Holly lurked behind him like his shadow. Twitter turned the whole thing into a meme war. One viral post read, "Los said he was a provider. Turns out he provided the hit. Savage." And while the internet laughed, the streets cried. Community leaders held vigils outside the school, candles spelling out Ramika's name. Her little boy, the one she came to deliver lunch to, clutched his backpack as he stood beside his grandmother, asking, "When is mommy coming home?" If that doesn't gut punch you, nothing will. But Los? He doubled down. Instead of keeping quiet, he allegedly went on social media from a burner account, posting, "Don't believe the lies. I had nothing to do with it." Bro, if you're innocent, why are you hiding behind a fake username? This isn't Xbox Live. Meanwhile, Holly's role became even clearer. Leaked texts allegedly showed her bragging to a friend. Finally did what he couldn't. He owes me big. And guess what? Hours later, $12,000 hit her account from one of
I got it. I'm coming. I know. Okay, I got it, guys. I'm coming.
spray painted
All right,
in
let me
bold.
know if y'all can hear me.
Los did this. The community had spoken, louder than any judge or jury. And yet, despite the outrage, Los kept living his flashy lifestyle, bottle service, VIP booths, rented cars, like nothing happened. But
All right, can y'all hear it now? Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear it. I can take it back a little bit more if y'all want me to. No, it was me. It was me. I didn't know I had went out. Okay, so y'all want me to take it back a little more? The part that y'all didn't hear? Hold on, I'll take it back, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. Sorry, people. Okay.
Within days, anonymous accounts leaked what they claimed were FBI wiretap transcripts. One
Sorry,
chilling
y'all.
line allegedly from Los, "She's gonna ruin me. Handle it before she opens her mouth." The words alone were enough to freeze blood. Memorial murals went up across the city, Ramika's face painted with angel wings, candles burning day and night. But under every painting was the same line spray painted in bold, "Los did this." The community had spoken, louder than any judge or jury. And yet, despite the outrage, Los kept living his flashy lifestyle, bottle service, VIP booths, rented cars, like nothing happened. But cracks started showing. Clubs stopped letting him in. Old friends stopped picking up his calls. Even family members began distancing themselves, not wanting to be linked to what everyone now called the baby daddy hit job. But here's the kicker: right when it seemed like Los was untouchable, the FBI confirmed they had unidentified associates under surveillance. Insiders whispered Los wasn't working alone. Holly wasn't the only pawn. There were others, men who handled the money, women who handled the cover-ups, and at least one mystery voice on recordings the public hasn't heard yet. And just like that, this wasn't just about Los and Holly anymore. This was a network, a conspiracy, maybe even a full criminal enterprise. And if that's true, the hit on Romika was just the tip of the iceberg. Just when people thought this case couldn't get any darker, the FBI dropped the kind of bombshell that makes headlines explode. According to leaked files, Los wasn't just a toxic baby daddy with anger issues. He was part of something bigger. Something organized. Something deadly. Investigators connected his import-export business to a shadowy network already under federal watch. We're talking about shell companies tied to laundering cartels, offshore accounts, and hush money payoffs. Suddenly, Romika's death wasn't looking like a jealous lover spat, it looked like a strategic silencing. And here's the kicker. Insiders claim Romika had discovered Los's secret. She allegedly stumbled on incriminating receipts while helping their son with a school project. That's right. One night, while taping papers into a folder, she found documents Los had hidden, bank slips, names, and numbers that didn't add up. She wasn't supposed to see them, but she did. And that, according to sources, sealed her fate. One FBI agent described it best. She wasn't collateral damage. She was a liability. And liabilities get eliminated. Think about that. A young mother, gunned down in broad daylight, not because of drama, but because she saw too much. That's not a love story gone wrong. That's a crime thriller playing out in real life. The streets reacted instantly. Protesters marched with posters saying, "She knew the truth." TikTok exploded with theories. One viral video with 4.5 million views showed a side-by-side of Los's wire transfers against cartel transactions from another state. Coincidence? Viewers didn't think so. And while the internet pieced together the puzzle, Los kept acting untouchable. He posted cryptic captions like, "Real ones move in silence." Bro, silence? The whole world was screaming your name, but then the tables turned. Just 2 weeks after the funeral, the FBI executed a midnight raid. Agents stormed a luxury condo downtown, one that Los had rented under a fake name. Inside, they allegedly found burner phones, stacks of cash, and surveillance photos of Romika taken weeks before the hit. Photos of her, at her job, at her son's school, at her mom's house. This wasn't random rage. This was stalking, planning, premeditation in its purest form. And yet, somehow, Los slipped away. By the time agents entered, the condo was empty. Neighbors swore they saw him leave hours earlier in a black SUV with tinted windows. One even claimed it looked like he had bodyguards. The baby daddy who once hustled sneakers was now rolling like a kingpin. The city went into full panic mode. News anchors called it a manhunt, while community leaders called it a failure of justice. Hashtags shifted from hashtag justice for Romika to hashtag where is Los. People wanted answers. Was he hiding? Protected? Or worse, was he being shielded by someone inside the system? And just when hope seemed gone, Holly cracked. Sources say investigators cornered her with evidence of the $12,000 transfer. At first, she denied everything. But after 14 hours in an interrogation room, she allegedly broke down. What she said made the case go nuclear. According to leaks, Holly confessed, "I didn't want to do it, but he said if I didn't, they'd come for me next. Los told me it had to look personal. He told me the words to say. He promised me I'd be safe." Safe? She wasn't safe. She was disposable. And by confessing, Holly may have signed her own death warrant. Because days later, while under supposed protective custody, Holly vanished. That's right, vanished. 1 minute she was at a safe house. The next, gone. Official reports say she escaped. But the streets have another theory. She was silenced too. The fallout was catastrophic. FBI agents faced accusations of corruption. Community activists claimed there was a cover-up. Social media went wild, suggesting Los had inside help. Memes popped up, Los out here doing laps around the FBI like it's Mario Kart. Funny, yes. Terrifying, absolutely. And all this while, Romika's family fought to keep her name alive. Her mother stood on courthouse steps, crying into cameras, "My daughter deserves justice. My grandson deserves answers. Stop protecting killers." The image broke hearts nationwide. But even tragedy has layers, and this one had a final twist. In leaked audio, a male voice believed to be Los was recorded saying, "This ain't about her. This is about power. If I go down, I'm taking everyone with me. Everyone. With him." Does that mean politicians? Police? Bigger names than anyone expected? Because if that's true, then Romika's story isn't just about one mother lost. It's about an entire system rotten from the...
Oh, Miss Joy, this is a video I found over the weekend I was listening to. I don't know if it's true, fake, what it is. I just wanted y'all to hear it. That was it. Now, what I do believe in this video, again, I'm going to say it, I'm going to stand on it. I do believe that it was a setup, and I'm going to stand on that until I can get evidence that it wasn't. Hey, if it wasn't, I'm big on accountability, especially when it comes to me. So I don't know if this video real, fake, whatever. I'm not going to put it out there as it real because I don't know. But one thing I will say again, I do believe that this was a setup for Romika. And everybody got their own opinion. Some people probably feel like it wasn't no setup, and that's cool with me too. And some people probably feel like it was. I feel like it was.
The inside. And that's where we are. A young mother dead. A community outraged. A baby daddy turned fugitive. And an FBI investigation that feels more like a movie script than real life. So now, I'll ask you, do you think Los will ever face justice? Or is he too connected, too protected, to ever pay the price? And if Holly really vanished, is she hiding, or did the same people who ordered Romika's death clean up another loose end? Because one thing is clear, this isn't over. This is just the beginning of something bigger, darker, and scarier than anyone thought. And that's why you can't look away. And just when you think the story is finished, it isn't. Because every time we peel back one layer, another one shows up. Romika's case isn't closed, Los isn't caught, and the so-called truth the FBI is feeding us? That's only scratching the surface. Think about it. If Holly vanished from protective custody, who made that happen? Was it Los, pulling strings from the shadows, or someone higher up making sure she never spoke again? Either way, the silence around her disappearance screams louder than any confession ever could. And Los, do you really believe he's hiding alone? Or is he being shuffled from safe house to safe house by people who'd rather we never know what he's carrying in those files? Because here's the thing, men like Los don't run forever. They hide until the moment is right, then they reemerge with fire. So don't blink yet, because the next move hasn't even hit. Will it be Los resurfacing with proof that shakes the system? Or will it be another body, another accident, another so-called witness who suddenly can't talk? That's why this story doesn't end here. It's moving, it's breathing, it's happening in real time. And when the next leak drops, because it will drop, you'll want to be here first to hear it. So tell me, do you believe Los is the mastermind, or just another pawn in a game so much?
Well, that's the end of that story. And let me tell y'all something. When I share stories, everybody's not going to believe it, okay? Please, God damn. Okay? As content creators, we just share stuff, okay? And that's not only me, Open Book. That's any content creator that shares stuff. We don't know if it's true or not, all right? That's why we put our opinions in it, to say what we feel about it. You know, we don't know if it's true or not. But I do know one thing. I believe that Carlos set Romika up. Okay? And ain't nobody gonna take that from me. What's up, Joanne? Ain't nobody gonna take that from me. I do believe that girl was set up, and I hope her family get justice. Hold on, y'all, because I got something for y'all here. Okay. So, I mean, it may not be true. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to share it with y'all as a content creator. So, God damn, y'all have some sense of humor sometimes. Damn. God damn. We don't know. We don't know if it's true or not. But damn, come on. Y'all spoil bad apple. Jesus Christ. Now, y'all, this content creator right here, I've been following her for a little minute before the Romika thing, right? So I want to ask y'all, did y'all recently see a video? Honey K, yes. Like sometimes we just gotta have a little sense of humor. You know, I'm like, Kay, you can't put your fucking feelings into this shit, okay? You can't. You gotta stay neutral. We gotta stay calm. You know what I'm saying? If we're gonna cover this story and we're gonna be there for Ramika, we just gotta stay calm about the whole situation. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to be, you know, getting upset, going off on Ramika supporters, because that's what I'm gonna say. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to divide. We want to stay together as a team because we're trying to help her family get this story out here and keep her name alive. That's what we're trying to do. So when I bring stuff, you know, I can't say if it's real. I can't say if it's fake. I can just only, you know, state my opinion on how I feel about it. Now, like I said, I don't know if this story true or not, but I will say I do believe it was a setup. I do believe that them motherfuckers knew this shit was gonna happen. You know, that's just me being me. You know, shit. You have to have some type of sense of humor. Exactly. Yes. So y'all, did y'all see a video surfing recently, right? I think it was just last week, when someone said that Ramika was stalking Holly on Facebook, and someone did a video on it, and it was showing the she was stalking her. Excuse me, she was stalking her like on a laptop. Let me know that any of y'all see that. What's my girl? What's going on, Karen? Amen. That is absolutely true about this message, and I want justice for her. Thank you. Thank you. I like that. You see, now I like that. It's just a message. And you know what, sis? I'm glad you said it, because some people, they don't get the message. They just listen but get the message out of it. You know what I'm saying? So I was just playing it because I wanted my supporters to, like, anything in here may ring a bell to y'all. You know what I'm saying? How do y'all feel about it? That's why I played it. But, you know, I won't play nothing like that again, because I see some people in the chat was in their feelings. So I don't know. Okay. Y'all, and I have a good sense of humor, y'all. I really do. And I'm just, listen, y'all, I'm trying, y'all. I'm doing the best I can. You know, it's not, y'all, y'all don't understand. Like, I be up looking for stories to bring to y'all. You know what I'm saying? To try to keep this alive for her family. And if not for the whole family, especially her son and her mom. Those are the two important people in her biological siblings. You understand what I'm saying? Those are the main people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't even know this lady personally, y'all. And I sit and I stare at her like she's my daughter. Okay. I find myself like zoned out sometimes staring at her pictures. And maybe I do that again because I have daughters and I could never imagine myself. I don't know. Some people just don't understand. I don't know. I don't want to get emotional. Miss D, where can I find that clip? Go to Shay Shay. Do I got you on Instagram? Let me know. You have a right to your own opinion. It's your entertainment. Thank you so much, sis. Thank you. I don't know. Maybe I should have never shared it. Maybe I should have never shared it. I don't know. Y'all got me in my feelings. Thank you, Honey K. Thank you. I appreciate that. So now you looking at someone's picture means you're stalking. Exactly, right? So the lady, right? Hold on, y'all, because I got emotional. Hold on. The lady that, okay, I will, real T. Thank you. The lady that I was gonna play, I had watched her video over the weekend, right? And I had when I was I oh man, I hate when I get like that. I was watching her video over the weekend, but before I was watching her video, when I had seen that video surface on Facebook, I was watching it because I was thinking to myself, like, this girl don't sound like Remika. I was like, But I never said nothing. I just left it alone. But I meant to bring it to open book attention, but I had forgot. So when I went back and watched it, the girl, right? She got the same feeling I got, right? So I'm not gonna say who I think it is. I'm gonna play the video, right? And I want y'all to tell me who y'all think it is because it is not Remika. Okay? It is you. It is your page. Share what you want. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. So I'm gonna go to her page, y'all, and I want y'all to tell me what y'all think about the um the video of the lady. What she was saying. Let me go to it. I think this is it right here. And let me try to bring it up. Let me see.
I'm being told this is Limo Emo from Liberty Mutual.
Hold on, let me bring it up for y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm like, damn, maybe I shouldn't have played it. I don't know. She may strike you. I'm not monetized anyway, so I won't care, Sharon. Yeah, I'm not monetized. And I always be in her chat too. Yeah, I'm not monetized. That's Karen. That's why I was saying like I'm not monetized. So like, and I'm glad you did say that because a lot of things I do I don't have to do, y'all, because I don't get paid from YouTube. Okay, I do this because this is what I like to do, right? So I give up my free time every day to come on YouTube and do the things that I do. Right, I don't get paid from YouTube. Okay, I don't make a dime from YouTube, so that's why I drop my coffee link in the chat so people support me through the coffee link because I don't get paid from YouTube. I don't get a dime from YouTube. Okay. And sometimes I sit up at 3 and 4 hours. Okay. Then when I get off, I eat, shower, and then I go find more content. So this is not an easy thing, but I do it because this is my passion and this is what I like to do. But I won't bring another video up like that again. I see a lot of people, some people may didn't like it or whatever, but I won't do that again because sometimes I try to still respect other people, I guess, opinions. I don't know, but I just wanted to see like how everybody felt about it. That was all I wanted to do. I wasn't trying to be funny or I wasn't trying to make y'all say something that wasn't true. I wasn't trying to do any of that. I was just trying to um I don't know. I don't care no more. I don't care. Everybody's gonna hey auntie. Everybody's just gonna feel the way they feel, I guess. I don't know. I saw that video and said the same thing. Auntie, hey. Just come in. Just came in. What video? Oh, Karen, I played a video early, right before this one I'm going to play now. And I don't know. I guess some people took it another way. I don't know, Karen. I don't know. Hey, Auntie OG, what's going on?
Hey, baby girl, how you doing?
I'm okay. Maybe I should have never
You
played it.
okay, sis?
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. It's all right. People gonna voice their opinion, either way. This is the thing. We all are adults and we have our own mind. So, those that don't think it's, some valid truth to it, then it's not. And those that do, they entitled to their views and opinions and what they think on it. You know what I mean? So each individual, but don't let nobody get you in the mood that it got you in just because they said they don't think it's valid. It's okay. We all can agree to disagree sometimes. You know what I mean? We're not going to
Yes.
agree on everything. We're not going to believe everything that the other person believe. You know, it's a lot of stories that's going out about this situation. So there are going to be people that are going to absolutely be conspiracy theorists with it, because we seeing that happen. It's going to be people with wild accusations. We don't know if any of that's true. I have came up on platforms to speak about, when I addressed the Q guy, I have talked about how narcissistic men act in these relationships and how they triangulate women. I have not gave any opinion on what I think happened in the case, because right now I'm still at a standstill where I don't know. I think it's regarding the Holly situation with the grand jury. Like I said, I think it's 50-50. I'm not giving no type of this happened, that happened, because I wasn't there. I don't know what happened until things come out more. People are going to have their opinions. They're going to be conspiracy theories. They're going to be wild accusations, and they're going to be flat out liars too. They're
Yeah.
just lying about, this situation. So you got to be the person that asks for the clarity and have the spirit of discernment to be able to discern what you think is true and what you think is
Right.
not true for yourself. And what I feel and think may not be what you feel and think, and so
I
on.
just,
So
I just, I just get
don't feel
emotional.
bad about it.
Yeah, I
No,
did. I just said,
don't 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 feel bad, sis, about playing the video. Everybody's grown. They're gonna have their opinion and views on whether they believe something or not, but don't let them browbeat you into saying like you shouldn't have played it or whatever, because it's a lot of things. You playing it to get people's opinions and
yeah,
views on
that's all I
things.
was.
So
I just want everybody's opinion about it. See if they see anything in it that could catch their eye, or something like that. I wasn't trying to be mean about it or trying to say, oh, this is him, this happened. You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to get
right,
everybody's opinion about it. And that's what it is, being a content creator. You just try to get everybody's opinion about it. But
right, right. My personal opinion is
normally
pretty much.
sometimes I run things through open book before I even do it sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like,
Mhm,
sis, what you feel about this? What you think about this? Sometimes she'll be like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because,
right,
that's where I am but
right.
I don't know. I just
I
felt like,
I think I would have a problem with people that are absolutely just what I feel is spreading fictitious lies, like the Q guy. You know what I mean? Like when you get
yeah,
up there literally and lying about a lot of things, and I'm not saying he lying about all things, because I believe it's some truth to as far as what he knows when he was around them. But anything that he's saying, basically from I guess the last 3 to 5 years, him and Los fell out. Why would we believe that? He wasn't even around. He wasn't even there. So the things that he's getting up on the platform saying now, he's probably basing those things off of the relationship he had with them when he was friends with Los. But the things things he's doing now and lies he's telling now, like he was there, he know people sending him stuff. I just don't believe that. That's just my personal opinion on the situation. You know what I mean? And this video right here, I pretty much anything that AI is driven and talking about, I don't deem to believe, and that's just my personal opinion.
right, right. Because I was wondering why, why did he take his Facebook down, or did
Who?
Q hit that Facebook gone?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's gone. It's
What's
not
up?
there.
Well, it's because probably somebody behind it telling him you making the situation worse, or maybe he was threatened, or it could be any number of things, or maybe he done got his little 15 minutes of fame and he done. I don't know. You know what I mean? But people do things for all type of reasons. I don't even literally sit up and try to guess no more why they do it. I just defend things what I know that I feel is wrong for people to do, or lies, fictitious lies, wild accusations
Right.
that's being spreaded. I'm not addressing the per se incident that happened because I wasn't there. I don't know. I know the things that I saw in the video. I've spoken about that, but As far it's a lot of stuff, y'all, that has happened before that video came out, and it's a lot of stuff that happened after that video recording. We only saw snippets of the incident. We didn't see the whole thing. We don't know the whole truth behind it. The only people that know that is Carlos, Holly, Romika. And one of them is gone and can't defend herself and tell that story. And the other two is going to try to do anything to save their ass. The rest is up to the law to decipher. They have to pick apart the pieces. They have to interview the witnesses that was there to try to find out exactly how this incident happened and what has happened. We can give our opinion and views on, do we think Holly is guilty or not? We can agree to disagree on that, because there's a lot of that going on. But at the end of the day, she's gonna have to face a jury of her peers, and the law is gonna have to handle this and dissect and analyze the pieces to solve this case. Was she murdered? Was it self-defense? And things of that nature. And it may not go the way I want it to go, you want it to go, or the next person to go. And it's gonna be the way it is.
That's true. That's true. That is so true. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna play her video because she don't want people playing her stuff. So I did just got an inbox. So I respect that, because I respect everybody, opinions of, their stuff that they, what I'm saying, that they come up with. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and sometimes it might be, just if you're going to play the person's video, just reach out to them and ask them for their permission. They're going to either tell you yes or no.
That's what I normally do sometimes too, yeah.
Yeah, and if they tell you yes, I always give them a shout out for giving you permission. You know what I mean? That's just a common courtesy and an etiquette that I feel that all content creators should have. And that's the problem. A lot of content creators don't have that, and that's why they get struck by a lot of people. It's like, dang, you ain't even asked me for permission to use the video, and you ain't even give me a shout out when you did use the video. You know what I mean? So,
right.
You got to have a common courtesy and an etiquette, to me, if you're going to be try to be as professional and upstanding of a content creator as you can.
Oh, so she said, D, I don't believe that Q is getting videos from nobody. He was recording that morning himself. That morning, he knows too much. I said the same thing too. I did say that too. Like, he just know too much. She said, Roy D, stand on your business. This your opinion. We all have one. Don't feel bad and let other people change your thoughts. Thank you.
Exactly. That's true. Exactly. Now, what was you saying? You said something about Q recorded what?
They said that they believe that he was there on the scene that day of the morning of the incident because he knows too much. Because I was saying too, it must have been a lot of people there that knew Carlos to record all this stuff and to how to Q get everything. You know what I'm saying? Like,
now, what exactly video are you talking? Because Q dropped a lot of videos.
I guess he just dropped the video. Wait, he just dropped the video 54 minutes ago.
And what's that video about?
Let me pull it up. Hold on. See, Keys, he probably don't care about me sharing his videos. Let me see.
Because he said on the platform, and Q said that him and Carlos ain't friends. They fell out 3 to 5 years ago.
Which could jack up electricity bills in New Jersey.
What I'm saying.
The same Jack Ciattarelli who voted to jack up property taxes.
Right, hold on, let me see.
High tax Jack. If he's governor, it's going to cost you.
Hey, yo.
So this is a video he just dropped.
I would never be begging a nigga to be with me after he got a baby on the way.
But you with the nigga.
I would never be having matching t-shirts on with a nigga that got a baby on the way.
Yes, he is a clout
I would never be trying to play family with a nigga that got a baby on the way.
But you going to jail for the nigga. This your boy, Big Keys. Keys against the world. If y'all don't know what's going on and what's going wrong, if you have a restraining order against someone, you must not contact them directly or indirectly. That means don't do never would I ever, right? However, you cannot go to their specified locations, such as schools, right? You cannot go to their specified locations. You can't make threats or engage in harassment or violate any terms of the order. Any violation can lead to severe legal consequences, including criminal charges, fines, jail times, and further legal issues. Is you crazy? Now, if y'all don't know, we are still on a mysterious case of Romika Blackman. You know, I'm holding the weight of this as much as I can. You know, people calling me a liar. The information that I'm giving is fake. I bet you this ain't fake, y'all. Right? If I'm out there just spewing bullshit according to the Johnson family, right? I'm just saying things. Last night I proposed a couple questions. I said if Holly was cleared of all charges, where's her end statement from the prosecutor that said you have not been charged with nothing type shit? Romika family will have the opposite, saying that her death when they went to the medical examiner office or whenever they got that situation right, the death would have been ruled as not a homicide. You know what I'm saying? It would have been a reverse. So they supposed to have opposite of each other's paperwork. However, it's supposed to be some paperwork on saying somebody cleared and somebody was a suspect, like, because Romika technically would have been a suspect and she died, after, you know, on some bullshit, right? However, cool, right? Don't get lost in the sauce. Let's go right here, y'all. What is this number? What is this number right here, right? The phone number for the Chicago Police Department Evidence and Recovered Property section, right? Now, Holly, aka Holly Scary gun, was seized on the scene. They got that right out of hand. One of the witnesses behind the camera said, "That bitch crazy. That bitch crazy." They went and got the gun right out of hand. It was jammed. She put the gun in the car with a live round with her baby in the car, right? Now, with y'all like Big Keys, what that got to do with anything? If Quadesia, aka Holly Scary, was cleared on all charges, y'all, they would have gave her property back today, y'all. I mean, that day. Or today. She can go get it today if she was cleared of all charges, right? I called down there. You know, I got some numbers. And I found out that the property is being held by the Illinois State Police still. Holly Scary property is being held by the Illinois State Police still. I asked, what would she have to do to retrieve it? They said she can't. It's on hold pending investigation.
Wow.
Holly Scary property, the gun that she used to kill Romika in cold blood, is still in police inventory with the Illinois State Police, and she cannot get it because it's on hold until the investigation is over with. He said, ain't shit you can do, right? They said it's on something called an A-track. It's on A-track type shit.
Wow.
Now y'all gonna say, Big Keys, how did you get that information? I just called down now for one type shit. It's public information. However,
hey Brittany,
that's for me to know, you to find out. This your boy Big Keys, Keys Against the World. I'm up out of here. The police still got Romika's phone. Romika family can't even get into her phone, right? And the police still got Holly fucking gun. So why is I don't understand how people are still speculating whether it's a case or not. It's an investigation. Where her gun at? Go get your gun back. Type shit. Go get your strap. You let them take your strap?
Ain't lying.
You fuck with Carlos, right? Tell him, ask hey, Holly Scary, Suburban Holly. Ask Carlos about what it mean in the hood when somebody take your strap. You let them take your strap, you ain't gonna get your strap back? You let them take your pole, shawty? Go get your pole back. It's an inventory. If you cleared on all charges, I dare you, go get the gun back. Go get the gun. If y'all can go get the gun back, listen. This is for all the Johnson baby oil people out there. If she can get her gun back, I will delete all this shit today. If she can get her gun back today, I will delete every video I ever made on both sides. And that's on God. Is you crazy? This your boy Big Keys. Keys Against the World. Stop playing with me, man. Don't ever. Because this facts. This shit can get crucial. I'm being nice. Let's get the fuck up out of here.
Y'all heard what he said, right? He called down this morning and she cannot get that weapon back. It is a full investigation. And I do believe that. I mean, because
okay. So y'all was talking about Keys that had just dropped this video 54 minutes ago. Oh, okay. Well, then let me make a correction because I was talking about the Q guy. So I want to make that clear. I was not talking about Keys. I was talking about Q when I said Q. I don't believe a lot of stuff Q is saying because he wasn't in Los life and around them like that, after him and Los
Right.
fell out. That's what I was talking about. So I said a lot of stuff he's talking and stuff is probably more than likely lies because he was not in close proximity to them within 3 to 5 years of their relationship because
That's
him
why
and
I was
Carlos fell out.
understanding. That's why I
Oh,
kept saying
okay.
too,
So
how did he know so much?
I just want to be clear because I was talking about Q. I was not talking about Keys.
Yeah, I know. But I was saying,
Yeah.
like,
So
how did he know so much? Because he was not, well, I don't know. Sometimes I
who you
believe
talking
he
about?
was,
Who you talking about? Keys?
no, what's his name? Q?
Q? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I just said. He don't. He's speculating. He's making things up, and he's going by old videos. He probably getting them off of mutual friends pages and dropping them himself. No, I don't believe, that nobody is sending him stuff like that because if him and Los wasn't on good terms, then why would they be on good terms now? I
Right.
mean, I'm just trying to make it make sense. I believe that they got mutual friends that they probably share mutual friends on Facebook pages, and he went on mutual friends pages or somebody's page and got that, and then he's dropping that. Because he even lied because I know police would never send him any kind of incriminating evidence, whether it's against Holly or Romika. That don't make sense. So the things he was saying, if you just really think, it's lies. And
Right.
that's what I was addressing with him. I was like, I'm like sick of you because it seemed like that every time he know that Los is being dragged in these YouTube streets, he would drop something negative on Romika to put it, to try to
Yeah, I
throw
noticed
throw
that.
the blame off, to try to throw the blame off, to try to say Romika, is a bad person or in a bad light. And I'm not saying she's an angel, because believe me, when you are in a love triangulation, I'm pretty sure all three of them did some stuff they wasn't supposed to do. You know what I mean? So because like they saying, well, where Mika was stalking Holly Page, this is what I believe about that. I believe they were stalking each other's
The
page
other.
because they
And you know
two,
what though,
they
sis? It's no harm in looking at people's pages. It's no
exactly.
harm.
Listen, he triangulated them two women. So yes, they probably looked at each other's Facebook page. Absolutely. And probably sent each other messages. That's not even uncommon when you are involved in a love triangle.
Facts. Facts. So I was trying to get
Romika
like,
said some things to Holly. Holly have said some things to Romika. But who is the common denominator in that? Who is the reason why that was? Who is the reason why both of these women end up having a disdain for each other? And one of them, obviously, to the point where she wanted to eliminate one of them.
mm-hmm.
See, we don't need to take the focus off what it is truly really about and why Romika lost her life and who is the common denominator and the nucleus in that atom surrounding these two women, the triangulation. Who did it? It was three people involved in this love triangle.
Right.
If that's what y'all want to call it out, because I don't see no love nowhere in it. But anyway, that's what they call it, a love triangle.
Ah,
You know me, I don't see no love nowhere.
yeah, I definitely believe that he didn't love, well, he don't love Holly if you want to be honest about it.
Right, that's what I said. And I mean, how can somebody of his caliber really genuinely love if you really truly know what love is? Love is not about control and manipulation. He controlled and manipulated a lot of situations where those two young ladies are concerned. And that's
Right.
just the gift, that's just the truth.
That's true.
Now, I'm not saying that everything Q was saying was a lie, because I believe when he was around them, he saw things and he knew things and he may have spoken of those things. But you got to realize that a person like Q, he will sprinkle a little truth, but he'll wrap it in a whole lot of lies.
Yes.
And that's
Yeah.
what I think he was doing. I think he was speaking some truth on certain stuff when he was around Carlos and Romika. He ain't been around Carlos like that to really know what's going on in his personal life. He probably heard things through the grapevine or something through common friends, through mutual friends.
That is so true.
But he sat up there and said, and if all people got to do is use critical thinking skills. How could a man come on platforms and say the stuff he was saying like he was there in they life and knew what was going on in their relationship?
1%.
Right. Right.
It don't make
Absolutely.
sense.
Absolutely. And you know, he just get on my nerve because every time somebody asks him a question, you know, he won't give you time to talk. None of that. Like he'll just talk all over you. You know, like he tried to do you that day on the platform, but he knew you wasn't going for it. You know what I'm saying? He knew you had him by the balls. And I think that's why he got upset and dropped down, because he knew you wasn't going to, you know, be beat for his shit.
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, when you absolutely know what type of person you're dealing with, and you're not going to let them sit up and gaslight you, you are going to throw the facts in their face. And the truth is the truth. You know what I mean? It's either black or it's white. The truth is the truth. But see, he was dealing in gray areas, and there was no gray areas when it came to the lies that he was telling. And
Right.
like I said, I believe he was telling some truths when he was around them. He knew things, he saw things, you know what I mean? But he ain't been around them like that, and to know really what's going on in their relationship. And honestly, none of us that don't know them personally to really speak in depth to what we know. We are speculating and giving our opinion and our views on what we think was going on. I think we know enough information to know that, yes, Carlos definitely triangulated these women, that he is a narcissist, he's a liar, and he's a cheater. We all know he's a womanizer and he's a woman abuser. We know that. That's facts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the rest of it, we speculating, giving views and opinions on that. And we all can do that. Some we agree on, and some we don't.
Shay said she's my friend. She's been my friend for a while.
Who?
No, she asked me who was the lady on the panel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you know, and that's
against collagen each year
I want to
starting
play
in your 20s.
Nutrigen to Collagen Bank.
That live.
How you guys doing? I hope all is well.
Yeah,
I wanted to come here today.
Let me see.
The only thing that came out good is we had a son together, but damn, Carlos, you led me to this road. And when I be upset with Holly, of course, but I just feel like without Carlos in the picture, I wouldn't even known Holly. So I really blame everything on Carlos, because Carlos led Romika to her death. You know, it was all Carlos. So I regret that. But what do you guys think? Put it in the comment section. You guys are not commenting. I need y'all to comment, okay? All right. So I want to pull this up. If you guys did not know, they had a big march today for Romika. You guys know today or yesterday they did a protest.
Hey, no more drama.
Hey, Pauletta, how you doing? When you think about her pulling her to their apartment, I thought they pulled up to the school. Yeah, they pulled up to the school. What you think about her pulling up to their apartment? I thought they pulled up to her school. Hold on. I think you're talking about two different things. Dime on your dime. You know, she got shot across the street from her son's school, and it happened right around the corner from Carlos' house. So it did not happen at Carlos' house. It happened around the corner from Carlos' house, and it happened across the street from the school, because their son's school is right around the corner from Carlos' house. Okay. So that's where it happens at. But I did want to show you guys some of the protests. Let me put the audio.
I think the protest was nice.
So I don't know if you guys can hear, but they're saying justice for Meek, justice for Romika.
And you know what, too? I want to say, now, this is what my son told me, because I asked him some questions, right? Because he don't really know what this whole thing, this situation is about. So I asked him some questions. I did ask him, when a person is shooting a weapon, will you be full of blood, right? If you are the shooter. My son said no. He said it's either two things. If you be drenched in blood like that, you either was the shooter and lying about it, or you had the victim close to you. But if you was the shooter, if you was not the shooter, he said, you would not have that much blood on you. Now, that's what I asked him.
Is your son in law enforcement or some kind of a criminal like those people that come out to the crime scene and stuff like that? Is he in that type of uh uh business or work?
No, his dad is.
Okay, he just giving his opinion on that. Now,
Yes.
I will say I think that for a suspect to get that type of blood on them, they have to be in close proximity to the person that
That's what he said.
that's the
Now, he
victim. Yeah.
said it could be a possibility if it happened in a house, because that's a closed-in area.
Right. And I was getting ready to say too, after the crime, they have walked around in it or, trying to disorient the crime scene or something. Because remember how Carlos had all that blood on his shoe? Remember he was doing all that walking around in the crime scene. He literally was tainting the crime scene. All of
Right.
that blood that was on his shoe, he was walking around in the crime scene in the pool of blood, in the pool of Romika's blood. That's how his shoes got.
I mean,
So
his shoes was covered with blood. That's why I was trying to
yes,
figure out, like, what is going on. So that's why I
and
asked my son.
he was close to Romika as well. So the blood that Holly had on her shoes had to come from, at some point, did she walk in her blood or was she in close proximity of her when she shot her?
Right. That's what he said. And then he asked me what happened. I said, well, did you hear about the case that, that happened in Chicago? He said, I heard a little bit about it, but I ain't really been keeping up with the story like that. So I did show him his shoes, and I showed him the blood that was on the girl.
Right. Now, when was this protest? Because I didn't even know they had this. Is this downtown or where is this?
That was okay. That was last week. That was last week.
Oh, okay. I thought this was a new one. Okay, so what now? Where was
Yeah,
this?
I
Is
don't know
this
if they're gonna do it every week or something. I'm not sure how they're gonna do it, but that one was last week. Well, you know what? I think another one
I'm
is coming up.
asking. I'm asking the location too in Chicago. Where was that? Is that downtown at the right in front of the state's attorney
Oh,
office, or is
I
that
don't know.
near the scene? Okay.
Because, I don't know too much about Chicago. I don't know nothing about Chicago, really. So it could have been, maybe somebody in the chat may know where actually it was, because I'm not really sure.
It looks like it's downtown, like by the state's attorney building. That's where it looked like it is.
Okay.
But I can't really see enough of the video to tell, but it definitely looked like it's downtown.
Right. And it's just justice for her. And, a lot of people, they may say, I don't like, because a lot of people, I think they missing the whole fact of what really happened, right? The principle, the fact was she was shot cold blood like a dog, okay? No matter what the situation was, she didn't have to get gunned down the way she got gunned down. So I think a lot of people is missing that point. And then I think a lot of people keep bringing up, like Q said, oh, she was hell. Everywhere she went, she was trouble. Everywhere she went, she was starting trouble with Carlos and this and this and this and that. So my thing is, why Carlos didn't break this relationship off a long time ago, a long time ago. But you proceed to keep messing with this woman, okay? You proceed to keep messing with her. Now, I'm not going to say she's innocent and she wasn't cursing him out and hitting him and doing shit. She probably was, okay? But she probably was doing it for all the things that she was going through with him, okay? And a lot of men going to come up on Key's platform and say how they feel about it because they saying it from a man perspective because they are a man. So they probably think, okay, maybe, yeah, she deserved what she got. She was one of those annoying bitches, annoying baby mothers, you know, or some shit like that. They're not looking at it from a man perspective and keeping their feelings out of it as though she was a baby mother. Look at her as being a black woman, okay? Somebody's daughter, somebody's sister, okay? Just look at it that way. And right now, keep everything else out of it. You know, she was still somebody. Okay. Now, I seen some people say that Holly shot her in the face first. Then some people saying Holly shot her in the leg first. So I don't know which one because I thought it was the leg first.
Well, here's the thing about male and female perspective, right? We know it's always going to be a difference of opinion and views when it comes to relationships, men versus women. That's been since the beginning of time, right? Because men think a little bit different than we think. They think more logical. For the most part, if they not toxic, we think more emotional, right? So you take the men that has been coming up on Key's platform, and they have been, you can tell, very toxic men themselves. The way they speak, the things they've said, they have not held close to the accountability that they're trying to hold Rumika to. And that's the hypocrisy in that, right? So when you hear them, they may say something like, yeah, you know, we talked to Los, we told Los he need to not do that. But in the same breath, they'll say, well, he was a ladies' man and, you know, he had a lot of women. And so it's like with men, it's a double-edged sword, right? But with us, it's like, no, he entangled them women. He pillow talked in both of their ear. He pit them against each other. When he was with one, he was talking about the other. We all know that was what it was. So we are looking at it from that standpoint as females that more than likely have been in some type of scenario like that with a man, right, in life. That when a man has cheated on you, when a man is cheating on you or whatever, right? So we look at it like, no, he is the common denominator in this situation because he's leading both of these women on. He got kids by both of these women. So for the rest of his life, he was going to have some type of common relationship with both of these women because he got children by him. Even if they finally broke up and moved on and start seeing other people, he gonna always have to have some type of relationship with those women because he have children by them, right? So we knew that, but the perspective that the men that have been getting up on Key's panel, we know they are toxic men themselves. You can tell the way they talk that they wants to blame the woman for everything and they want to hold Carlos in no regard of accountability. That's what it is.
They said it was the cousin. They said that was not Rumika's voice. They said that Rumika was being recorded. They said Rumika was, see, I can't play her video, so I can't really break it down the way I really want to break it down. But they said that was the cousin, sis. That's what they said. Because she said, I saw that video on Big Key's show. So who was catching her with the laptop? They said it was the cousin voice. They said that was not Rumika.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. I can't speak on that. I know that I heard Q was saying there's a recording of Rumika saying some nefarious things. And this is the thing. I know that when you are in a toxic relationship, right? And emotions are going high and people are mad, saying things to each other that are very awful things, right? And depending on the situation, what Carlos had done to Rumika or what Holly had done to Rumika, if they were arguing, if back and forth and cursing each other out, you know what? they didn't get what they said, but they recorded what Romika said. You see what
There
I'm
you
saying?
go. There you
So,
go.
and that's how people try to set people up and trigger people by saying, well, we got a recording of Romika talking blah, 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 but we don't know what they said prior to that. And I'm not saying if Romika is on the tape saying anything wrong about hurting a child. I'm not making an excuse for that, because if she did that, she was dead ass wrong.
You know what though, Auntie? To be honest, and I could be wrong. You feel me? Because I try to get everybody benefited out, but I just cannot see Ramika trying to hurt that baby. I'm sorry, I just can't see
Oh,
that.
me either. Me either. Listen, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the recording. So let's keep the conversation in content, because I don't want nobody. People have a way of taking conversations to say,
Right,
and
exactly.
they will take a snippet of it and they'll draw a conclusion. I am saying about the recording that Q claims that he have of Romika threatening Holly and her parents or grandparents or whoever, and threatening the baby.
Yeah, you right. Yeah, you do.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
I
talking
agree.
about.
Okay.
I'm talking about that, and I'm
So,
talking
you know
about.
what? I don't understand why he never released those videos. If Holly was threatening Holly, if Ramika was threatening Holly grandmother or texting the grandmother or whatever she was doing to the grandmother, those would have been some good evidence to put out. And then you could stop all the rumors. He could have stopped
Well, D. Didn't you hear me say that to Q on the panel, on Messi's panel? When he said that, I said you've been dropping everything else, making Romika look bad in the bad light. I said, why you not going to drop that? I say, because if she is saying that, then people will have a different opinion of you about if she's threatening a child, because we don't play about our kids. You know what I mean? So, but I'm saying that what if they have a recording of Romika, right? And she may be cursing everybody out and maybe even saying some threats or something that she shouldn't say. We don't know what was said to her prior to that. We don't know what happened prior to that to bring her to the point to say the thing that she allegedly may be saying on this tape. So what I am saying is, if she said something to that effect about a child, then that's dead ass wrong. But I, in my humble opinion, can't see another mother saying that about a child that has nothing to do with nothing. The children are innocent in the situation. And like
Auntie, you're right, because you had already said that, and we know that that's what narcissists do. They make you look bad. That's what their thing is. Because I don't think Hollywood, Ramika would have even allowed her son to go out with Carlos and Holly if she felt some type of way about the baby. She allowed that, So I just believe in my heart that the lady that did, I forgot the lady name. You may know who I'm talking, but I forgot her name. Maybe the chat may remember. The lady that came out and did the interview with the anonymous lady, she the one started this rumor. That's how the rumor all got started. Okay? When she did that interview with the anonymous lady, the ghost lady was the one that said that Ramika was trying to get to the back door where Hollywood baby was at, and the pow was on top of the car. So when she did the interview with the lady, that's when the lady came out and did her video and dropped the video and anybody in the chat can remember that. Yes, that's her name, Brittany. Thank you, baby.
what's her name? I can't see the chat. What's her name?
Her name was Naja, the lady that
Okay.
lady that did the interview. So when she dropped that interview that day, from that day on, Auntie, that's when they trying to say Holly pow Ramika down because she was trying to bring harm to her baby. That's when that rumor started, and then that's when Crybaby started the rumor.
Crybaby.
Yeah, I call him Crybaby.
You talking about Q? You talking about Q?
Yeah, Auntie, I call him Crybaby.
Oh, well, see, that's why I'm saying this suspicious. Now, I'm not saying that it's not a video recording of Ramika. I'm just saying Q was dropping everything to smear Romika, right? Every time somebody was dragging Los in these YouTube streets for filth, he would drop a video to make, try to shift the blame and say, well, Romika wasn't no angel, because he's dropping these videos that made Romika look like she was just only
Hello,
the
how you guys
aggressor
doing?
all the
Welcome.
time.
Right.
He was dropping videos to make it look like Romika was the aggressor all the time, and there's just no way that in on God's green earth I would ever believe that all the time Romika was the aggressor. Has she probably been aggressive in this situation? Yes, but they all have. We see it all on both sides. But what Q was doing was trying to skew the people by making it look like Holly was not doing nefarious things to Romika. And that's the part where I had a problem with Q. It's like you dropping everything on Romika, but where's the stuff on Holly? Where's your tea on Holly? Where's your receipts on Holly? You talking about you got text messages on Romika? Show us some stuff on Holly. All you want to do is drop things that Romika said. And a lot of times when people do that, they record and get stuff of people reaction to things, but they don't know what happened prior to their actions.
Exactly. And then another thing too, Auntie, I don't understand, like we all get emotional, okay? We all have said things to men, did things to men, because that's the way we are as a woman. You know what I'm saying? We act out of anger sometimes, And yes, Ramika could have did that many a times. But normally when a woman does that, it's because they've been putting up with so much over the years, And they just can't take no more.
Yeah, that's why I said, listen, when you think about a 9-10 year relationship that Romika and Los has had prior to Holly coming in the picture, right? However many years, 8, 9, 10, whatever, right? So you think about all of that narcissistic abuse that Romika has taken over that long of a period of time from a narcissistic man like Los. So she was easily triggered, right?
Yes.
Because she's endured so much abuse and trauma. She physically, we saw the black eyes, emotionally, mentally, the trauma that she endured, the consistent lying and cheating that he did on her pretty much throughout the whole relationship. So when you look at all of that in its proper content, she probably was easily triggered because he had been doing stuff to her for so long.
Yeah.
Like you said, she was fed up. Now here comes this other woman come in the picture. He cheating on Romika with, gets her pregnant. Now there says what y'all call the love triangle. So now he's still at one point in time, he was with both of these women at the same time. Let's be clear about that. And when he's with Romika, he's bad mouthing Holly. When he's with Holly, he's bad mouthing Romika. He petting them up against each other, right? So of course there's going to be disparaging words and things and anger and stuff said, because that's what people do when they in a love triangle. And the women end up hating each other. Hence, this is the reason Romika is no longer living. We all know that. But the things that Q was doing is that he was trying to convolute the situation, skew the people, and make them think like that Holly was never an aggressor and Romika was the only aggressor. That is what they call a smear campaign. He was trying to smear Romika. He wasn't dropping any videos on Holly.
Exactly. And Auntie, only thing he was doing, y'all, he kept recording everything Ramika did. You know what I'm saying? She didn't know that he was going to use this stuff against her. She didn't know that. You know, every time you see a recording in her face, just like, I don't know if y'all remember that video that it was servicing. I don't know who posted, I forgot. There's so much going on. When she got out the car and she was screaming in his face and he had the camera in her face. Did y'all see that video? She probably didn't even know. Then he was recording her. But that's what he was doing to her. It was like he was a paper trail.
Even if she did know, she was caught up in her anger and emotion, right? Because I remember, if it's the video you talking about, I remember her like swiping her hand as she was trying to take the phone. She was trying to knock the phone out of his hand because he was recording her. But again, we all know that narcissistic people will do shit to you. They will do things to you to trigger you, to bring you to anger, and then they will put you on recording and they'll say, see y'all, see how she acting, but they won't tell you what they did to provoke that.
That's true.
And that's what Carlos did a lot. When they was even if they got a recording, y'all, on Romika saying some nefarious things. Trust me, she didn't just out of the blue say nefarious things. She was triggered by something that was said and done to her. That's usually how an argument go. You say something nefarious, I say something nefarious. The only difference is you recorded what I said. I didn't record what you said to me.
Yeah.
People just have to use critical thinking skills. It's not a one-sided thing here, but that's what Q was trying to make it look like. And that's why I got up there and gave him my little righteous indignation, because that's exactly what he was trying to do. Holly is not innocent in this. Holly is the one that shot Romika. Romika didn't shoot Holly. Remember that.
Right. Absolutely. You're right. I agree. And that's all I want to do, you know. I want justice for the family, you know. And like I said, especially for her son, the mama, and his siblings. That's why I do this every day, what I do, you know. That's why I do what I do. Because I have a loving heart and I have 3 daughters. I would never want no one to gun down my daughters in the middle of a street like that, whether it's nighttime, daytime. I don't care what time of the day it is, you know. And that really touches my heart, you know. And I try to do what I can to keep the story alive, you know, for her family. You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking the family to tell me thank you. I'm not asking the family to tell me any of that. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't imagine that what they're going through, the grief that they're going through right now, trying to fight the justice systems to keep their family alive. I just can't imagine, because I never, you know, went through, you know, losing a child. You know, so that's why I do what I do every day. But sometimes I do take a day or 2 off, you know, because sometimes it does mess with my mental, you know. And like I said, you know, I don't get paid from YouTube. I come up here and do what I do because in my heart is what I want to do. Until, you know, I've been doing this for a long time. You know what I mean? I do this because I want to do it. You know, I want to share stories.
And everybody,
you know,
everybody that is a mother, everybody that has a daughter, everybody that has a cousin, a niece, a granddaughter. I got nieces Romika's age. You understand? So, and they all in Chicago, right? So when I think about it, I look at it as, Lord, that could have been my niece.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because again, she's around their age. I even asked all my nieces, did they know Romika? Then they said no, but the only one that I know that knows Romika is my god sister. She knows Romika. She was at the funeral and the balloon release. She's the one. She was like, yes, big sis, Romika did have them hands. So Romika was known to fight. We all know that. But that don't mean because she was known to fight that she had to be unalive with a gun, because she never pulled no weapon on nobody.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I won't say that neither, sis. I definitely agree with you. I'm not going to say that he should never see his son no more. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. But right now, I don't think it's time at all for him to see his son. He needs to be worked on. He need to go get his mental right. He need to go to counseling. He needs to come out and speak on what really happened after, I guess, the court case or whatever the situation may be. You know what I'm saying? And tell the story and tell the truth of the matter of the story. I feel right now what he's doing, sitting back, letting Q and his cousin and anybody else in his family come out to tell the story or what happened. I think he need to shut up and don't do that because they was not there. But sometimes I wonder in my own mind with my own thoughts, did he call people and people he knew was already there? It's just so many things that I do think about. And I think about this little boy because he's a little king right now. And he's going to grow up one day to be an adult king. You feel me? And he don't need to have his father ways because his father got some ways, baby, that's not good. Okay? It's not nice. He has some very nasty ways about himself. Lord, I ain't gonna say what I want to say. Let me just pass that on by. But anyway, the father needs some help. Okay, he's not living right. Okay, we don't want his son to grow up to be a man, a man, and get this to get redirected like his father. You understand what I'm saying? We want his mom to be proud of him. We want his grandma to be proud of him. We want his aunties, his cousins to be proud of him. We want his mom to look down on him and smile and say, that's my baby. My baby is doing his thing. That's what we want. And right now, do I feel, and my heart, this is my opinion, do the father need custody of that son? No, I feel he needs to stay with the mother. I feel the mother would guide him in the right direction, give him what he need and all of that. Maybe have a little visitation here and there with his son. That's cool. That's cool. But as raising that boy, I don't think so. Do I believe Carlos was into a lot of things in the street that he ain't supposed to have been? Yeah, I do believe it. This is my belief. I do believe that. Do I believe he was a good dad to his son? Yeah. But see, that because you buy your son clothes and, you know what I'm saying, take your son to school and feed your son, that don't mean you're a good goddamn mama, you're a good goddamn father neither. Okay? Now correct me if I'm wrong, auntie. You know I don't mind.
No. I'm letting you get your spiel, honey, because you was cooking. You're 100% correct, and I agree with you. Los do not need to raise Lil Los because he can create a Los like him. He can mirror his father. When children are exposed to trauma, drama, their father being a womanizer, a lot of times they can pick up the traits, especially if they look up to their father. They will think that behavior. What you say?
I said, there you go. You tell the truth.
They will think, that child will think that behavior is acceptable, that's normal, and they will turn out the same way their father will. I don't believe he should raise Los. Now, later down the line, if all the adults can have a civilized conversation on the care and the raising of little Los, they need to come to a common ground and a happy medium with that. Then everybody that needs to be in that young man's life, because right now he needs them. He needs all of them, right? But right now, I agree. He should not be around his father right now. The family should be concentrating on getting little Los in therapy first and foremost.
Yes.
They have to think
Absolutely.
about the welfare of the child. They have to think about the welfare of the child, because one day a conversation is going to have to be had when he asks, what happened with my mom and how was my dad involved? To know that you got a half brother out there whose mother just killed your mother, that's going to be problematic.
And that's why I wasn't trying to be funny. Somebody came in my chat when I said it one day. I said, well, I don't think he need to see his son for his birthday. And somebody got upset and said, well, why would you say that? First of all, the mom just passed away. Okay? What is he going to tell his son? His son would ask him that. If he would have seen his dad, They would have asked him that. Daddy, what happened to my mommy? What would you told your son? This is fresh. This is fresh to your child. I feel like no, at that time, no. He did not need to see his child. Because you got to remember, this is a heartbreaking situation. Your other baby mama killed your other baby mama. Are you going to come straight and tell your son that right now? Because I don't think his grandmother told him any of that stuff right now. And she have a right to not tell him right now. Right? So what would you tell your son if your son would have asked you? You wasn't thinking about that. You were just thinking about seeing your son for his birthday to make you look good. That's all you was thinking about. Period.
I agree, because if Los was really trying to do the right thing by his son, he will wait till things settle down. He will make sure that he can call them and say, you know, and check on him. How is he doing? He can ask him, is his son in therapy? But see, Los is not going to do things like that. You know why? Because Los is only thinking about trying to make himself look good and the benefit for him. That's why he wanted to do that. And right now, feelings and emotions is high with that family on how they feel about Carlos being in the middle of this situation. So they might not even want Los around them. I know if it was me, I wouldn't want them around me. So yeah, it's a lot that's gonna. This is a lot that is going to come to how that child needs to be raised, the therapy that child needs to be in. And right now, that needs to be the focus, because I'm sure he's still asking and crying about his mother.
Yes, absolutely. That baby's still, struggling right now. He still is struggling, no matter how we look at it or whatever. He is still struggling right now. That baby is still struggling.
And honestly, he do not need to be raised around the lifestyle that his father leads as a womanizer and a woman beater. He don't.
Right.
His father beat on his mother. His father is a habitual cheater, will have a lot of women around him, will probably be violent with them, and he will think that that's normal if he be around his father, with his father raising him in that type of toxicity and drama environment. Now, if we are going to try to raise productive young black men up in this world, they don't need to be around a lot of trauma and drama. They don't need to see their father being a womanizer, a habitual cheater. They don't need to see that and be raised around that. I got males in my family that was raised around that type of shit, and they ain't shit. Because they thought that was normal. They normalized that type of behavior in men. Men normalize that in other men. Men raise their sons that if you don't be like this and have a lot of women and do this and do that, you a punk, you a simp, you a this. We see what goes on social media. Just because Los buy him nice things, take him to school, like you said, feed him, don't mean he's a good father. It's more substance to being a good father than that.
Right.
How can you say he providing for him? Yeah, he providing for him. That's fine. But then he's exposing him to a lot of trauma. He's exposing him to a lot of drama. And we don't even know when him and Romika was together, what little Los saw them two parents do. Did he see them argue? Did he see anything?
I'm glad you said that, because one video, I don't know if y'all seen it, when Romika went to Carlos' house. I think that was his house. I'm not sure, but they was arguing, and like Romika had a stick or something in her hand, and she was gonna, I guess, beat him with it, I guess. But little Carlos was standing behind her. Did y'all see that video? Because that video
I did not see that. I did not see that video. And if that video is true, that he should have never been exposed to that. He's already witnessing. He's already witnessing violence, toxicity, arguing with between his parents. That's trauma to a child brain.
Okay, Brittany said she's seen that video.
He never should have been exposed to that type of behavior. with his parents. Never. So then that means he's already been exposed to some type of toxicity and traumatic drama within his mother and father. So is it healthy for him to continue to be around that and see that and be raised by a father that is going to continue to do that? Going to continue to be with a lot of women, cheating on them, and he going to have hell with these women that he cheating on. It ain't going to change.
Yeah.
Carlos' behavior is not going to change, y'all. He going to move on to the next one and do the same thing.
What his lifestyle was about. What kind of lifestyle he came from with his mother and father? How was his mother and father? Did the mother take abuse from the father? I mean, this started from somewhere in the family. He just didn't wake up being abusive as a little baby. Okay, something happened in his real life as he got older. He done seen some things. Something happened. Okay, and I always said that. This abuse started somewhere with him.
Yeah, I really want, people that's saying, he should have a right to raise his son and see his son. I think eventually down the line, maybe if that can work out, again, that has to be conversations had with all of the adults involved. That's not going to be selfish and that's going to think about little Los's well-being.
And CPS, because CPS is involved in this too now. So all depends on how they feel once the court case is over. They may not even let him see the baby until everything is over with the grand jury.
Yeah, but the main focus right now should be on getting little Los in therapy. That should be the main focus on both sides. Carlos should understand that and care about his son if he truly loves him enough to understand. My son needs to be in therapy because he don't understand what's going on with his mother not being around him no more.
Yeah, and CPS may, request that he goes to therapy, for anger management. Especially if they bring it to the CPS attention that he was abusive to the mother.
Yeah, because again, if y'all saying really that it's true that he witnessed that between his mother and father, that's trauma right there. Yeah, that's trauma right there.
I seen the video.
He's literally watching that the possibility that his mother is getting ready to be violent towards his father. Y'all don't understand that? But y'all think it's okay for kids to continue to grow up to be in these type of environments with toxic parents. That's why we have a lot of toxicity and a lot of narcissistic men and women growing up now, because they were in toxic, drama-filled childhoods and they saw a lot of trauma.
Yes.
And they normalize it. We do that as a culture anyway. We normalize a lot of trauma because Black people have went through a lot of damn trauma.
Yeah.
And trauma rewires your brain. It reshapes your brain, and it is a blueprint of the personality you're going to have.
That's right. I want to play this video right here for y'all too. Let me just take it back to the beginning. Here. What did King say? King's World said, yes, I saw that. Okay, you saw that video too? Yeah. And I don't think she meant to maybe do that in front of her son. She just acted out of emotions. She was hurt, she was angry, and because and she thought about it afterwards, but I mean, it was done. We can't take it back. The video is out there. You know what I'm saying? It's just sad, y'all. So let's listen to this video here.
And I believe it's a story about jealousy. This click booming occurred after Romika Meeks, the victim, got into an altercation with another woman, Holly, who is the other baby
right
mama,
in front of her son's elementary school.
So the triangulation goes like this.
King's World,
you
yes.
have Carlos, who is the baby daddy, and then you have Romika, rest in peace, beautiful, Meeks, and then you have Holly, who is the other baby mama. So that's the love triangle, or shall I say, the unlove triangle. And it appears that this man was triangulating these two women. Okay. There's a lot of stories floating around right now. So I'm going to tell you all the versions that's going on. And once we get more information in, I'll do another update to this video and I'll let you know exactly what the actual facts are. But until we get the hardcore facts on the circumstances surrounding what appear to be a restraining order that was in place, I'm going to just tell you what's floating around. Okay, so it could be one of two things. Apparently, there was a restraining order in place. Okay, some sources are saying that the restraining order that was in place was Holly had a restraining order on Meeks, okay, on Miss Meeks. Then there's other sources that's saying that Miss Meeks had a restraining order on Carlos, which is her baby dad, okay, her son's father. All right. The sad part about this story is that Romika Meeks she dropped her son off at school. She was bringing his lunch to school. Okay. She had a beautiful letter that she left in his lunchbox. And sadly, this will be the last correspondence that this young man has with his mother because of a senseless act of violence. Okay. The Holly, I guess she is this man's baby's mom, other baby mom. And it appears that she may have been manipulated by this man as well. You know, it's so sad. Now, some reports are saying that there was an altercation that took place. And what Holly is claiming is self-defense. Okay. She's saying that she had a concealed carry, concealed carry license to carry a weapon, and that it was self-defense. Okay. But as I'm going to show you at the end of this video, you will see the actual footage from the crime scene. All right. Trigger warning, it's very graphic, but I'm going to cover up all of the graphic stuff. I really just want you guys to hear the witnesses that's out there. Other than that, there's no purpose to play this video except for you all to hear what the witnesses are saying they saw at the actual crime scene. Okay. And what they saw unfold, because there's several different versions of this story going around, and the witnesses are the ones that actually saw it. Okay. So they're saying that one version is that there was an altercation between the two women, and it escalated to the point where where Holly retrieved a firearm from her glove compartment, or either from her baby's dad, from Carlos, and she utilized that firearm to unalive this young lady, click boom her right in the face on the spot. The other version that's going around, or the version that the witnesses are saying, is that they came up there. It appeared they came up there and they confronted this young lady while she was at her son's school. And the baby's dad held the baby's mom, held Romika, while the other lady in a headlock, while the other lady then took the opportunity to click boom and unalive her right there on the spot. These are the versions of the story that's going around, and it's just tragic. You know, the suspect claims self-defense. You know, she states that she has a restraining order Okay, that's one version. However, a lot of people are questioning the legitimacy of the self-defense claim. Okay, given the circumstances of this shooting. All right, they did get Holly in custody. She is in custody, but there have been no charges filed as of yet. There have not been any charges filed as of yet. Okay, so then the
Oh,
the
this
man
video
that's
is
in the
old.
middle of this entire saga
Yeah, she
comes
got
online and he says, and he posts on his Facebook that this is the worst day of his life. And when I tell you that people got down in his comments and ate him up, they ate him up
One comment
alive.
says, trying to figure out why you ain't locked up yet. The next one says,
Everybody want him
you
locked
gonna
up.
get yours, twin. It ain't right. Another one says, the fact that you walked to the other baby mama as she finna get arrested versus still trying to help save the other one is wild. Another one says, boy, bye. You only look hurt to me in that video. Another one said, I bet it is the worst day jive, turkey.
There's also a friend of Romika Meeks that put a very interesting post out. And as you see on the screen, she said, I had to reactivate to speak. Keep in mind, Meeks, a damn near everyday person in my life. This is the other baby mama's post. That shit was all part of a plan. Ben hated my baby. I'm so sorry, Meeks. And the post from Holly Johnson says, sometimes you got to start just unaliving MFers. So
And
people
that's
are
what
saying that
Holly
they
wrote,
think that
y'all.
this may have been part of a plan and an orchestrated attack on this young lady because her son's dad was jealous and upset that she would not take him back, that she was done with him and the relationship. And what he was doing was using this other young lady to antagonize, to stalk, to harass his baby mama, the one that he actually wanted to be with. And what's sad about that is that this other baby mama she is a victim in a way too, because she's so dumb that she actually was doing this man's disgusting bidding. Now, I'm in no way exonerating this lady of anything. What I'm doing is just analyzing how easily it is for these men to manipulate these women out here. And then they fighting each other over a no good ass man. And now all of these lives are ruined.
She ain't lying.
All of these lives. Romika Meeks will not ever see her son again. Her son will never ever see his mom again. It's disgusting. It's sad. It breaks my heart. Okay. She put a letter in her son's lunchbox this morning. She posted it on Facebook. This is what it said. She said, that man gonna make sure he has his lunch. Don't be caring if we late or nothing. And this is the note. It says, happy Monday, son. Today is a fresh start to this, and you can start off strong. Always remain yourself. You are the coolest, smartest, and funniest kid I know. I love you so much, and you make me so proud.
Wow.
Have a great day. Mommy loves you. Love, Mommy. That's heartbreaking.
It is.
That is heartbreaking. But I'm so glad that she was able to express before she left this earth her love for her son, and he have it forever memorialized in that note. So there's
Absolutely.
one thing that he can never question is whether his mother loved him or not, because she did. And she made sure she told him. And that's the saddest part of this tragedy, is that now you have children out here that's not going to have their mother, because Holly Johnson, if everything pans out the way people are saying, concealed weapon or no, she's going to end up going to jail. His father, jail. So now you got 2 kids out here that is going to have lost both of their parents, their mother and their father.
Yes.
Okay. He just created 2 parentless households.
Facts. Facts.
All because of an act of jealousy and manipulation and stalking and harassing. Let me read what somebody else had to say. This person said, "You is a weak ass ninja to even pull up and let your baby mamas fight, yet alone sit there and take up for a B that just killed your other baby mama. And to the B, you just really a crash out weak A 304B. It's never that deep to unalive her and take her from her son, B. Y'all both need to unalive in jail. I don't care. It's just so disgusting. Rest in peace, Romika Meeks. Gee, this is just sickening."
Yes. Hey, Miss Hill.
It is sickening. It's sickening because, again, it appears that this girl was doing this man's bidding. The saddest part about it is going to be hearing the family's pleas to stop sharing the graphic video that is going around. Now, again, I am going to let you all hear what the witnesses had to say at the scene, but you will not be seeing any of the graphics that's in the video. If you want to see that, you can, I'm sure, go on Facebook, TikTok, or what have you. But for the purposes of respect for the family and respect for the victim, I'm not going to show the graphicness of the crime scene. But trigger warning, it's going to be sensitive content just to hear.
Well, we already seen that, you know.
No, to anything.
We already
Please,
seen
no.
that. I mean, she made a lot of sense here, y'all. I mean, ooh, Lord. And you know who just said that? Somebody just said the kid's the one that's lost. Yeah, that's true. The kids did. You know?
And I want to say something, because she made up a good point. So that post that Holly reposted on her Facebook about unalive, and sometimes you just gotta unalive mofos, right? Now they are using rappers' lyrics in songs in court cases. They are going on their Facebook pages and social medias and things of that nature. So I'm sure that they're gonna do that with Holly, Romika, you know, and Los's page. If not, they should. You know, it needs to be brought to the attention that, you know, because they got custody of Holly's phone, right? Because I'm sure they going in there and probably seeing it's any text messages, any video, any recordings or anything, you know, that led up to said situation, you know, with Romika's unalivement. So if they are using rappers' lyrics from songs in court cases, they should use things that's nefarious, that people post and repost about unaliving people. So that may be damaging to Holly if that is used in court, because I think they said that she reposted it like a couple of days before the Romika's unalivement.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she just brought that to my attention when that post came up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, and I agree with another thing she said. I don't care how much I'm in a triangulation with another woman over a man. Holly absolutely had to have no motherly wit about her to at least have mercy on knowing the fact that Romika was a mother just like her and had a child, and her actions was going to take her away from her child for the rest of his life. That had to be a selfless, selfish, self-centered, self-sabotaging thing that she did. She did not once stop to think, because even though she had the order protection, there is certain guidelines under order protections for the person that has it too. If you are in or become close proximity with the person you got to order protection to, there's a thing called de-escalation and avoidance. And Holly did neither one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
And that needs to be looked at too in the court.
And you know what I
I'm
think she was just worried about taking Romika out, right? And didn't care about her son, thinking she was going to get off with it, right? Because she had license to carry, she had a restraint order, so she didn't know that this was going to go this far. That they was going to seize her gun. She was going to be going to grand jury. You know, she probably was using her little backup people that, she got. And I want to ask a question. The lady Na just said on one of her videos too, that she's going to be facing her family, which is, I guess, the justice system. So is they trying to say that Holly was in school to be a cop or something? Is that what that means?
Well, they were saying that her and her family have connections to people that are in the criminal justice system. That's what that means. Because I think there was a picture of Holly. There was a picture of Holly with a judge, I guess, that they know that they're friends with or something in the criminal justice system. So I think that they was, talking about that. But that can help her or harm her too. So it depends. But just to get back what I was saying, because I wanted to be clear about that part about, that post that she reposted about unaliving MFers, and also about the fact that she, as a mother herself, did something very, very selfish, very self-centered, very self-sabotaging by taking another mother away from their child. Mm-hmm. And this is the same, they had the same common denominator. She took the mother of her son's half brother away. Right. She didn't even she didn't even blink twice about it.
Oh,
because again,
that the lady is her auntie.
Okay. Well, you see what I'm saying? So depends on what type of pool, her auntie has as a judge, the connections, because we all know it's a lot of politics that come in the criminal justice system. It's a lot about who you know and what type of power and things like that they have to, that can, like I said, that could either help her or harm her. Because if it can be considered a contradiction. You know what I mean? It could be considered, something that they're going to look at and say, well, she's related to, a judge, Your Honor. We want to make sure that there's going to be a fair trial here when she go to trial. Because, see, the grand jury is, the prosecution is going to bring whatever charge they feel justifies to the grand jury, and the grand jury gonna be the yay or nay. We gonna move forward, whatever charge it be, whether it be second degree, whether it be manslaughter or whatever, depending on what the prosecutors, what evidence, what video footage, camera, text messages, email, whatever, right? All of that's gonna make the decision for the prosecution to say, we want to go for second degree, or we want to go for manslaughter, right? They're gonna bring that to the grand jury, and the grand jury is going to say yay or nay. You can move forward with the trial based off of this, what you all want to charge her with, or go after her and indict her with. And then the court trial starts at some point, and then there is another jury that's going to actually convict her, unless it be decided that, just that she only wants to go before a judge and let the judge make the decision. That is usually how I go when it comes to that situation with the grand jury. The grand jury is going to say yay or nay to move forward with the charges that the prosecution wants to charge her with.
Well, let me ask you a question, Auntie. Okay, so this happened in Chicago, right? So
Yeah.
Carlos, he resides in Chicago, right? So
Yeah.
Holly, doesn't Zara reside in Chicago?
I don't know. I heard she lived in Wisconsin, and then I heard she lived in Chicago. So I have no idea.
Okay,
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I wanted to see, what
D,
they make her come to Chicago?
D, the crime was committed in Chicago. She's going to stand trial in Chicago.
Okay,
she will. Yeah, the prosecution is going to go to the grand jury and say, Your Honor, based on the evidence and whatever we have found, we want to go for second degree or manslaughter. And of course the defense is going to have some objections, because they fighting for it to be not that, right? For it to be dropped, or for it to be a lesser charge, right? So that's going to be the situation with that. And then the grand jury is going to look at everything and say, yay, we going to move forward with this trial based off the evidence we have, or no, and it's going to be dropped right at that point. And they cannot, and if it's dropped and she walks, they cannot retry her. That's called double jeopardy. They cannot retry her. It be case closed. That's how that go.
Ooh.
So that's why I'm still saying it's 50-50.
Okay.
The grand jury is going to make the decision based off of whatever the defense have and whatever the prosecution have, and say yay or nay to move forward with said charges or no charges. And again, like I said, it's 50-50. The grand jury say no, case closed. They can't come after her no more, because that's double jeopardy. She cannot be charged again if she walks.
Somebody said the case can be moved to another part of Chicago, be moved to another location, but Chicago.
But why would it be, unless it's some unfair, impartial thing that happens? Why would it be moved? The crime happened there, so she would have to face a jury of her peers there. The only way I can see something like that happen is if there's some type of threat, or there's some type of contradiction to her having a trial in Chicago. Then I could see them being moved somewhere else. Like, remember in Diddy's case, he didn't think he was going to get a fair trial, right? So that's why his defense was asking it to be moved somewhere else, but they was like, no, it's not going to be moved nowhere else. You're going to be judged right here in New York, where you were charged with these charges by a jury of your peers. Right now, I can't see that happening in Holly's case. It's going to have to be really something, detrimental, where she can't face a jury of her peers in Chicago where the crime happened.
So let me ask you a question. Was you on Keys Live last night?
For a little while. I didn't watch it all.
Okay, because you see that he said something about the auntie, but she beat the case. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw him put a picture up of something about another Johnson, something, and it looked like a mugshot. So was this somebody that was related to Holly Johnson that did something?
Yes, it was related to Holly Johnson. The lady was Holly Johnson auntie or something like that, but she was working in a nursing facility, and I think they said that she abused one of the patients there, But I guess with the you know how when you got a good job, you got a rep union. So I guess she beat the case, and she got her job back.
Oh, okay. Well,
But
again,
the way that bitch looked and the way Holly act, I believe she did beat that goddamn patient. And I ain't gonna say allegedly. I believe so.
right. And you can say that because the case is over, right? So this is the thing. She beat the case. She cannot be charged again for it. That's why I said if the grand jury say yay, say nay, case closed, they cannot charge Holly again. That's why Holly is in the fight for her life. And of course, the family is fighting for the unlife that Romika no longer have. So it could be right now it's 50-50 because we don't know. But there's obviously something, new evidence, new information, new witness, something that has come about, probably in some type of discovery, right? That says no, this needs to go to the grand jury.
Oh yeah, and they also said she beat the case too. You right, sis. They said she beat the case too because of the way the job fired her. So I guess they didn't do their protocols the way they should have did it. So that's why she beat the case too.
Okay, so the job fired her probably maybe without within whatever laws restraint for employment, right? It could have been an unjustified termination or unlawful termination or whatever, based off of maybe not having enough evidence or they just jumped the gun. It could have been anything, right? So then she beat her. She beat the neglect case and an endangerment case because of the job didn't do their job right. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay. But also to me, that's a separate thing. That's an employment thing. Now, when it comes to criminal charges, that's a total different thing. So if she beat the criminal charges, it was either some like not enough evidence to try her and convict her. It was something, the reason why she got off. Because the her job terminating her, that's employment law. Her crime is state law.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Keys said that she sued the job too.
So if she sued the job, then it was probably a wrongful termination. If she sued the job, but if the criminal case, her being charged with the endangerment or abuse or something of a resident there, that's a total situation. And if she beat that, usually it's because not enough evidence or something of that nature that she beat that case.
And they wrongfully fired her. They didn't do their proper procedure, like probably investigating it. You know what I'm saying? The way they should have done, and that's probably why,
exactly.
She got the job.
And then listen, she could not be guilty. See, we have to really be fair and look at both sides of it. She could have been guilty and could have not been guilty. There are people sitting in jail and prison absolutely for things they didn't do. And then there are people walking the streets because they are guilty, but they beat the case. Do you understand? That's how that goes. If there is not enough evidence to convict somebody that has absolutely done the crime, they're going to get off because there's not enough evidence to convict them. There's people walking around free every day that's guilty of some heinous shit. And then there's people in prison that are innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that's the criminal justice system.
That's true. That is so true. And you know what? I was going to ask that question, but I'm glad Keys said something about that last night. Because I was going to ask him, because sometimes, Keys don't read his chat. His chat be going so fast. Ooh, Lord, could it be like over 1,000, sometimes 2,000 people. So it's like hard to keep up with the comments. But I'm glad he did say something about it. I want to know too, being that, everything happened so fast at the crime scene and things been contaminated, being touched, moved around, shifted around, all this shit. I was wondering early on, like, well, what happened to her keys, her car, her pocketbook if she had one, the cell phone? I was wondering about all of that, but he did clear up that they do got her cell phone and Holly's cell phone also. So I was glad to hear that part.
Yeah, because these two women were entangled with each other, so they want to see what kind of communication, if any, that these two women had with each other, whether it's by their cell phones, any video footage, any text messages. They probably gonna look on both of their social medias to see was there any inboxing messages done where they taunting each other, any recordings. They're gonna look at everything, y'all, if it go to trial.
So let me ask you this, Auntie. Being that, okay, now I don't know about Holly, but they said that the boy went home and changed clothes. So what about the clothes? Because the clothes was evidence too.
What boy? Talking about Los?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if he took it all off, I'm sure the police confiscated it because it is evidence. And honestly, looking at the video, y'all know he walking all around the crime scene. He tainted the damn crime scene.
Exactly. And then he touched the girl, tried to move the girl back, waving his hand, like trying to tell them, get the hell out of there. Shut up. He was trying to get all the witnesses gone. It's like, the way he did this shit, it was like, damn, I'm saying in my mind, damn, motherfucker, have you studied this shit? Have you did this shit before and got away with it? Like, because the way he was moving on the scene. Like, that was anybody.
He was tainting the crime scene all the while he was telling other people to get back. While he was telling them to get back and waving his hand for them to get back, he was walking all around the crime scene. Why do you think he got all that blood everywhere? And it was all even outside of the immediate place of where Romika's body was laying. He tainted the crime scene.
I ain't never seen
That's
that
why
in my life.
they should have confiscated his clothes, his socks, his shoes, his hat he had on, anything that he had on his person, his body that was clothes. And shoes. They should have confiscated that. That's evidence. And they should have did the same thing to Holly because she had blood on her house shoes, any on her body. They needed to dust up her hands for gunpowder, all of that. When she got down there, I'm sure they did that. She had to go through that, what do you call it when you go through the thing with the cops? I can't even think of the name of it. When she go down there to the cops, they had to fingerprint her. They had to take a picture. They had to do a hand for gunpowder. They had to confiscate them clothes and put it in something else, or tell family, put her in a robe or house coat or something, tell family bring her some change of clothes. But they did all of that, trust me. Yeah. Because all of it is evidence. And all of that is going to determine whether she was far away from her within 10, 15 feet, like they saying, or was she in close proximity based off of the blood that's on her clothes and her shoes.
Mm-hmm. That's the key thing right there. How far was she when she fired that weapon? Yep. Well, can they tell how far the boy was? Can they tell like how far he was with all the the blood was on him?
Yeah, because blood splatter, depending on whether you in close proximity or far proximity, they could tell if it was a splatter. They can tell if it was a gush that came out. They can tell based off of his hands. His hands was bloody. That at some point he held, Holly at some point. I think he held her early on and then let her go, right? And then there was a lot of blood that was coming out of her body. And then I think I saw him bend down again. I don't know what he was doing, but then he stood up and he started walking around. So now you tainting, the crime scene, because now it's become a crime scene. You walking around, but you pushing everybody with your hand, telling them to get back, but you're still in close proximity of the crime. So they're going to know definitely that Carlos was close to her, but they're going to determine how close was Holly to her based off of the blood splatter from Holly. See, blood splatters or it clots. And that's how like crime scenes can tell, on the wall, if there's blood splattered on the wall, just say somebody allegedly getting, stabbed or something. And every time the person come up and back on this person, blood splatters on the wall, right? Or blood splatters on the car or blood splatters on the floor. They can tell by that was that this person was up on them, and how they can tell a splatter from like a clog or a gush of blood where it actually clogs up on a person. That's all like crime scene people that do that. I'll be able to tell that.
Okay. Well, I hope and pray she gets something. I don't care what it is. I hope she gets something. We don't see, first of all, she was in school, for this shit, right? Okay, we do know that, all right? But we don't need nobody to go to school and get a degree to be law enforcement or work in any type of field of law enforcement with a mindset like Holly. We don't need that, okay?
You right.
Violent. We can see Holly is already violent, and we don't need that because we already have enough violence in our communities already. So we don't need nobody to go to school and get educated. It's supposed to help the community and stop the violence, but be violent.
But sis, we know that there are people that work in the criminal justice system and law are crooks. We all know that. Look at the police. Look at what they do to unarmed people. Look what, the criminal justice system and how unfair it is to Black people versus our white counterparts. We know it's all unfair and tainted. There is no, a lot of equality and fairness when it comes to that, right? So when it comes to this situation, they're going to have to really look at everything for what it is, no matter good, bad, ugly, or indifference. They're going to know, does this look more like an intentional thing? Does this look like the fact that, she unlawfully did this? Because this is another thing I want to bring up. There are different kinds of order, protection, and restraining orders people can have on someone. And it depends on the state, right? So the state of Illinois, they have different types. And in those types of order, restraining orders and order protection, it also tells you what you should not do and what you should do in case of things. That's why I said, even though Holly had the order protection against Romika, it depends on what type it was. There is always a way that the person is supposed to try to avoid or de-escalate the situation.
Facts.
And I'm pretty sure the prosecution is going to bring that up. They're going to say she was in her car. She had time to think about it. She had time to drive away. She had, you know what I mean? But now it looks like, hey, she egged this on. She provoked it. They're going to look at all of that, all angles of that.
Right. Because she had a restraining order, that don't mean nothing. You is right. They gotta look at everything to make sure.
Just because you have a restraining order, just because you have a license to carry and conceal, doesn't give you the right to actually murder a person or kill a person or commit homicide against a person. It has to still be within the laws. There are people in prison right now that thought that they were going by the law because they had license to carry and they had this or that or the other, but they still in jail because that one thing that they did that was unlawful. And if they find that in Holly's case where she did something unlawful, she could have avoided the situation or whatever, then there's a possibility she can go to jail and be charged with whatever the charge is, whether it be second degree or manslaughter. I believe it's going to be between those two charges if it goes to a grand jury. Because they would have to prove premeditation.
Right.
Premeditation mean it was plotted, planned. She lied and waited for an opportunity to do it. Now that have to be proven that it was premeditated. Or if they go for first degree, that means it wasn't necessarily premeditated, but she took the opportunity to do it. She saw opportunity and she went on with it. They could try to go for first, second, or manslaughter. And if they start at the top, 9 times out of 10, they may meet it somewhere in the middle. Because it might not be enough to get on first, but it might be enough to get on second. Or if it might not be enough to get on second, but it might be enough to get on manslaughter. That's all going to depend on the jury.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And we know prosecutors, And juries, they do not like losing cases, y'all. Okay, so they gonna work and work and work if they strong people to try to keep this case going forward because they don't like to lose no cases.
Yeah, and I asked my ex, who is an attorney, y'all, that I asked him these type of questions. That's why I know how the system work with how it goes from the grand jury to, another jury. The grand jury say yay or nay if it goes to trial or not. They hold the key to that. And I was like, okay, so if they say no, not enough evidence, da da da. He said, in case closed. He said they can't trial no more. She gonna walk.
Right.
It
Yeah.
just
Yeah. I heard another attorney say that too.
It just is what it is. And I'm like, okay. So he said, right now, depending on the evidence that the prosecution have, depending on the charge that they're going to go before with the grand jury. I was like, oh, okay. But he said the grand jury is not the one that's going to make the decision of is she guilty or innocent. That's going to be another jury. They only going to approve if it moves forward to trial.
Oh, yep. I heard that too. Yeah. Who is first? Holly? What do you mean? Who gonna be at trial? Who gonna take the stand first? Holly? I don't know how they gonna do that.
Holly may never go to trial. I mean, as far as not go to trial, she may never speak on her behalf. She may never get up there and give her testimony. She can have a trial. I'm sorry, and never go up there. Did he never spoke on his trial? He never got on the witness stand.
She can let her attorney do all the talking. She don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. And the prosecution, if they get the witness's testimony and it's in favor of Ramika, of course they're gonna call them on the stand.
Yep.
And then even if they gotta call Carlos too, because it's alleged that he gave a statement.
Now, what about the Spanish lady and her boyfriend? Do you think they may subpoena them if they know who they are?
Yeah, if that's not the other two that's on that paper with Carlos, because it's 3 people on the paper already with Carlos. It could be the Hispanic lady and the husband. If it's not, then they can try to track and locate them. And if they don't want to testify, then yeah, they can be subpoenaed. And if they still don't want to do it, then they could face some charges. Yeah,
I heard another attorney say that too. Damn.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I heard the girl that got up on Message channel that was a witness and say she didn't want to testify, but she's on the recording giving her statement when she was on Messy's platform, right? So they know that.
And I appreciate you. Somebody tried to come up. I don't know who it was, but whoever it was is saying that your device is not connected. So I don't know who that person is, and I never seen the name before. So I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't know. I lost my train of thought, but anyway, yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. Holly don't have to get on the stand. If
you'll be looking at this sometime next year, right?
Possibly. Yeah, possibly. Depends on how fast they work in the criminal justice system, honey. Sometimes they fast and sometimes they slow. And it's gonna depend on the defense too, if they gonna want to move fast or not too, or if they gonna try to string things along, if they know they need to get witnesses or evidence or whatever. It's all gonna depend. Because if the prosecution feel like we got enough evidence, now we done took this to discovery and it's going to grand jury, there's an indictment, we ready to go to trial. And then the defense, when they get to trial, if they can try to like they did with Diddy, they say, hey, we want to get this over fast, if they feel like they want a fast trial, or they can drag it on and say we need more time or something like that. It all depends on how that go within the system.
Okay. Because we want justice for her. We want it. We definitely do want that. And we want to keep, her family name alive. And like I said, I do what I do because of first her son. Okay. Her son, her mom, and her siblings. But first, it's the son, okay? Because her son deserved justice for his mom. He deserved that. And that's why I do what I do, because of her son. Because
and
like that to me with one of my children, I would want somebody to do the same for me.
And I understand that, but again, if a grand jury say no, not enough evidence, it's case closed, y'all. See, we got to look at both sides of the spectrum. That's why I said on I think Messi's panel when I was talking up there, it's going to be 50-50. We don't know yet because it's going before the grand jury. The grand jury has to make the decision of yay or nay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the prosecution is saying, yeah, we want her, and it be indicted for, like I said, whatever the charge, first, second, manslaughter, whatever it is that the prosecution gonna go after her, and the grand jury is gonna say yeah or nay, based off of what all has been presented to them on both sides to make that decision.
Wow. Well, we just keep on going.
Both sides got the fight of their life because, of course, Romika family is fighting for her because she ain't here to fight for herself. And Hollywood family, her and her family gonna be fighting for her because she in the fight for her life.
Yeah.
There it is again, yet another fight.
Yeah. This is sad. And
I do wish Romika's family all the best. I am so sorry for their loss. My prayers and condolences, because I've spoken a couple times and I've never said it publicly. I do want to express that to Romika's family, that my prayers and condolences are with them for the loss of their beloved one. My prayers and condolences consistently with Little Los, because in the end, that's right, the children are the losers. Of course, yes, the family has lost a loved one. They will miss Romika. They have memories to cherish, good memories, and that's what they should try to instill in Little Los, to cherish the memories. Always have the good memories ahead of him, because when he old enough and going to want to know what really happened to his mother, that's going to be the real conversation.
Because it seems like when the cops did come to the scene, it seems like she didn't give a damn. She wasn't saying nothing. She was just so relaxed, talking on the phone, like ain't nothing never even happened. I just didn't understand that part until the girl kept saying, "That's her."
Listen, I did. She was talking to somebody that know the law, and they was telling her,
I believe that.
Listen. They were telling her, remain calm, cooperate, say less, and answer any questions they ask you regarding you being licensed to carry, or you have an order of protection. And y'all saw that was the first two things she said. I'm licensed to carry, and then she eventually told the police at some point she had an order of protection against Romika. She called somebody that knows the law, y'all. It's either her auntie that's a judge or somebody else she know in criminal justice. Trust me, that's why I say. And the first thing they said to her, don't run, stay there, remain calm, put that gun away. That's what she was told.
I believe that.
And don't say nothing else until you get to the police station and you have legal representation. That's why she was so calm, y'all.
Yeah, because she was too damn calm for me. She was too damn calm for me. She was just,
y'all see how soon right after the incident she got on the phone.
Yeah. And auntie, you would think she was a bypasser. Just standing there, you know what I'm saying? Talking on the phone, looking like everybody else was looking. If you didn't know the real goddamn story behind this shit.
When I first saw the tape, I thought she was a witness. I was like, oh, she's. I thought she was standing there. At first, I thought she was standing there talking to somebody, telling them what happened. You know, like, oh my God, I'm witnessing. But she was actually the perpetrator. So I'm like, okay, now it makes sense. She was talking to somebody, y'all, that was telling her what to do and remain calm and this, that, and the other.
I damn
She
sure believe that.
She's in criminal justice, y'all. She know that the first thing she need to do is call legal representation.
Yep.
So she called them to tell them what she just did, and they was telling her in turn what to do on that phone.
Yep, I believe that. You hit that shit on the nose. I definitely do believe that. Like, I never seen somebody just shoot somebody and just stand there like ain't nothing never happened. And
Somebody
then
is
like the damn
backstage.
baby wasn't there. Like, god damn, girl. Like,
Somebody backstage following up on the case 2965.
They can't come up because they're not connected. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, they said that their scream is not connected, so they have to get connected.
Oh, okay. But
they got to connect their mic.
Now that's my strong opinion. Now that is my strong opinion, because when I let my ex see the tape of that part, he was like, yeah, she probably was talking to somebody that was, telling her what to do at that point.
Now,
because that's the first thing they tell you. First thing, if you talk to anybody in law enforcement, if you talk to anybody in criminal justice, if you talk to the first thing you're gonna say is, first thing, are you okay? Stay calm.
Well, I know that because of
do this, do that, do this, do that. So that's what that call was about, in my humble opinion.
No, I believe it. I believe it. And I believe that's why she did what the fuck she did. And she didn't. I don't think Carlos even think that video was gonna go viral like that, and all this was gonna come out and play the way it's playing out. I don't think he thought this shit through neither. I don't think she did neither. Neither one of them stupid mother suckers didn't. Okay, they just did what they did.
This is the thing. If they gonna find something unlawful that Holly did, she's gonna be charged on whatever it was unlawful they find that she did. Just because you know the criminal justice system, most people that even know the criminal justice system still make mistakes. And a lot of them that know the criminal justice system is locked up. Look at some police officers that committed crimes. Enough evidence, some mistake they made has caused them to be behind bars.
She said Holly walked out there with her lawyer. Girl, I believe that. Yes, sir. She said they're going to have signs today. They're going to say justice for me. Oh, they're going out there getting that? Oh, okay. I know it was one this week. I just couldn't remember what day. Yeah, I did see them post that.
But Mika family is doing the right thing. They definitely got to keep it in the light. It definitely got to continue to be talked about. They got to definitely keep their foot on the state's attorney office neck. They definitely got to keep going out there and protesting. And that's the only way they're going to keep this case shedded in the light. And because of things going viral and all that's been done as of yet is the reason why we probably got an indictment along with whatever as evidence that the prosecution have. Keeping this case in a light is helping the family. So they doing the right thing by go down to that state attorney's office and protest and continue to demand justice for. If that was your loved one, you would do the same thing.
She said Holly broke her own restraining order by approaching and inserting herself in Carlos and Ramika argument.
That could be a point. Again, remember I said there are certain clauses, even in order of protections, that tells the person that has the order of protection, if there is a way you can avoid and de-escalate, then that they have a responsibility too to do that.
Yes, sir. So we're gonna see how this play out. We're gonna definitely see how it play out. Because I don't know. I just believe like Holly, because I don't understand how did the pow pow get on top of the car, and then the next thing it went from the top, it went from the top of the car to inside of the car. Like that was kind of crazy to me, Auntie.
Wait a minute now, let me ask a question. So now I was under the assumption that when she had it on top of the car, she had it there waiting for the police to come and confiscate it.
Oh, hold on, Auntie. I'm going to bring somebody up. Let me
So
see.
now did she entail hide the car again in the car?
What is going on with this? I just got home from my day program. What is going on?
What do you mean? What's going on?
Like what's going on? Like what's going on? What happened? This car accident or something?
No, it wasn't no car accident, honey. You're gonna have to keep up with the story, baby. Someone got hurt and it wasn't a car accident.
How?
Well, baby, I can't stop my live to you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you only thing I do is subscribe to my channel, honey, and keep up with it, but I can't stop my whole live to explain to you what happened. That's too much right now.
Why?
Because I can't. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I was getting ready to tell you to drop her in case she flashed you or something or did something crazy.
That's why I did that.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
And she gonna come up and ask. She gonna come up and ask what happened. Is it about a car accident? But girl, like you way off.
Yeah, like I don't like. Listen, if I don't mind you coming up, but if you come up, please been following the story already, okay? Because I don't have time to sit here, stop my live to tell you what happened. Like that's. Come on, I'm going backwards. Like you gotta already know what's going on. I'm not here.
So, sis, let me ask you this again. I said, because I don't know, when the police arrived, was Collie's gun on the car, top of the car, or was it in the car?
It was in the car because the girl, the Spanish girl, when she got on Gigi panel and told the story, she said that she told the police that her gun is in the car. It's in her car. She took it to her car. She never stayed on top of the car. But Naja, the lady that interviewed the ghost witness, that witness told Naja that the gun was on top of the car. Now, what Naja should have did is ask her, at one point, did you sit on top of the car? Was it there when the police came? Was it there before she pow her? Did she put it there after she pow her? Which it couldn't have been put there after she pow her, because the first witness already said when she pow her, she put it in her car.
Okay, well, that may be problematic because usually they'll tell you don't still have it like on your person. So maybe that's why she put it in the car. But I thought, she put it on top of the car. But they definitely said don't still have the weapon in your hand. You know what I mean? But they did say that it needs to be somewhere safe until police arrive. So maybe that's why she put it back in the car. Now, is that lawful for her to do that in the state of Illinois? I don't know. That's why I was asking, was it on top of the car or put it in the car? Depending on their law in Illinois, if putting it back in the car gonna be considered like she's trying to conceal the evidence or something. I don't know. That's something that's gonna have to be looked at. But I do know the basic law is they definitely don't want you to still have the weapon in your hand. I do know that. So maybe that's why she, did what she did. I don't know. That remains to be seen.
Do you think, from your perspective, do you think that gun was ever on top of that car?
I can't say because, I don't know. I can't say that because I wasn't there. I don't know. You know what I mean? So this is the first time me hearing you say that somebody said that it was on top of the car. I know on the video, I heard them say it was in the car after the fact.
No, that lady said when that lady dropped that video, the witness that she interviewed said it was on top of the car. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the witness said she left and she came back to the scene. Now, the first witness did not say that. I wish I could go back and find that.
Listen. The first witness that got on Messi's channel, I believe she said that they was screaming to the police that the weapon was in the car after.
That's what she said.
After the shooting. Now you saying that the alleged witness that was on Niger's channel said that it was on top of the car?
Yes. And listen, that's the same witness that said that Holly was trying to get in the back of the car door to Holly's child. So that's how the speculation came out that Holly pow her because Ramika was trying to get to Holly's child. Okay, so when she did that video, right, that's when all this blew up. And people tried to say Holly shot her because she was trying to get to her child. That's how that happened. When that lady dropped that video, that's how all this came up. And that's how Crybaby started that rumor.
Okay, so again, that's two different stories, right?
Right.
So this is what I'm going to tend to in my opinion, tend to believe. I'm going to tend to believe what the first witness that got on Messi's platform said. You know why?
Me too.
Because when a situation like that happens and you are a witness, you need to say something as soon as possible while the memory is still fresh in your mind. That girl got on Messi's platform, probably within the next day or two after the incident happened?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so, and I listened to the way she talked and what she said. So I would have a tendency to believe her story more so than that witness that was on Naja's channel that said, "Oh, I left and I came back and it was on the that just sounds like that's too much." First of all, if you notice somebody pulling a gun, why would you if you leave, you ain't coming back. First of all.
And she told me something, I was going food shop. Well, damn, bitch, how much food did you buy? You came?
Now, if I'm witnessing somebody getting ready to pull up a gun to pop out somebody, I'm leaving the scene if I don't want to be a witness to stay there and see what happens.
Yeah,
I'm leaving and I ain't coming back.
Auntie, I got somebody backstage, but I need to see what? Because I see them driving, but I need to see their face. Backstage, show me your face and you can come up.
I'm saying I'm leaving that scene and ain't coming back. If I know I don't want to stay and see somebody get pop out, I'm leaving. And I'm not gonna turn around and come back. So that was strange to me. But I did hear the first witness say, and I did hear on the video that they was saying to the police that the gun was in the car. That's why I want to be clear about things. I don't want to get confused about it. This is my first time hearing anything about a gun being on top of the car.
Well, that's what she said. That's what she said, that the witness that she interviewed told her that it was, y'all, I got somebody backstage, but they're not showing their face, but they are driving. What do y'all think? Because I don't want my page to get struck for no crazy stuff. But
I mean, you could try and always drop it back down, but if they driving, they not more prone to do something crazy because they driving. It's up to you.
Yeah.
I mean, if they look like they finna say something or do something crazy, just drop them down.
All right. Okay. I try to give everybody a chance, but I don't want my page to be struck.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Hi.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm pretty good. I just wanted to say something real quick. So the on the topic that y'all was just talking about, where with
Yes.
the gun being on the car, or no, actually the witness, the second witness on Naja's page being at the scene. I truly believe that Carlos and Q and them, that's their witness. I don't think that that's a real witness. It doesn't make sense. They're trying very desperately hard to change the narrative, and like before the whole baby thing came out, right? It's like been a month, and nobody said nothing about Romika going for a baby or anything like that. But then all of a sudden, once that witness said that she was trying to go on her car, like Romika was trying to go on Holly's car and take her baby, that's when all of a sudden Q came in a few days later and started bringing up this whole baby narrative. So that's why I said I feel like, actually, I feel it in my spirit that's not a real witness. It's not a credible witness, one, because Naja wrote it on a piece of paper, because I guess the witness didn't want to be seen or spoke to or talked to her or anything like that, which doesn't make sense. And then you got to think about it. The witness said that she left the scene, went and seen a police officer, talked to a police officer, and then came back because someone told her to go back. Does that even make sense to y'all?
No, it don't. And I'm glad you said that, because, I was thinking too, I'm like, well, how did the daggone gun get on top of the car versus inside the car? Like, it was two different stories.
That's what I'm saying. You got to think about it. In the police report, the police party came out, right? Police report came out, yes. In the police report, it said in the police report, so you can debunk that lie. It already said in the police report that it was under the wheel bearing. Right or wrong?
Yeah,
that's where the gun, right?
And that's what the first witness said. And that's why I said I'm more prone to believe the first witness, because she came up a couple of days after the incident while her memory, it was still fresh in her memory. This witness on Naja obviously then came way late to the party and then saying this. And then saying this, it just don't add up and it don't make sense. I know if I see anybody pulling a weapon and I'm at a light, a stop sign, or I'm pulling off and I ain't coming back.
Exactly. But you gotta think about the story that she told. She's talking about she's seen her go to her car, Romika go to the witness car, and then she all of a sudden seen Holly pull out a gun, and she got scared and she left. And then right after that, she said she seen the police officer, went and stopped and talked to the police officer for a few seconds, and then went back down the street, I guess back around to the crime scene, to go back because someone told her to go back. Well, first of all, what did you stop and talk to the police for? And if you stopped and talked to the police, wouldn't you have told them that you didn't witness somebody were about to shoot somebody? So then that means the police would have came sooner, right?
And do you hear her say this too, sis? Remember when she did it, she said that, well, I was the first one called the police. How do you know you was the first one called the police?
Exactly.
What you calling them for? Wouldn't you spin a corner, be frantic? Oh, they want police officer. Somebody shoot somebody. Come follow me. It's over here. What you calling them for?
Right.
You can call the police officer. That's why I said I feel like they trying to change the narrative because Carlos looks so bad right now. Q looking bad too, but Q is making it worse. But it's just not a coincidence that literally right after this new witness came and was like, yeah, I saw it, that. And then now all of a sudden, it's a theory from Q, Quadre lying ass talking about some, because Whitney was trying to attack her baby. Where was all of this when the case first started?
Thank you.
Well, y'all wait a month later to be like, oh, she was trying to attack the baby. That would have been something I said to begin with. I would have been like, she attacked the baby because she was coming for my baby. I would have said that to begin with. Y'all waited a whole month to say that. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I agree. I believe that they are trying to change the narrative to say that Romika was coming after the baby. I was definitely going to say that because if it was truly Romika and Carlos into the argument first, and then Holly comes and inserts herself in it, right? That means she knows she got to order protection against Romika. Now you inserting yourself into a situation with somebody you got to order protection against, right? And then now they're arguing. So now I just do not see Romika is going to take her frustrations out on a baby when her focus is on Carlos and Harley. That don't make sense. Why would she try to get into the car to harm the baby?
Right.
I just don't see her being a mother herself, harming a child like that in the middle of a toxic situation. I just don't see that.
That was the case, then why would Romika allow, like Romika mom said, my daughter allowed you and, the other baby to go to dinner together. So if Romika has so much hate for this child, why would she allow that?
Right.
But and you attention to a person's character to attack a child. That doesn't even make sense. But this is another thing I gotta say too. Romika, they try to say that okay, so remember this whole situation came out all of a sudden now, right? I could be wrong, but I remember when Keys was like, we thought that Romika Carlos was trying to get Romika in her car, and the theory changed. It said that Carlos trying to get Romika in a Holly car, and he was slamming the door on her because the witnesses wouldn't have known who car who was, because they just came up. They don't know who car who was. The altercation was already going on. It sounded like to me that Carlos was trying to shove Romika into Holly's car to paint the narrative. Oh, we shot her, or I shot her because she was trying to.
I kind of was trying to figure that out too. I was trying to figure that out too about.
She froze, so I can't, and she's going in and out. I can't hear. Wait a minute, y'all. Now this is another scenario here. This is another story that contradicts what I heard. So now, whose car was Carlos trying to shove Romika into her own car or in Holly's car?
Well, they said Holly's car.
Now that don't make sense either.
They said Holly car, but I don't really know if that's factual or not. But they said it was Harley car.
Well, then that don't make sense because it's out. Didn't that witness that got up on Messi's channel say that that Carlos had in the headlock and he was pushing her with the door, trying to get her back in the car? That witness didn't say Harley's car, because I think that would have stood out. That would have been something specific. You know what I mean? Right. I think he was trying to get her back in her own car. Why would now if Carlos was really pushing her in Harley's car, now that damn sure would look like a setup. But if he was pushing her in, if he was pushing her back in her car, that makes sense to me.
Yeah,
so yeah, no. If the witness said that don't make sense. That don't make sense. That Carlos, if he know that it's a possible, listen, that don't make sense unless that. Yeah, now we talking a possible alleged setup. Because why would he be pushing Romika in Holly's car? That don't make sense.
Okay, Brittany said that they are saying that because Brittany said they're saying that because the witness wouldn't have known which car belongs to which person. True.
Well, if the witness would not have known, how the witness known it was Holly car? Make it make sense. The witness would have said
okay,
that
somebody that said Royal D at the time the witness didn't know that was her car. Got y'all.
Okay. That it was whose car, Romika or Holly?
Which car, y'all? Put it in the chat. I'll tell because I don't think she can see her. I don't think OG can see her chat.
Yeah, I can't see the chat because yeah, I'm on my phone. I can't see the chat. This is getting so convoluted now because I
He
didn't
was
hear
pushing her in her
anything
own
about.
car. Okay,
Huh?
he was pushing her in her own car, according to the first witness. And then Open Book said,
Right.
I believe they was trying to push her into both cars. Oh Lord.
Oh no, no, that's no. And come on, y'all. That don't. It does not make sense for Carlos
Okay,
to
so
put.
Open Book said Q said Ramika's at first was on the passenger side of Harley car, right? Open Book? Because I think I heard that before too.
Or she was on the driver's side. What they're trying to say is the witness.
She froze again.
Yeah, she
Oh no,
froze
Open
again.
Book said her car.
Yeah, I mean, it just not making sense, y'all, that Carlos would risk if they saying allegedly Romika trying to hurt the baby. Why would he be pushing Romika in Holly's car where the baby is? That don't make sense, y'all. Come on, we really got to use critical thinking here. That just absolutely don't make no sense. I think that is a picture, a narrative they trying to twist to make Romika look like she was trying to harm that child. Los had to be 9 times out of 10 pushing Romika back in her own car. It just because that other scenario do not make sense to me at all.
All right, hold on. I got somebody else. Okay, hold on, y'all. I got 2 people backstage. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna let this person up. I don't know them, but I hope they don't try no crazy stuff because I'm gonna have to drop them down quickly. All right, Open Book, I see you, baby. Hello, Miss Jackson.
Hey everybody, good afternoon. I just want to make a key factor on the subject that we're talking about now, which is the whole narrative of Romika going after the baby. Now, if this was true, because Quadre says, I believe it's the Messy Spot, her podcast.
Yes.
When Quadre is on the forum, he's saying exactly verbatim that Holly stated, or somebody said to him, the message got back to him that Romika was banging on the window of the car. But if you look at the crime scene, the footage, all Holly's windows were down. So I got to thinking, why would the car windows be down if you on your way going somewhere? They had to be sitting down waiting. She didn't have no gas. The windows was down because the baby was in the car, and they had to wait even longer because Romika was late that day. Because Quadre also brings up the 4th of July on that podcast where he went live with, I believe it's the Messy Spot.
Yeah.
He says verbatim, Holly was
Hold
hiding.
on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. If you guys are not talking, mute your
Everybody mute until
mic.
one person get, because somebody got a black place. So everybody mute and everybody can get a chance. So when she finished, whoever want to talk next, just unmute. But right now, everybody mute because somebody got a back play. And everybody get a chance. So when she finished, it sounds like somebody playing my live. So if you on the panel, turn your other device down. And I think that'll be okay too. I think that'd be better. You can go ahead and finish this.
All right. So back to what I was saying. Quadre said verbatim that Holly was there the 4th of July hanging out with Carlos, but also when Romika came to pick up her son, Holly was hiding, quote unquote, in another car, not her car, but in someone else's car in the area. He said specifically down the block from where Carlos had Romika pick up their son, and she was in a car with tinted windows hiding from Romika. So here's my thing. You got your CCL in June or whatever the case may be. So July 4th, you had your CCL, you had your order of protection, and then you had umpteen amount of witnesses if something would have sparked off. And then it's like, you have the video Carlos gave to Q. Those 2 videos that he posted is the same day. It's the same 4th of July. The only difference is Romika came back later on that night, and she's clearly in the car by herself without her son, still looking for Holly. So here's my thing. If you had the how do you say, the cognitive skills to hide and sit in a tinted car like Quadre is saying for 4th of July, then you should have had the same cognitive skills to either go in Los's car and drive away and let him stay with his baby, because at the end of the day that is his baby. It's not like she was by herself and she couldn't leave her baby. Or 2, you could have got in your car and you could have rolled up the windows and you could have called the police and had the police deal with her. You could have at least waited for her to break your window to say, okay, maybe this bitch is bugging. But all we have is the witness stating that you're banging on the hood of the car as the aggressor. That girl going to jail.
Okay, Miss Jackson, I gotta ask you a question. When Q was up there telling that story, was Q saying he was actually there to witness that, or is he saying it based off
Okay,
of
now here's the thing.
hearsay?
Everything that Q says is hearsay, but I believe that I believe that everything is hearsay, but I do believe that Q is the one that was also recording at the crime scene. I believe he was there.
Ooh, I was thinking that too, sis.
It's no way. I believe that he was there because he's like, oh, I have footage of this, I have footage of that. He's waiting on footage to be released and he's waiting for the right time. Right now, his Facebook is down. He had all that mouth in action, but right about now, it's down, which is fine. But at the same point in time, we got 4 hours plus whatever amount, umpteen hours of live footage of you stating what's going on and what's not going on. I believe Q was there because he says verbatim in somebody's live also that you can look and see from the window Romika making this U-turn. Now, if this was somebody, if now you saying you never been to Carlos' house, you haven't spoken to him since he moved there. How do you know the exact angle and footage that you're going to be able to see? And I do believe that you can see that because Carlos' building on the Google Maps, there's a big space. There's no other how do you say, dwellings. His dwelling is the first dwelling. So he has a clear view of the avenue, both avenues, south and west and east and north. And I believe that they were clocking and watching and they knew that she was making that U-turn every day. They had that double park situation. Because here's my thing. How are you going to the gym with a baby? There's no gym in the 50 states that allow you to bring a baby.
Right.
That's why he took that page down, because he knew that we was on to him. So Carlos
Now
told
I'm
us
gonna
that
say
to
this. I'm gonna say this just in my opinion, and this is just only mine. I don't believe nothing Q say until it is proven. I don't believe he was there. I believe he's an absolute pathological liar. I don't believe he was there. I believe he lying about that. And if he wasn't there himself to witness what happened at the 4th of July, I don't believe that either.
I don't believe he was there the 4th of July, but I believe Carlos gave him them videos from the 4th of July.
Okay, I can agree
I believe
with that.
the story that he told on the Messy Spot 2 days ago on that live, I believe he got that information very recently. He wasn't there, but he got that information very recently to regurgitate it on her show.
So what y'all think about when he kept saying, I got the video of the fight? Remember he kept saying it's a fight and he got the video?
If he has any video, okay, here's another scenario on how he got this video, because clearly he's saying, oh, it came from an email unknown sender, which would lead more to Carlos, because scamming is Carlos thing. So if we want to say that still leads to him. It's an obvious factor. It could be nobody else but him. But he says he has the video. I believe he has the video because he was either there or he got it from Carlos's phone, which would explain why he carefully placed his phone on the roof of the car facing Romika's body.
Well, y'all think about this though. If Carlos and Q ain't talked in 3 to 5 years, why would Carlos be sending Q stuff, y'all? That don't make sense.
I don't think it came from Carlos. Sometimes I think it came from Carlos. Either way you put it, if it came from a third party, it still originally came from Carlos. But I believe it came from Carlos' brother. I believe Carlos' brother is the one sending it to Quadre.
So you don't think it's Carlos, you think it's the brother?
I believe one of Los's brothers is sending it to Quadre because they're also friends with Quadre, and Quadre just has the guts to be the one to do it, and he's the one doing it.
I ever figure out who it was?
Now, I would agree that it's probably mutual friend or somebody that's
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I just
One
no,
question.
I believe I believe it's somebody they have in common that is sending it. I just don't believe it's Los. If they ain't talked to 3 to 5 years and Los ain't effing with him like that, I don't believe it's Los sending it to him. It's somebody else that they have mutual friendship with that's still talking to Q that may be sending it. But I don't believe it's Los though.
He's lying about the part where he's talking about he haven't seen Los in 3 to 5 years. You believe that?
Yeah, I do, because he talked like of things from the past. If y'all pay attention, the videos he was dropping, he was talking about things from the past or either things that he heard through the grapevine. He never said that Carlos told him anything directly or anything. He never said that. Y'all gotta dissect how he talks. He literally said they fell out. I believe that. I believe Carlos ain't effing with him like that, but they still got mutual friends, right?
He's regurgitating what Carlos is telling him, because when he was on the live with Messy Spot the other day, he said verbatim, Holly is not like that. Holly doesn't smoke weed, but yet still, I have a video of Holly smoking weed on her TikTok.
Oh Lord.
Then they say, this is a video of, he's saying that Romika was stalking Holly on social media. Was she stalking her, or was she checking to see what you were saying about her subliminally, speaking on her health, etc.? Was she stalking, or was she just figuring out who you were? Because it's stated that Romika didn't really know about Holly until the baby shower, or she didn't know about the baby until the baby shower. And I believe that.
Okay. This is deeper than what we think. What's up, Open Book? What you gotta say, boo? You still up here? Open Book, are you here? Open Book? Okay, she might not be here.
Yeah, I mean, I respect everybody's opinion and thought on it.
Oh,
you know,
yeah, absolutely.
I just do not believe Q that even right now Los is effing with Q. I believe it's mutual friends that, you know, is trying to, you know, paint the picture in the narrative to make Los look good and to make Holly look good. But I don't believe it's Los himself directly doing it. The way Q talks, he never say Carlos told me this and Carlos told me that. He just say I heard it, or we share mutual friends, or somebody anonymously, you know. He talks like that.
But Auntie, did you hear him say one time? Because one time he did state on Key's platform, yeah, if y'all think y'all know what y'all talking about, y'all don't know what y'all talking about, because Holly and Ramika share the same friends. So I'm like, what the fuck is you talking about? Because they don't even live in the same state to share the same friends. So what are you actually talking about here?
Yeah, I didn't hear him say that. I don't know. But I honestly, anybody that have not been in a friendship with Los 3 to 5 years, I'm not finna believe nothing come out of their mouth, because
I don't believe he said. I don't believe it. I believe he's on the bandwagon, because if y'all can remember, and I know some of y'all on this panel remember, because y'all been following this story just like I have. When he first came out, right, he was on Holly's side. He dogged that girl for a whole day straight. If y'all can remember, anybody in the chat or in the panel, do y'all remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Agreed.
Right. And then the next day, he came out on his platform and went in on Ramika. And I'm saying to myself, like, yo, what the fuck had just happened? This nigga just slipped from nowhere.
Yep.
That's crazy.
He was sent because if you look at his previous videos on Facebook, he's always talking shit about what's going on and politicking. They
Yeah.
picked him. They picked him because they knew that he would be comfortable on social media
And you know
doing
what,
that.
sis? You know why they picked him too? Because they know he's slow as hell.
He
Exactly.
is slow. That motherfucker slow as hell,
He's
bro.
slow as hell, y'all. I
That
don't give a
shit.
damn what you say.
Wow.
Like,
Wow.
listen to how he talk. He talk with his neck.
Yeah. And with that little ass bird chest. I'm like, boy, go sit
Right.
down. Go eat some Wheaties. Okay,
You
Exactly.
so
know
we
the
got a
DL
man
boys
up here. We
like
got
that
a
look.
man on the platform. We want to hear his perspective of how he feel about the situation.
Hey, ladies, I'm not gonna be long because y'all are really, bringing the information in very in detail.
What's
Um,
going on,
how
ma'am?
y'all
Long time.
doing? Long time. No, I was in Real D's chat a couple of days ago when she was live, and she wanted me to come up and give my um take on how I felt about Carlos in this situation with his baby mamas in the whole ordeal. Now, I was definitely up on what happened with this situation, but I didn't stay connected to the information as much as you have. But I was just I felt like, he could have prevented this situation from happening, and I do feel as if he's should be held responsible for what happened to his baby mama. There's no way that you have one of your baby mamas pulling up with a GUN in this type of disdain for each other, and you think you can control it without really what you were doing was um, benefiting off of them fighting over you, and you're manipulating them. So I just felt like he was a big manipulator, and you knew that these women had was competing for you. So I just feel like he could have prevented this from happening, and now that he's looking bad and getting a little bit of pushback and backlash, that he wasn't just there trying to break it up. Now they trying to bring out all these conspiracies. So I do believe that Ramika was a firecracker.
Ain't nothing
I
wrong with
feel
that.
yeah,
We
I
all
feel
had
like
our days.
I
But
do
that
feel
don't
like that.
deserve that don't mean that she's supposed to. Here's my thing. If they would
But
at least
let,
had
let
a
me fit
fight, I could understand.
let me
Hey,
finish. Let me
let him
finish. I'm gonna
finish.
let you go. I'm not here to dump on her. What I'm saying is she's dropping her daughter off, or her son, excuse me, off at school. Then she's doing what a mother's supposed to do. No matter how she's getting her feelings toyed with, she's doing what she's supposed to do. So whatever the situation was between her and Holly, Carlos, he one put more gasoline on it and caused this to happen, in my opinion. So I'm
Facts.
gonna go back in the chat. Y'all can have it,
Facts.
and I'm going to just continue to catch up on all the information, and then I'll be back, and share my opinion further. But go ahead. I don't want to cut you off, ma'am. If you want to go ahead and say something while I'm up here, that's fine. I
Yeah,
can
you
listen
see
to it.
how the real men are being protective, and Carlos is like, oh well, I couldn't handle and I couldn't this and I couldn't that, and everybody going with these DL vibes. 9 times out of 10, he is a DL. 9 times out of 10, Quadre is one of his partners because one thing about them DL men, they like to be in your business. And he said on the messy spot, him and Romika used to go out and have conversations about their relationship, or
He
how shall
did.
I say, her
Yeah.
relationship with Carlos.
He
That's
did.
something that DL men do. Also, he said Carlos was a ladies' man. That's something that DL men do because he the type of nigga that'll have bitches sitting there going so crazy over him that they not even paying attention that he outside with his niggas playing butt games.
Right.
Right. Well, wasn't he in a relationship with Ramika, but he was also spent Valentine's Day with Holly?
Huh?
That's what
That's
they
what they,
say.
that's what they
No,
said, right?
he did the
No, he was
Valentine.
with Romika on Valentine's Day.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I'm catching up a little bit. I think he was toiling with these women, and for that woman to be for Ramika be dropping her son off at school, and for this to happen, I think he is the culprit. He is the blame. Period.
Yep.
I
Yep.
have a question. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Um, Did anybody figure out whose car that was in front of Ramika's in the fast lane to the far left?
The black
No.
one, right?
Not Carlos's Mercedes, the other gray one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did
Yeah,
anybody
I
else
think
figure that out?
No,
Nope.
I've never heard nobody say it, so I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat. No,
Yeah, if you
I've
could
never
pull up
heard
the
nobody say
picture,
it.
if you could pull up the picture, or yeah, but anyway, there was a gray car that was blocking Romika in the front. So not only was Carlos double parked, but there was a gray car in front of Romika was in the back of Carlos's car, which is the Mercedes, and then there was a car that was on the side of Carlos's car. So there was a gray like mid-sized SUV on the side of Carlos's car. Then it was Carlos Mercedes Benz. Then it was Romika's car that was right in the back of Carlos's Mercedes Benz, and then it was Holly's car. So that's why everybody was saying that Romika had Holly blocked in, but it was actually the exact opposite. It was somebody was parked in front of Romika on the other side in the left far lane, not in the right lane by the parked cars, the left far lane. So no matter what, she would have never been able to get out. If she would pull back, she would have ran into traffic because the stoplight is right behind her. If she would have pulled forward, she can't go nowhere.
Okay.
Somebody in the chat said it could have been the second witness car, but they're not sure.
Well, yeah,
Somebody in the chat said that it could have been the second witness car, because I do believe it was people out there, y'all, and we don't know. I do believe it was people out there that Carlos know that we did not know about.
Wow. Well, can I make this correction, ladies? Because they was trying to correct me in the chat. And then y'all can go back to that point. But they're saying that he was in a relationship with Holly, but taking Valentine's Day pictures with Ramika. And that's why Ramika was always screaming, why you keep lying to me? Why you keep... Because she still wanted that relationship, of course. So thanks for correcting me, Brittany, and everybody in the chat. But go ahead. I don't know the rest of those details. So Royal D, thanks for having me up, Queen. I love you so much. And I'm gonna drop back down and pay attention to everything y'all got to say, okay?
Enjoy your day, brother.
Thank y'all. Okay.
You welcome anytime.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard the story too that the young lady just told, that actually it was Romika that was blocked in. So, and that other car that was on that side, they said even after the fact that car was still there. That's what I heard. So it probably was somebody
I've
maybe.
seen it too. He did pull it up in one of his lives. He pulled it up and he rewinded the crime scene footage, and you can see the ambulance couldn't even get through.
Yeah, so that
car was there before Romika got there. That car was already there.
Exactly. That means person probably was in wherever they was, and you know the car was a part of the crime scene, so they couldn't move it anyway.
Exactly, but the main fact is, why was the car there? It was there before Ramika, so it ain't like somebody backed up out of a car. Like, that doesn't make sense. Somebody was in front of Ramika to where she, even if she wanted to keep going, she couldn't. That's my point.
Right.
Because
Keys, he verified that she was blocked in. He verified that on his live that she was blocked in.
And the Mexican lady on the Travel Island lady page.
I can't hear.
I think she went out. Go ahead. Who next?
I'm gonna go with Keys' idea that they were actually pushing her in Holly's car to make this whole narrative of her trying to take the baby more plausible, because Romika got a white car. Even if they were tussling between the passenger side of Romika's car and the driver's side of Holly's car, even if they were tussling right there in that intersection, and the quote unquote eyewitness there says that Romika was being slammed with the door, it could have, even, let's say for argument's sake, it was her own car door. Her car is white, one. And two, if she was shot, all that blood that's on the both of them, it would have been on her car also. So it could have only been them trying to throw her in Holly's car It could have only been them trying to slam the door of Holly's car on her. It could have only went that way.
No, it could not have only went that way because if i- okay, if the scenario that they trying to paint that Romika was trying to harm the baby, why would Los put her in Holly's car? Y'all got to think about that part of it. That does not make sense. Why would he put Romika in Holly's car? And that's his child too, to hurt his child. That does not make sense, y'all. So this is the thing. The witness, whoever that was there, that is a witness, gonna know what color the car was that Carlos was trying to push Holly in. It just does not make common sense to me that he was trying to push Romika in Holly's car. Not if they so afraid that Romika was gonna harm the child, and the child is in the car. Make that make sense. That's all I'm saying.
I think it was more so, and hi everyone. I'm sorry, this is open book. I think it was more so about optics and what the position of the body would be. My first thing I've heard from someone on TikTok, she's called Spiritual Detective, but some people don't believe in that. I don't really believe in that, but I was listening to what she was saying, that when she was channeling Romika, it was a part where she said Romika was telling her they were not going to do it there. So it's like when Q, although he lies a lot, I was trying to think to myself, what did that mean? Because that video that she did was weeks before all of this came out about them trying to put her into a car, her trying to come after a baby and things like that. So when Q was explaining it, he was explaining it to the point of Carlos had her around the waist and took her to the passenger side of her car, which is the white car. Okay. The door was open. Romika was allegedly fighting, trying to not get in. And so it was a struggle. That's when the witness saw him pushing the door on her, trying to get her into that car. She got a loose from him, and I guess took off trying to go at Holly. Now, I don't know. This is all speculation because nobody has really seen any of this. True. And was trying to go that direction. Now, if she's on down the other side, which is closer to Holly's car, okay, now they're trying to put the narrative out here that she's trying to come after the baby. Could it have been an attempt to now try to put her into the car, but make it seem like she was trying to come after the baby because that's where they unalived her? You know, because Holly went and grabbed the pow-pow.
That's what we were saying.
No, earlier we were saying, how would it be from the first car? From Romika's car. Because I was up here first. I don't know what y'all talked about until I came back. But OG, I was addressing what she said. She was like, how could it be from both cars? Because it was my comment in the chat. So I was just explaining why I said that. It could have been from both cars. And some people are not seeing that. They're only seeing it like, why was she just on Holly? So I think it's a mixture of what Q was saying and a mixture of what, Keys was putting out and so forth as well. And then I do believe that there is another video, because even when this came out, there was a whole video that I came across on Facebook that did show her up close, Romika on the ground from a different angle. So there have now been 3 videos out there from 3 different angles. So I do believe that there are other videos out there that we may not be privy to yet.
Yeah, I believe that's true too, open book. But okay, so Romika's body was laying near whose car, y'all?
Holly's.
Okay, so now that scenario can possibly be true. I'm not saying that it ain't. I'm just saying in my head it don't make sense that she's going to take her attention off of her and Holly to put it on the baby. That's all I'm saying. That don't make sense, y'all.
If she got a gun in her holster. If she got a gun in her holster. And then didn't Q say she had a gun?
How does she have a gun on the holster and then have a gun on top of the roof?
Hold on.
And then have,
that's what I'm saying.
To have a holster.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The second witness came from the other side, Carlos and them side. That's why I was
Yes,
telling Royal earlier, like that's a fake witness. Don't believe nothing that witness say because she's lying and that witness came from over there to change the narrative. You see what I'm saying?
I believe
I do
that.
believe that. I believe that's true.
I believe that
Yes,
too.
and
Because
that's what
And I believe
everything
the
that
lady,
witness
the lady
said.
Naja, I believe she agreed with it just to have something to put out. She agreed with
yep.
that because she plainly sit there and asked her, where was the gun? She said on top of the car. And I'm like, what, on top of the car? But the
But
first
then
witness
Q
said she
said,
seen her run to the car.
but Q said just the other day that Holly had it in her holster, and then Keys debunked that too, and was like, "Well, where's the holster? Because it ain't no holster in the video." So that's why I said you can't believe nothing that witness or Q say because it comes from the other side.
Again, like I said, I only believe that first witness because that first witness says she witnessed Holly go all the way around and get the gun out of
Thank
her
you.
car.
I'm going to stand on that first
Exactly.
witness. I don't care if nobody like her or not. I'm going to stand with that first witness.
Yeah, and then remember when Q the other day when he was on live with Messi, he was like, yeah, Messi was like, what? How did you like what was Romika doing while she was on the ground? And she was like, it looked like she was fighting for her life. And this motherfucker gonna say some excuse my language. This man gonna say some or little boy gonna say some. She looked like a dog.
Yeah, that was so wrong.
I hate to say it like that, but yeah, she looked like a dog. Like, why would
Yeah.
you say that?
And you can tell what type of respect do he have for Carlos to even say something like that about
They was
his baby
happy.
mother.
That's why I said he remind me of a DL man, and he's just very happy.
Absolutely, sis. Mm-hmm.
Like
I agree.
if
You know what,
you saw
y'all?
this
You know
girl
what that
and
shows too? Let me tell y'all what that shows too. It shows that Carlos never ever had respect for Ramika. And that's why everybody disrespect her, say the things they say about her, dragging her through this whole ordeal because Carlos never demanded respect for his baby mother, no
He
matter
comes
what
off.
the situation was.
I'm gonna agree with you on that. And he comes off as if he finds her like at the bottom of the
Exactly.
barrel.
Yeah.
Of the barrel. There you go.
He comes off as he finds her family as people that come off as like people from the bottom of the barrel, and he comes off as if Holly was better because Holly went to college, finished school, no children, this, that, and the third. He just the way how he shows Romika in the light that he allowed Romika to be seen, it's almost like he was also happy that she's dead because
Yeah.
all those women that he previously lost because she chased them off. He's happy that Holly is the one that stood up and finished it for him. And he's not even going to be with
Yeah.
Holly because he's truly a man lover.
Yep.
Well, you can't say that because Holly got something on her. So she might have him by the balls.
What do Holly have on him?
Well, sis,
The
you
fact
may
that
be
they
right
planned that
about that,
murder.
sis, because listen.
What? No, hold on. What do Holly have on him?
The fact that they planned that murder and she shot
There you
his
go.
ass.
I was
She
going to say
shot
that. I was going to say that.
for him, and because she had, the good girl image, the CCL, and the license to carry and
You
all
took
that
it right out
shit.
my mouth. I was going to
She
say that.
like what that girl
Okay,
say.
so who
I
talking?
agree.
Who talking? Is that Miss Jackson?
No, that's AC.
Who? Oh, AC. Okay. So let me ask you this. So do you think that Holly will be willing to risk her freedom and not even indicate Los at all if they plan
Well,
this together?
well, if she know law, she know ways around it. I don't know.
I
I'm
think
just
she'll
saying, if
tell
she
her.
know law,
Wait, hold on. We having a conversation. I really want to have a conversation with her because I want to understand why she's saying what she's saying. Go ahead, baby.
I said if she know law, then she know ways around it. And I'm not saying in particular that she gonna send herself to jail, but she could find another way to get him locked up, especially if she a lawyer and her
Okay.
aunt or somebody in her family is a judge.
Okay. So is she a lawyer? Is
They said
Holly a
she was
lawyer?
gonna. She not a lawyer. I don't know if she's a lawyer right now. They just said I heard through the the videos and stuff that she going to school to study law. That's all I heard. I don't know if she's a lawyer
Okay.
though.
Okay, right. And I heard that too. So just because you know the law, right, and know your way around the law, and may even be know somebody in within the law, does not necessarily mean she's going to get off. Because if the prosecution has some damaging evidence against her, it's not going to matter, and it may not save her. I'm saying this. I'm asking you the question because I really want to know the answer, not because I'm trying to disagree with you. I really want to know: do you think that if Holly go to jail and lose her freedom and lose not being able to raise her and Carlos' child, that she will literally go to jail by herself and not implicate Los on anything if they planned
Oh
it
no,
together?
he going down. He going down right with her.
She may
If
turn
they
state
go,
on
if
Auntie.
she go to jail right now and she not able to see her baby or touch her family or her baby again, she not going down by herself.
Okay.
Auntie, she may turn state on him.
See, that's the point. See, that's the point I'm trying to get. That the reason why. What's her name? AJ. What's your name? I don't like to not miscall nobody's name. What's your name? The one I'm talking to? Because I can't see a lick, y'all. I'm on my AC, baby. I'm on my phone. I can't see a lick, and I want to address you by your name. But I like having this type of dialogue, right? So I'm saying I get your point, right? Because women go to jail all the time for men. There's a lot of women in prison for their man. It's a show called For My Man. So it's a lot of women in prison right now for their man, and a man ain't doing no time. So that's why I was asking the question: do you believe that Hollywood, lose her freedom and not give up Los if they planned it together? And you said no, you think she'll flip on Los. So you actually really do think that they planned this together. That's what you're saying?
I believe
AC?
that they planned this and they didn't think it out too well, because thinking
Okay.
of Carlos's convictions as far as the gun is concerned, I don't think he thought that part out, because he's going to jail regardless. The only thing that's gonna, it's really nothing that's, even if Holly was to get off today or tomorrow, he's still not supposed to be around a firearm. So either way, Carlos lose all the way around.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so in other words, y'all think that Los is going to jail too. Basically, y'all think he going to prison
Definitely.
too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well,
And I
thank
do
y'all for answering.
get shady. I do believe Hollywood turned state on him.
Okay.
They
Because
don't need her, because with his criminal record and then this scenario, he's automatically up for life. So they don't even need him. They don't even need her. I mean, they don't need her.
So if not needing her, what would they get Los on if they don't need Holly?
Being around the firearm.
Oh, that charge. Okay. So you don't think when they had him down there, they didn't run his record and lock him up then for being around a firearm?
Of course, they let him go because they knew he had to come back October 8th. They let him go.
I don't think they would have let him go just because he got to come back to court October the 8th. They would have locked him up until his court date October the 8th. That don't make sense.
Yeah, that don't make sense.
Y'all got to think about the law now. So again,
They wouldn't have let him go.
I'm challenging y'all because I want y'all to be critical thinkers. Think beyond just what you think you see on the surface, because the law don't look at it like that, y'all. The law look at facts, not feelings, not friction. They look at facts. So we got to look at
Here's
it
the
by the
critical
facts.
thinking right here. Because
Okay, baby.
if you are a detective or anything of the sort, and you may feel like these two people planned this, whatever, some people let you go to see what you're going to do on the outside. And if the detective was thinking, okay, let's let them both go and see what they do or see what they say and see what comes up, they actually did a good job doing so, because Carlos then came on the internet, had over 500 comments in everybody's post about Ramika. He also was free enough to tell somebody hey, post these videos of Romika. Let's change the narrative. See, he's doing all of these things as if he planned it. And I don't believe Quadre would have had the opportunity to post those videos to even have if Carlos was not free.
Okay, now let me counteract to that, right? There is no way the police would have let Carlos go if they suspected that he premeditated this, y'all. Right at the moment, he was just another witness. He gave the statement and they let him go. They don't suspect him of anything at this moment. If they did would have ran and saw he had a record and suspected him of anything, they would not have let him go,
And
y'all.
that's the if. Maybe they
Wait
did
a
run
minute,
his record.
because I didn't interrupt you. I let you talk. Let me finish. And they still have a right, if they suspected anything, to hold him for 72 hours, and they didn't. Now, again, I'm talking about the law. I want y'all to think. That's all.
That's true. But let me say this. If this was not planned that day, I do believe that Holly got that gun to do what she wanted to do to Romika. Okay? I do believe that's why she got that gun. I do believe that's why she got them license. I do believe all of that. Okay? So if it wasn't planned to happen that day, it was going to happen. And that's why she got that weapon.
Okay, can I
Now
ask a question?
that I agree with.
Hey, this AC. Can I ask y'all a question? I agree with you on that too. I think we all, everybody, United States of America, agree on that one. But but why do y'all think Hollows deleted his page? That's a good one. Cause that was out the blue.
Well, this is the thing. Carlos is getting exposed for his part in it. And when narcissistic men get exposed, they don't want to deal with what the repercussions of that. See, he was on that. Remember, he was on there at first playing the victim. Oh, this the worst day of my life. Oh, he was playing the victim for a minute. That's what they do, right? But when he
not Carlos. I'm talking about Q.
I said that. Oh, okay. I said that earlier too. I said I think somebody got to Q because he was doing too much, and it was actually making Carlos look bad. Yes. And he thought he was making Carlos look good, but it was making the situation worse.
I think it's somebody he slipped up on the messy spot.
Somebody stopped him.
Yeah, somebody stopped him, but I also believe he had some stuff on there, and he felt like the police was watching him because he had a lot of stuff on there that was incriminating Carlos.
There you go.
Okay, but again, y'all, this is the thing. It don't matter that he deleted his page. They can pull up anything. It's in the cloud. Everything on social media is in the cloud, baby. You can delete telephone numbers, text conversations, emails. In a court of law, that if they want to pull up something, they can find it.
Yep, they sure can. They sure can.
So
and then maybe somebody could have told him too, y'all. Yo, bro, you making this shit look bad. You saying this, you saying that, bro. Chill. Blah 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 blah. You going too far. You never know why he got that page gone.
He was doing too much, and it was not looking good.
It wasn't.
Yeah, they sent him over there to try to,
Did she freeze?
No, I'm right here.
They sent him to spin the narrative to, make Carlos look good.
Yeah, they sent him to spin the narrative.
And it backfired. It backfired.
Now he they probably he got the police over there. Oh, they already sniffing. They over here sniffing for real now. But I gotta give Keys his rose. I gotta get all you content creators y'all roses because y'all doing. And I hate to say this, and I'm not saying this in no ill way, but y'all doing what the family.
What?
She broke up. I couldn't hear her.
Yeah, I don't hear her either. Is that what's her name?
Do anyone know what she said on the panel?
Yeah, no, I couldn't hear it. She froze again.
Yeah, she did. She did
Okay,
blow
can
it.
I put?
Go
Can
ahead,
I say
baby. Go
something?
ahead. Sure.
I've just been sitting here just listening.
Girl, you know
Um,
you could have been saying something. Why you ain't say nothing?
I don't know how to come in, so I just waited. But I think it's premeditated, and because when you look at it and you listen to the mother's interview, the mother or the cousin, one of them said that Romika always make a U-turn when she have a little lows, and she make a U-turn going to her job. So Carlos already knew her routine and stuff. But another reason why I know that it was premeditated is because Holly, when she was doing the restraining orders online and stuff, she also called CPS on Romika trying to get the baby from her. I believe what they was planning. I believe that when she decided to cut him off and everything, she was wanting to put child support on him, and he wasn't having it and stuff. So I believe that's why she was trying to take the child through CPS from Romika. But you have to prove that that person is an unfit mother in order for that child to be taken away. But they was
Wait, wait, whoa,
planning
whoa,
for,
wait, whoa, whoa.
And that'll go, that'll
Holly
go.
called CPS on Romika.
Yes, and I
yes,
believe
ma'am.
that goes to the fact with the point when they saying that, oh, how he was on Facebook talking about he went up to her job August 20th. He was
Mm-hmm.
trying to get her fired. He was trying to get
Yeah,
her evicted. That's why he broke the balcony windows and it was
Yeah.
causing the disturbance at her
yeah,
house. He was trying to make sure that she was homeless and without a job and could not support her
yeah,
son. And they were both going to take the baby because it's like
yeah.
they would have been in the perfect union if Romika didn't exist with the child. So it was either him getting his son full custody of his son and moving
Mm-hmm.
on with Holly or Romika disappearing.
Now
Woo.
in March, she got the license for her gun in March after that restraining order was approved. Then
Yes.
she went and got the gun. And that's
Yes.
what Keith was saying.
Hold on. The restraining order, it was approved by default. So now that this crime has committed, we definitely got to research. They're definitely going to research the order protection. The order protection was only given by default. That's like when you take somebody to
Mm-hmm.
civil court and they don't show up, the judge awards you that money because they didn't show up. And that's called a judgment in default. And that's how Romika was how do you say under the order of protection because Holly actually posted in the newspaper article because the warrant squad or the sheriff couldn't deliver the order protection to Romika because they didn't have the most how do you say updated address because she was not messing with
Mm-hmm.
Carlos anymore. So being that Holly didn't have any information on how to find her, she had to put it in a public space and she chose the newspaper and then because he showed it on how she went and got the order protection and also I believe is politricking also showed it
Mm-hmm.
on her podcast clear as day. She went multiple times, they denied her multiple times. The only reason why she got it is because she posted it in the newspaper and the judge awarded her the order of protection and which is still not a legal bound to kill.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I want to say this. So since they could never get her address to serve her, they put it in the paper, probably knowing that Romika was not going to look in no
You know,
paper
I
to.
was gonna say that.
She
I don't
might have
Exactly.
not even.
know.
Hold on, y'all. We all can't talk at the same time. So she probably knew that she probably didn't even know it was one against her, possibly.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. How I mean, most people don't look in the newspaper nowadays. Like, who do y'all
Mm-hmm.
look in the
Exactly.
newspaper?
That's my point. Nope,
She
that's my
probably did
point.
that on purpose. That's why I say she know the law. That's why she kind of got an advantage on the average person because she know the law. I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't have never thought. I didn't know you could put I never heard of that before a day in my life that you
Yeah,
could
I've
put a
never
Oh
heard
yeah,
that
restraining
either.
order in the
I knew.
newspaper.
They
I
teach you
knew.
that
I
in
knew.
school, and it's they teach you that 101, and it's called due process. They teach you that while you learning the
Mm-hmm.
Constitution. They teach you that while you learning
Yeah.
notices, policies, and procedures. That
So
is
could
the
it have been?
number.
I'm sorry to hear
It's
that.
the same thing. Hold on. It's the same thing as if you needed to get a divorce from your spouse and you can't find them. You could put it in the newspaper, and if they don't respond after so many days, they grant you a divorce.
So if she couldn't reach her, like can't reach her by phone, can't reach her by address, then how is she a threat? She obviously trying to stay away from you. I'm so confused. Like that is
Why
just
didn't she
beyond.
use? I just want to know why didn't she use Carlos to serve Romika since they back and forth?
Right,
Carlos is sitting
right.
there recording her. He's sitting there
That's
going
why I
back and
said
forth
she put
picking
it
up
in
the
the
son.
newspaper on purpose. That's why I say
And
she put it in the newspaper on purpose.
Exactly, because she knew she wasn't gonna look in the newspaper. This is a saying to me that Romika probably didn't even know there was an order of protection against her.
Exactly. Exactly. She didn't even know she was
Carlos is not gonna serve Romika order protection from Holly. He's not gonna do that, and I don't even think it's legal to do that. You either have to get a process server to do it or put it in the paper. Period. I don't think you can get another person to serve to somebody else that's not a process server.
In my state, they allow it.
Oh, I don't know about Illinois. Usually somebody from the constables, the sheriff, or a processor. You can hire somebody privately to do it. I've never heard of, and then that'll be a contradiction because Los is got baby mothers by both of them. That'll be a contradiction. I can't see that.
That's like when people are getting divorced and they use they aunt, they uncle, whatever. They use people that know them in common, a friend that they have in common to serve them. And if they don't want to be divorced and they don't trust nobody, then you hire someone. Then you use the sheriff if you know that they're going to be an uncooperative individual.
Yeah, well, again, it depends on what state. I don't know the law of Illinois when it comes to regarding that. Can you actually get another person to serve? And again, I would think that it would be a contradiction because Carlos has children by both of these women. So if that be found out in a court of law, it will be null and void because how can you get your baby daddy to serve your other baby, the baby daddy's mama, a order of protection? That does not make sense, y'all.
Technically, in some states, they were supposed to go through family court, but technically, Holly was still pregnant. She didn't have any child, so they didn't have any relation at that time.
Okay, wasn't she like going with Carlos during that time she served Romika?
No, the whole live with politicking where she's going over her requesting it from December. This is where they say that Romika and Carlos was together and it's on her social media. They were together and Romika didn't know that Holly was pregnant at the time. The first time that Romika found out that Holly was pregnant is when she was looking at the TikTok and Holly was asking for advice about the Pampers. Q just posted that video. That is the first time that she saw, Holly about to give birth or Holly claiming that she was pregnant. There was no like footage of her baby, her belly or anything like that, but she was just asking, being annoying, trying to be funny. Oh, advice on wipes, advice on Pampers, dumb shit like that, trying to egg Romika on to say, hey, look, I'm pregnant.
Oh, so all of this is documented on social media?
Yeah, on politicking, she has the live where she says
Okay.
she starts requesting the order of protection in December, and that is the same time that Holly Romika and Los was together. So, and then you gave birth in February, and that's when the order of protection, went into default after February.
Okay, so she was setting a timeline for the paper trail, basically.
She says, okay, in the politicking video, politicking went so deep down to say, if it wasn't politicking, it could have been Keys, but they were reading the request for the order of protection, and it says clear as day. She documented all the times that Romika called to harass her, called the friend Rebecca, and called her grandmother. So here's my thing. Why didn't the grandmother go request an order of protection?
Right. That's true.
Well, she probably just put it up under her, her order protection for her grandmother. So they probably granted that. And normally, when they grant an order protection, there has to be some proof of a threat. So maybe she had a recording. Maybe there was an incident where
The
authorities was
recording is
called.
you're right. The recordings are coming from Carlos where Romika is asking where is Holly. That's the proof right there.
Okay, well, asking where somebody is not a threat. I'm saying
She
there
said
had
she
to
was gonna
be.
beat her ass when she caught her. That was the threat right there.
Okay. Now you elaborate more because I'm like, that's not
That's
a
in the
threat.
same
Just
video.
okay.
She's asking for her, and she said when she found her, she gonna beat her ass.
Okay. All right, but then that's the threat. Yeah. And you can be granted an order of protection based off of said threat. So now I understand how that all became about. But again, I don't think that because you said Carlos, the recording was on Carlos' phone. So they would not let Carlos deliver the order of protection to Romika. That's just don't make sense, y'all. Now y'all see why that don't make sense?
I don't really
brought it
count the
through.
order of protection as being valid because it was served by default, and for all we know, the girl died without even knowing that girl really had a valid order of protection. Because before you scream out and say, "Hey, Romika, I don't want to fuck with you. I don't want to fight. I got my gun," I'm gonna say, "Hey, Romika, your ass going to jail because I got an order of protection. Hold on, and if you run
No.
up on me, I'm gonna shoot you."
The order of protection is valid. She was granted the order of protection. She couldn't serve it to her, so she put it in the paper. It is valid. That is true. It is valid because I did that on someone. I couldn't locate them, and the judge made it valid based off of the threats, the recording that the person did to me, right? Threatening my life or threatening to cause me bodily harm. But we could not find this person to serve them. The judge granted it based off of that alone. The thing is, it was valid, but the person didn't show up in court, so it still made it valid until the order of protection ran its course. So the order of protection is valid. Whether the Romika she knew it or not, now that's a different story, but it's valid. The order of protection is a valid thing. They wouldn't have never granted it to her if it wasn't a valid thing. Now, like I said, Romika just probably didn't know she had an order of protection against her.
Yeah. It could have been that.
Agreed.
Doesn't make sense, but I do feel like she probably heard like maybe I don't know why didn't Carlos tell her? You know what I'm saying? Like even though he wasn't able to send her the order of protection or give it to her legally, she could have told her at least.
Again, again, y'all. Did y'all see the scenario of how Romika got unalived? Y'all saw that video, right? So do you literally think that Carlos was gonna tell Romika it was an order of protection against her?
Okay, let's backtrack about this order of protection, guys.
Whose side is Carlos on here? As far as what we can look in that video, it damn sure wasn't Romika's. So why would he tell Romika?
Let's
I agree
backtrack.
with you. I agree with you. That's why I asked you that question because it's more like a rhetorical thing. But
And I was answering it. I just can't see him doing that.
Let's go back to this order of protection that Holly
but
has.
did somebody load a video the other day saying that they went to Carlos' page and saw some messages between Holly and Romika, and one of them said that I'm a smoke you bitch. Which one was that?
That was a reshare. That was a repost of a post that somebody made, and that was on Holly's page.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, yes, I know Holly reshared a post the day before the shooting. I know that. I'm saying recently somebody found some additional information under one of Carlos' pictures in his comments with an exchange between Romika and Holly, and one of them said, "I'ma smoke you." It was an argument in his comments between Holly and Romika. Nobody heard about that?
No.
That would be impossible for someone to see because Holly page is deactivated. So what comments and conversation is somebody reading if her page is deactivated? Nobody can see anything of her liking or commenting on anything.
Page is not deactivated, man.
Holly's page is deactivated. So even if
Right, but
Carlos'
she said,
page is still up, Holly's page is deactivated. So all those posts that we see of Holly from being shared from her friends and her family, and you see that it's 5 people that loved it, but there's only 4 people showing. Obviously, the 5th person is Holly, but her page is deactivated, so you cannot see it.
Okay, I need to ask y'all a question on the panel.
I don't think she understood what she was saying. She was saying it was on Carlos's page, not Holly. Is that
Even
correct?
if it's, or it don't matter who page it's on, her footprints on Facebook is going to be gone because her page is deactivated.
Royal,
Right.
I'm gonna try to find the information because I know I ain't crazy. I'm gonna try to find the information so that I can bring it forth the next time you go live. Okay.
All right, I'll be live
Okay.
tomorrow. Okay, but I want to ask y'all a question. All right, y'all remember when Ramika got hit in the face, right? And Crybaby said that she beat herself up. Y'all remember that? And she got arrested?
On the live on Messy Spot Live the other day, she said she used to put
She liked to
marks
beat
in
herself.
herself.
Right.
She said it.
Retarded. Okay. So
Unbelievable.
Well, not only that,
I had to laugh at that, y'all, because that
not
motherfucker.
only that, wait. Not only that, he also said he got recording of Ramika beating herself.
Oh
Right.
my God.
So where I'm going with that is, was Holly restraining order out on Ramika the time that Ramika got arrested? Can anybody clarify that?
No, but if we going to talk about it, Keys pointed out this July 14th incident, right? And he says that Quadre was on Keys Live one day and said that the last time that Romika violated this order protection was July 14th. Then Keys went to Romika's page and seen that Romika was at this Freaknik for the weekend of July 14th. And here's my thing. I don't even think that
Thank
Romika
you for
honestly
clarifying that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I don't think that Romika even violated that order protection. I believe that Holly just knew that Romika wasn't in Chicago and knew that that was a valid day and time to say that her whereabouts was harassing her somewhere along the lines. I don't even believe that she violated the order protection July 14th because whether I'm going out to hang out with my girlfriends, the last thing on my mind is a girl that's stuck with my old headache.
Exactly. She like she was having way too much fun for that.
I'm glad you clarified that because I'm like, wait a minute, I don't think that was happened. But thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Is there any receipts of that happening? Did Holly ever have produced any receipts for the restraining order for that to happen on that day?
I ain't seen none.
You talking about July 14th?
I'm talking about the day you talking about, the Freaknik. The day you
Yeah,
talking about that Holly. Yeah.
July 14th. That's on Keys. That's on Keys Network where he's talking about her saying her not even her Q saying that Romika violated Holly's order protection July 14th. That was the last time she violated it.
Oh.
That's a sick boy. They know that boy is slow. They know he ain't got good sense. That's why they use that boy to come out here and do what he did. That boy is a sick boy. Okay. When I heard him say Ramika beat herself up, I said, this boy is sick.
That was crazy to me. I'm like, he did not just say that.
He is down for the cause.
You know what? You know what that reminded me of when he said that part, that scene in Thin Line Between Love and Hate, where old girl beat herself up.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Straight out the movies.
I said this nigga got that off in Thin Line Between Love and Hate. God damn it.
But Carlos, not Carlos, what's his name? Q, you can tell Q love attention. Like,
yes.
I really think he just wants some attention. That's all.
Yes.
He didn't get it from his mama and his daddy.
He wanted people to follow his page. He was trying to get his page up. He was making money off Ramika. He knew that. And he even said that himself. Well, I'm getting paid off this story.
Exactly. He said, you know, I have my mom and my daddy. Da, 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 da. So clearly, you never got much attention when you were younger. So,
And then your own goddamn baby mama don't even fuck with you.
exactly. She made that loud and clear. She like, that's fuck
Exactly.
That
you.
part. That's why I
And then he
said
talking about
that's
some, I
why.
take care of my kids. You know, I see him stuttering and shit. Boy, you shut your
Nah,
dumb ass.
he was lying. He was lying. That's why I said to him, I said, you got more, you showing more loyalty to Carlos than you is your own kids, my nigga. You acting like straight up like you psychologically gay. Like I'm really starting to think that because you going hard for somebody you say you haven't talked to in 3 to 5 years.
Girl,
Make
you
it
was
make
tearing his
sense.
ass up. You was tearing his ass up. I'm like, okay, girl, get him. Get him. Made him get off the
Uh,
live and everything.
I was over here hollering. She
look,
ate him up so bad. She ate him up
he
so
can't
bad.
mess
I
with
was
me.
screaming.
I told him, don't try to gaslight me. I'm a psychology major. I took that in college. Don't even try it.
Right. Yeah, he tried that shit, but
Well,
he
I
couldn't
think he
get
was
over.
scared of you. That's why he dropped down.
He sure did. He could. He said, "I ain't no match for her." She, you was it.
Yeah,
But
he probably said,
what you was doing was you was fucking with his mental. That's really what it
Yes,
was. See,
absolutely.
a lot of people just get on here with, with their emotions, which they rightfully, should feel. But they talk at him. You was digging under his skin, getting at under their soul. That's what you was doing.
Exactly. He couldn't handle it and he couldn't respond to me because I was talking to him intellectually from a psychology major perspective and he couldn't
Right.
understand that. And I told him, first of all, every time he tried to gaslight me, I cut him off at the pass.
Right.
And I was asking him challenging questions that he could not answer. He was deflecting, he was blame shifting, which is what narcissistic men do. That's
Right.
why he jumped his ass off the panel.
And he was so
I thought he was gonna come
disrespectful.
back. He didn't come back.
Oh no, he wasn't gonna come back. Baby, that night we was over there on Keys Live, and when that lady came up there and said, "You nappy headed bitch," I was dead.
Wait.
Yeah, that was quite funny. That was funny as heck.
It was so funny. I could not stop laughing, girl. I almost fell out the bed. She said, "You nappy headed bitch."
Yeah, but
But
they
I
say
was
we
like,
can't
man,
really,
what? Yeah. You know what? This all has been a crazy, crazy ride. I'm telling you.
It has.
I
But
just want to
but
know when. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying at the end of the day, it really is about Romika's family getting justice for her because she's not here to get it for herself.
Yeah, I was so proud of the march that they threw. I'm like, yes, they listening to us when they did that protest over there the other day last week. That needed to be done. That
Yeah.
really did. I wish
Yeah.
I could have been
Absolutely.
and joined it, but I was at work. I can't take off work.
Oh, you live in Chicago?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm from Chicago, but I don't live there anymore. But yeah, that was dope. And they definitely need to stay on the necks of the state's attorney office. As long as they doing that and applying that pressure, they going to get that. That's why they got and going down to that police station and calling and hey, what's going on with the case? You got to bug the hell out of them, and that's why they got this grand jury indictment coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably just hoping, like, oh, after some time, this shit gonna it'll calm down. We gonna da da da. No, we're not doing that. We all gotta stay on them.
Yeah. Yeah.
We all gotta stay on them. And I was gonna say something too. So is there anyone else that lives in Chicago in the chat?
Do anybody in the chat live in Chicago? Put a 1 in the chat if you live in the Chicago area.
So I know that Keys drove over there to the school. He was trying to basically point out the fact that everybody just want the murder to have happened at Carlos' house so bad. No matter how much he proved that it was literally like right across the street and maybe like a couple thousand feet down from the school. Not even a couple thousand, like not even 1,000 from the school. Anyway, I'm gonna take some time out, and I was thinking about having, like, I wonder if somebody could walk. So from the crime scene to I guess
Yeah, I got
Carlos
a
house,
couple of
somebody
people in
could
the chat.
actually.
Yeah, I got a couple of people in the chat. About 6, 7 in Chicago.
Yeah. So what about walking from I guess the school to the crime scene, and then Carlos' house?
One
From
person
Carlos' house
already
to the
did.
they
One
walked.
person already did, and she said it was, I think she said like 50, 57 feet from the school, something like that, but it was in the 50s. I don't
And then how
remember
many feet
the
from
name
Carlos'
of the
house?
YouTuber. I
Right.
don't
Okay.
remember. I'm sorry, go ahead.
How many feet was it from Carlos' house?
Now that she didn't say. She just
That's what I'm saying.
mentioned. Oh, okay, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so when you watched the video, how many feet? I mean, what was your perspective? What did it seem like it was close to the school, or did it seem like it was close to the Carlo house? Hello?
Well, didn't Keys go down there? Didn't he say it was closer to the school?
He did, but you know, everybody keep trying to everybody wanted to be so close to what's the name house?
She
To Carlos'
said in
house.
the comments, she said that it's 47 steps from the school.
47 steps from the school.
Okay.
Oh, that's close. That's pretty
That's
close
super
then.
close. That's like
Yeah.
what? The only thing that
That's
make it look far is the trees that's in the middle of the street, the viaduct, or the
yeah, that's considered from zone to zone, that's considered still within the school zone. So
yeah.
now, I know I got a question. That made me think of a question. So the other bullet that missed Romika, did it go in Holly's car or Romika's car?
That's what I want to know.
It jammed. It jammed. That's what Key was saying. It was one left that was in the gun, and then she put the gun in the car on the floorboard.
Wait, now I heard that there was 4 that went off. The
Yes,
one to the leg. Wait. Let me finish. The one to the leg, the one to the side, the one to the face. And then there was one that they say went into a car. Was it Romika's car or Holly's car?
I didn't hear
Because
that.
I heard it was Holly's car, and I heard that's why they took the baby from her, is because she endangered her own child. Is that true? Anybody hear that?
See, I don't know. We gotta ask maybe Keys to tell us that tonight if he go live. I'm not sure.
Okay. And then after that,
he read
after that, I heard the car jam.
Yes. They said yes. I guess they meaning yes. It went into Holly's car.
Right. So that's where the shooting happened. Hello.
Well, if it went into Holly's car, that would make sense that they would take the baby because she would have indeed endangered her own child's life. That's child endangerment.
Okay, somebody in the chat has another question. Where did Holly file her restraining order? What state?
I thought that said Skokie.
Well, if it's Skokie, that's Illinois.
And you know what? You right, because Keys did say that.
That's Illinois. I used to work in Skokie, Illinois, so that's still Illinois.
But where did Romika stay at? Chicago, Illinois.
So why did she file all the way over there and no Shamika didn't stay there?
It doesn't matter. As long as she go within the state of Illinois, she can file it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I think what she's saying, what the lady just said, she's trying to say, if you live in, because I don't know if Holly lived in Wisconsin or Chicago when she filed the restraining order. She probably lived in Chicago. But if you lived in Chicago, or did she live in Waukegan? Where does Holly live? With Carlos or in Waukegan?
I think I heard, is it Wisconsin or Waukegan? Now, I know that you can live in another state and file an order of protection against somebody else that live in another state. Because remember, I told y'all I filed an order of protection against somebody. I don't live in Illinois. I filed it in the state I live in, which is where I live. And then the person that I filed it against lives in another state. So you can definitely do that.
Right.
Listen, if y'all can remember, Keys.
So you live in Milwaukee? Is that where she live?
Yeah, I heard Wisconsin, and then I heard Waukegan. I don't know. Both of them are. Yeah. Waukegan is Waukegan, Illinois. Wisconsin is a state of its own, but Waukegan is still in Illinois.
She probably was born and grew up in Wisconsin and then moved to Waukegan. That's what it sounds like.
Or vice versa, or she from Illinois and moved to Wisconsin. Either way,
Exactly.
it doesn't matter because she can live. She can live if she lived in Wisconsin. Like I said, she can file from where she lived and file it to be served to Romika or whatever, however she did it in
But
Illinois.
she tried to file something somewhere and they didn't do it, and she went somewhere else to file.
No, well, because they didn't know where Romika lived, she had to put it in the paper.
Right. Royal.
Yes, baby.
So how like I know it's been a month or whatever about the case and stuff like that. So like how does the process work with the case? Like I know because ain't nobody heard nothing. I know Keys, he went and got the police report and stuff, and we know that it's a homicide investigation pending investigation currently. But like how does that usually work? Like how long do they wait? Because right now we hearing we don't know for facts that that is supposed to be like I guess a trial, a jury.
They got to get their ducks in a
Well,
row.
I explained that earlier. Okay, it just went to the grand jury, so they have to set the date for the grand jury. Have to
3 months for a grand jury. It can take these.
hold on. Right, wait, hold on. Everything has went to the grand jury for an indictment to go down, right? But the grand jury makes the decision if she's going to go to trial. I explained that earlier. So the grand jury, the prosecution, the defense, and the grand jury gonna both give their arguments and the evidence, and then the grand jury makes the decision, yay or nay, if it goes to trial. If they got enough evidence from the prosecution to say we want to charge her with second-degree murder or manslaughter, whatever they trying to get her on, and the grand jury say it's enough evidence to go to trial to let that happen, then it goes to trial, and then the court system sets a date for trial. If not, hold on. If not, if the grand jury say nope, ain't enough evidence, the prosecution didn't present a strong enough case, the case is closed. In the case, they can't try no more, y'all. That's called double jeopardy. I said that earlier. Double jeopardy. They can't try. She can't get tried twice.
So does the family have an attorney? And so do attorneys go to these cases, or how does
Here
that work?
we go. If you got an attorney,
Yeah.
you would be present.
Yeah, so if Romika's family hired attorney, which is I'm sure they did, I hope they don't have a public defender, because the public defender damn sure ain't gonna be working as hard as an attorney would. So I hope that they have an attorney.
Public defender. The prosecutor is there. The prosecutor would be there.
Oh yeah, the state. You're right. The state. The state.
Yeah.
Right. And then Holly's defense attorneys have to go up against the prosecution.
Yeah.
Which is the state. My bad. You're absolutely right.
Well, that would make sense as to why Quadre would delete his pictures, even though we know that it don't mean nothing. That would make sense because it is in fact a trial coming up. So he can't have them videos out there, saying all that crazy.
No, baby. It has not been decided by the grand jury if there's going to be a trial. The grand jury makes the decision if it's going to be a trial or not.
No, that's what I'm saying. If the police is watching in the background, which they is, because that's what they use now as evidence. That's they number one weapon, social media, to decide whether they want to charge or prosecute someone, right? So that's what I'm saying. That would make sense as to why he would in fact delete or attempt to deactivate his page and all those videos that he put up, because it would look to them as if we saying that we feel like that Quadre was there, right? Now all of a sudden we feel like, nigga, you got so much hate against this woman. You putting up all these videos against her. Now it's he making himself a part of the case. Because from the prosecutor's eyes, because if I'm a prosecutor and I go on his page and I see all that stuff and I see your videos and you saying, oh, she was on the ground like a dog, and now people saying that he was there, it was him holding the camera. You just put yourself a part of the case.
No, actually, if he wasn't there, they not gonna stud Quad. They'll look at the tape, but they won't stud. They won't stud Q. They can't incriminate him for dropping videos. They can confiscate the videos if they see it fit to go to trial to be a part of the trial or something like that. But they won't nothing happen to Q for dropping the videos. They can't incriminate him for dropping videos.
Right. So why did y'all feel like, I hope she's still in the chat, I mean in the live stream, but why did you feel like Carlos was there? I just don't remember her name. What is it?
Carlos was where?
Somebody
Carlos
said
or
that,
Q?
not Carlos, Q
Yeah.
Quadre. They
I
felt, they
believe
said they
Q was
felt like
there.
he was there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did you feel like he
What,
was there, baby?
Because
what you mean? When y'all say there, what do you mean? There at the scene?
At the scene, yes.
yeah,
Yes.
I believe like he was there at the scene when it was happening because when he was on the Messy Spot Live as well as Keys Live, when he speaks and when he describes the incident, like the starting of the incident, he's given a descriptive as if he was looking out the window.
Oh, okay.
He's not giving a descriptive like, oh, he's like saying, yeah, you can see it from the window, like he was there. I believe he was there, and if he was there, maybe he's the one in that car that's blocking the paramedic.
Exactly.
Well,
So
this the
that's what
thing,
happened
y'all.
at the crime
This the
scene, right?
thing. He wasn't there. You know why he wasn't there? Because if he was going so hard for Carlos, he would, and he said you could see things from the window. Why didn't he go down and make a statement, y'all? Come on, think.
Because he
Because
was
you
told
gotta
he was gonna be
remember,
there.
listen, how many people called the police? Multiple people called the police, and then somebody called the police, and on the video, like the actual crime scene video, they're saying 911 is not answering. It's a
Yeah,
male.
I saw that. I saw that on the video. I did see that, but I'm talking about when you said Q said you could see from the window. That would make Q a witness. If he really trying to hold Carlos down, he gonna go down to the police station and give an interview of what he saw from said window. And he didn't do that. He was not there. I'm telling y'all, Q was not there. Q lying.
Right, but
He was
how
going.
he know that you could see from the window though? And how does he know what his place look like? Like he's talking about some
He
I
might
bet
be
G
talking
Herbo.
about.
Hold on, wait. He was like, oh, I bet G Herbo, he'll like that crib. How do you know how do you know how Carlos' crib look? When Messi was asking him, like, well, do him and Ari mess with the same type of girls? And he was basically saying that he know what Carlos' crib look like. He know where Carlos' crib is because him and G Herbo is the same type of niggas. Y'all ain't see that part of the video?
Yeah, I saw that,
I
but
saw
I'm
that.
thinking
That's all I'm saying. How you know
I'm,
what
th-
his crib look like? How do you know
I,
what
I,
Holly do? How do you know what Holly
I'm
do? He talking about some Holly is the girl, she work out. Holly type of girl that work out. She work out. She don't be smoking and stuff. You said you don't know Holly, so how would you know all that? You said you never been
Right,
around Carlos.
right,
How would you know what his
absolutely.
crib look like? That's
Because
all I'm
he
That's
was
saying.
why.
He's
fed
lying.
that's what I'm saying. At the
That's
beginning
why I
of this
say he
shit,
lying,
he
y'all. He
probably
lying.
no, at the beginning of this
Lying.
situation, he probably got the information from Carlos' brother or a third party, a mutual friend. But I believe very most recently that Carlos and Q got reacquainted, and Carlos recently gave him all this other information that he's been coming out saying on different platforms.
But how would he know what Carlos' crib look like if he haven't talked to Carlos and he's getting it from his brothers? You think his
They
brothers gonna
saying
tell
that
him
they're
how
saying that
their crib
Carlos.
look like?
No, they saying that Carlos was staying there for some time already. So maybe.
Oh yeah, he did say Carlos
Yeah.
was standing for quite some time, but oh Lord, he lost so much. I don't know what
Okay, so this is the thing. If Carlos was staying there for some time, then it's possible that Q does know where he lives. Because when they were talking, maybe he went to Q house, right? So that does make sense. And
Okay,
maybe
so then
Q
how
can.
would he? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's okay. Hello.
did she freeze?
What? Yeah, she might have froze. Okay, so in that sense, it depends on how long Carlos has been living there, right? As opposed to if Q been to Carlos' house. If Q know the area, he done been hanging out. He know where Carlos live. But this window, this alleged window, that's the thing. if you could even see down the street and see out the window, then you can see something. You're a witness. So if he was going so hard for Carlos, defending Carlos, why didn't he go down and make said statement from what he saw from the window? It does not make sense. The nigga lied. I'm sorry. He was not there. I just don't believe he was there. That's all I'm saying. Can y'all hear me? Hey, what happened? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I don't know what happened. It just went like totally silent.
No, I think
If
she,
you
I think she froze. I'll bring her back up when I see her, but I think she froze.
yeah, she did because I wanted to let her, go ahead and rock and everything. So I wanted to hear what she had to say.
I'll bring her back up when she come backstage. Y'all, if y'all like to
Yeah.
donate to my channel, my mom put the coffee link in there. If y'all would like to donate, I did stay over my time today because I enjoyed the panel. So I ain't want to be say.
Yeah, I enjoy the conversation with the young ladies. I like getting different perspectives. I like the fact that we can agree to disagree and respectfully in a respectful way. I respect everybody's opinion and views. And like I gave mine, they gave theirs, and a lot of things that they said was valid. You know what I mean? But in my view, somebody like Q is not credible at all. The police, the whoever, they are not going to use him as some witness at all. Now, if they need the video footage, they'll use that, but they won't use Q. They won't call Q in and arrest Q because he dropped some videos. They can't do that. What was you gonna say before you?
Do y'all think the videos that has been linked out? Do y'all think the courts has any of those videos?
Yeah,
it's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility because the defense can use the ones that he dropped against Mika, right? That could be they talking point, just like they use that video footage of Diddy beating Cassie. Of course, if they feel like they trying to make Mika look bad in the eye, yes, they can use some video where Mika was going off. Absolutely, defense can use that.
Right. Okay. I got a question before. I know you said you about to end the chat soon, and I got on the chat super late. Oh,
No,
okay.
I didn't say that. I just said
okay, girl, because y'all helping me get to work. Y'all see me working, but anyway, everything I'm speaking is facts. I thank y'all so much for helping me get to work because I be having to drive long times. But anyway, that's why my connection keep going in and out because different areas.
Yeah.
But anyway, I appreciate you for keeping allowing me back in.
What was you gonna say before you dropped off? You was gonna say something.
I wanted to talk about Holly's shoes, to catch up on Holly's shoes.
Yeah.
I feel like we really need to because I know that's kind of a new whatever they call it in the investigation. But I feel like we need to before the grand jury, we need to keep highlighting why she has so much blood on her shoes. If
we addressed that earlier before you came on the panel. Yeah, we addressed that. Yeah, about it was Holly further enough. I even address how blood splatter work versus clots of blood, right? If a person is in close proximity to you, you would get more blood on you as opposed to if I pound somebody from 10 or 15 minute feet, I would get splatter of blood. I wouldn't get a lot, but if some would probably splatter back on me. But they saying that Holly had a lot of blood on her shoes, so that means possibly she was in close proximity to Ramika than what people thought.
Yep.
And all of that is going to be determined, during the trial. Even like I say, even the blood with with Carlos, because he had all that blood on him on the shoes. They confiscated all of that from Carlos and from Romika. They have all of that because all of that is evidence. All of that is going to be a part of the trial. If it go to trial, I should say, because the grand jury makes that decision. So yeah.
Well, I just wanted
So
to say that I had a good time sitting up here with my sisters and stuff, and I
I
just thank
did
y'all for
too.
allowing me to be up here. It is a honor just to sit behind y'all beautiful women. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, if they have a date for her to go before the grand jury, then we'll know that soon. We'll know it soon.
Yep, because it's gonna be public
Cause
record.
I haven't heard Keys say a date. Have y'all?
No,
Because
I
it
haven't.
might be off. Okay,
No,
Yeah, I
okay.
haven't.
but
I was going to say shit. It might
Keezy,
already be one.
Because I like Keys because he, he do his research when it comes to the court stuff and all of that stuff, and so that's why I try to tune into him all the time.
Why do they
Right.
redact? Why do they why on the police report was like certain like parts blacked out?
Oh, because
because
that's
Carlos
probably
was
was
with
that protect the people's name, addresses, and certain things that they said when they gave the interview. That's why they black a lot of stuff out. It's stuff that they don't want the public to see right now.
So do y'all think that that Carlos is actually gonna testify on Romika?
Oh, no doubt. I believe that. Even if he gets subpoenaed, see, he didn't gave an interview, he didn't gave a statement already. And from my understanding, it was not looking good for Ramiko, the statement that he gave. So the
Right.
defense is definitely gonna want him to be a witness for them.
Right. I think somebody was saying he already a what they call it, informant, so he probably got to give a statement. He got so many felonies. Jesus, like how do you get that many felonies without being in jail? No, like dead ass. Like I don't understand that. He had a whole page full of felonies.
well, he
Well,
is a scammer.
if they find anything to hold him accountable for and charge him, he gonna be in trouble too. I can't say that Carlos is gonna definitely go, but if it see things comes out in the trial, things come out and stuff like that. If it be discovered that
Well, it'll be a fly on the wall. I ain't
Carlos have some involvement in something, he could be charged with something. Trust me, they coming to get him.
So did the autopsy report come out yet? So we could see how
Well,
close
somebody in the
Romika
chat
was.
just said.
Hold
Somebody in the
on,
chat
wait a
just
second.
said that the mother waiting on it. That's what somebody in the chat just said that.
Waiting on the
Wow.
autopsy report.
Yep, that's what somebody in the chat just
She's
said.
still waiting.
Yep.
It take
Yeah,
that long.
sometimes it could take a couple months before it come back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But they want to be like
that's true.
out in
And
the
then
nick of time.
when it come back, that's also you can also download it. You pay a price for it, but I'm sure like somebody like Keys will pay for it, and he can because you can get anybody autopsy once it's public.
That's probably what the grand jury waiting on, the autopsy to come out. Because they can't do nothing. They can't really give no probable cause right now until that's probably one of the key reasons or key things that they need in order for the state to prosecute. So that's probably another thing that they waiting on.
It play a part, but I'm telling y'all, it's something else that's gonna have to be along with that video footage, camera, text messages, email, something that the prosecution gonna have to have more than just her autopsy.
And they can't use the cameras from the school because the trees in the middle of the street is blocking the cameras. Right?
Oh, I don't know that, but if they could use it, they gonna use whatever camera from. If they street light cameras, business cameras, the school cameras, whatever cameras, your video footage from off of here on social media, they gonna use whatever they can.
So did
Both sides are.
did they actually get a statement from the first witness? Did the police, because the police, I think I heard like two conflicting things. Did they actually get a statement from the Mexican lady, the first witness? Or did the police actually let her give a statement?
Now, if that's this person, I don't know, but it's three people, right? One is Carlos, right? Based off of the description, we all assume it's Carlos. I should say that allegedly, but the way they described him is him. And then the other two, I thought they said Hispanic man and woman, so it could be them. I don't know.
Right, and then I think he said something about they gave like a 27-minute phone call. They called in and gave a 27-minute phone call or something like that about what they seen. Yeah, Keith said that last night.
Oh, okay. Well then, go ahead, baby. No, go ahead.
Keys also said a couple of days ago that that there's another witness that he had talked to, and they was there from the beginning, and they was saying that Romika, Carlos, and Holly, was talking for 10 minutes before they started going into an argument.
Oh yeah, he did say
Oh,
that.
Yeah,
So
really?
so even if the
yeah.
witness was scared to come forward, that's why he said they got them witnesses and witness protection. He
Hmm.
probably got one of the witness. Keys probably got one of the witness
Yeah.
and witness protection because Keys is a likable person. He be talking his shit, but he a likable person. So
Yeah, he
he
is.
definitely going to persuade that witness like, come on, man, tell the truth. Like, go on in and tell them people what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
I know if somebody can't talk to me and telling me what happened, obviously that's on their conscience. So if they can't talking to me and I can help in some type of way, I'm gonna persuade them to tell them like, you need to come forward because this girl, she died, and like, don't let her die in vain. You know what I'm saying? Because if your testimony or if your statement can help this girl get justice, why would you just sit at home watching TV? Like, that's crazy.
Well, I remember, I don't know if y'all remember, but I remember seeing a video where when the witnesses was all talking and saying stuff, and I know they were all hollering at the same time, but I specifically heard a man say, I saw everything. Did y'all hear that?
I didn't hear that. Oh, you could bring that
Yeah.
up.
On
You
one
gonna
of the
slow it down?
videos, it's a man on one of them videos that said, I heard him on the video say, I saw everything.
Actually, I do think I remember hearing that. I think I do remember hearing that.
I
Oh,
can't remember which.
yeah, that was out there during the time when all the people was out there at the scene. Yeah,
Exactly.
I think
Exactly.
That's probably the dude he talking to. Because
yeah.
So
once Keys slowed that video down, he probably didn't hear that at first. But once he slowed that video down, he probably heard the same thing you heard, Roy.
Yeah. Yeah, I
yeah,
remember that.
and if any witness is afraid, to testify or afraid right now, they can be protected until the court date, but they will definitely be subpoenaed. If
Right.
they find them, and police, the prosecution, the defense, the police, they all have ways that they can find people, y'all. Trust me. And if they find them and ask them to testify, and if they be reluctant, then they can be served a subpoena to testify. And if they still be reluctant, they can possibly get in trouble for not following through with the subpoena.
Yeah,
Because
but how
remember,
would
y'all remember in Diddy's trial, remember the girl Gina Hahn? She was subpoenaed to come and she didn't show up. She literally hid until the trial was over. And
Wow.
and I
probably was paid?
guess they didn't see it was worth even, charging her or going after her to charge her for not showing up, but she did not show up.
Well, they could like how could even if Carlos and them tried to get rid of the witnesses, like that'll be dumb, right? Because the witnesses, they not in no street stuff more than likely. And
Well,
then
they
two,
can't do that. And if anybody threaten any of those witnesses, they will be in protective custody until the trial.
right, or if they try to go after one of them witnesses, and let's just say you succeed, which you not, you're gonna be in jail because that's just too coincidental right there.
Well,
Then you really gonna have
Be
flies all over your shit, huh?
Carlos will be a fool to personally threaten somebody at this point. He would be a damn fool to do that.
Oh yeah, he definitely would be a fool.
But even if the witnesses was getting threats and they show that to the police officers that's protecting them, like that's gonna make the police look at Carlos even more. Like, okay, you threatening our we know that's you threatening the witnesses. We can't say that it was you, but nigga, we know that's you. Your ass don't want to go to jail. Now we really on you like flies on shit. You know what I'm saying?
It will have to be proven that it's even Carlos, y'all. Like for real, for real. That's just the law. They would have to prove and link Carlos to the threat. They would have to do that. They can't just say we know it's Carlos. Let's take him to jail. They
But
can't do
let me
that.
tell you, Let me tell you something about Chicago Royal. Chicago police crooked as hell. That's a whole nother game. You got the
I'm
BDs, you
from
got
there.
the
I
PDs,
know.
and then you got CPS. I mean, CPD.
Wow.
They own gang in one. So just cause they can't charge him on that, don't mean they can't charge him or find something to charge him on. That don't mean that now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They can, if, like I said, if something comes out and they find something on him, he definitely have to face it. Yes,
Or put
absolutely. He will
something
be
on him.
arrested.
Or put something
He
on him.
would be arrested. Well, that'll be a risk for them taking the whole trial, and I just can't see them doing that.
Hello,
That would mess up
everyone.
the whole trial.
What?
Hello,
That would
everyone.
jeopardize the whole trial.
We got somebody else on the panel. Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, Misty.
How are
Hey,
you?
It's Ebony.
Oh, hey, girl.
I changed it to Justice for Romika. How y'all doing on the panel?
Hey.
all right, how are you?
Fine. First off, of course, Miss D, I spoke to you. OG Patrice, I want to say
Yes,
something to you.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I saw you on Criminal Villains the other night with Quadre.
Yeah,
And when I tell you I was so excited and I felt so good that someone finally put him
Mm-hmm.
in his place.
Yes. Say that again.
well,
Because
like I
when I
said,
tell you body language is everything, when he said Romika's white ass, and when you said I don't care if she did greens for a living. He started twisting his hair. He started being fidgety. He started doing that awkward, I'm guilty smirk. And I knew you had him. And you had him so good that he got in his feelings and dropped down.
Mm-hmm.
that
She
part.
sure did. She sure did.
That part, and thank you, I appreciate that. But I got sick of this ninja, okay? Coming up and dropping these videos and making Mika look like she was the only aggressor in this situation. I was like, nah, I can't. I was like, I can't believe like P ain't getting checked on this. I got to check him, and so I just had to go up there and give him a little bit of my righteous indignation.
Because it seems like everybody else was trying to be, soft with him. You understand what I'm saying? I ain't like that shit. That's why I was so glad when you just put it to that nigga raw.
But
Yeah,
baby, because
that's the
it
south side of Chicago came out of me.
it didn't make
Yeah.
no sense that in one breath he say he loved Romika, but in the same breath he dogging
It
her
was on a
out.
messy spot.
No, literally called her a dog. No, literally
Yeah, talking
called her
about
a dog.
you.
Said,
Oh, girl, when he talking, you know how when the dog lay down, I was so mad
I
at
ain't gonna
him.
lie, I was heated. I was
I was
so
too. I was
mad.
pissed off when he said
I was
that.
mad as hell. I wanted to throw my phone. I ain't gonna lie to you. That nigga made me mad as hell when he said that. I said, I know the hell he didn't just say that.
And then when Criminal Village was asking him a lot of good questions. She said that so when he was saying that Carlos was trying to push her in her passenger side of her own car, meaning Romika. And so he was like, well, how's she gonna leave and you pushing her in the passenger side? He was like, she could just slide over and drive, which is true. But then when she asked him, when Carlos had Romika and he was trying to push her in her passenger side, what was Holly doing? He said Holly was standing back by the black gate. So, and then she asked him, well, why didn't she just get in her car and leave? He was like, because the passenger door and Holly driver door was so close, Holly didn't want to take that chance. Well, then why did she get her ass in her passenger side and scoot over and lock the door and drive off?
Exactly, and that's what I was saying up here earlier. Even though somebody cut off their background, somebody got background going. Mute yourself. Somebody mute yourself. Yeah. So that's like I was saying, even within the grounds of Holly having an order protection, she still has a legal obligation to avoid or de escalate the situation, y'all. And she did not do that. She had a chance to think about things. She had a chance to, like you said, lock herself in the car, regroup, leave, run, walk, whatever, to get away from the situation. And she didn't. So there's a thing called de-escalation and avoidance. Even if you got to order protection against somebody, you have an obligation to, if you can, to leave as well. So yeah, you're right. What you're saying makes sense.
Yeah, that's true.
And there was another thing I noticed that he said. He said that Carlos and Holly were already there. Holly was parked and Carlos was double parked. And they was just, standing there talking. And I guess Holly was putting the baby in the car. And then here come Romika. But then he said that Carlos was the one that dropped Carlos off. Now, which one was it? Was Carlos and Holly, and it was just a little 6-month-old baby, or was it Carlos, Lilos, Romika, and a baby? Everything he said wasn't making sense.
He was really trying. He was trying to convolute the situation. He was trying to really confuse and mix things up with people because he was trying to deflect off of Carlos onto Romika. That was the whole purpose of him dropping the videos, because remember, we dragging Los on these social media streets. So that's exactly why he was trying to deflect the situation and switch the blame and make Romika look like the only aggressor in that situation.
Right. And had the nerve to say, Holly looked better than Romika. And like you told him, sometimes it's not about looks. People could be jealous of someone for a million different reasons. And it don't even have to be about looks. It could be about a person's job. It could be about that she was the one that had his heart. It could be about a person has a great family support and maybe you don't. It could be a million things. A person could be jealous of you besides just looks.
Absolutely. And like I said, that girl shot her in the face, y'all. That is personal. That is some type of envy and jealous, okay? Because y'all know when girls get y'all know when girls get to fighting at school, if they fighting over a boy or whoever else, and they cut up a girl's face. I've known it. I went to high school with girls like that did damage to other girls' faces like that. That is a hate and a jealousy. When I am trying to literally hurt the way you look, I don't like that. I'm jealous. I'm envious of that. That was personal, shooting her in the face.
I believe that.
And that was overkill.
Carlos loves Ramirez, her baby daddy, her headache.
Absolutely.
Yep, I definitely do believe it.
Did somebody else join the panel?
This man was a cartoon.
It looked like somebody named Diamond.
Yes. Diamond, you up here?
He never earned. Drove rental Lambos like they came free.
Somebody playing the TV or something in their background. Mute.
I think that's the person that just came up. I'm not sure.
The streets laughed, but the FBI.
Diamond.
Hey, Britt. Hey, Terry. I saw y'all speaking to me.
All right, I'm gonna drop her and maybe she can come back up. I don't know what the problem is because I can't have no TVs playing in the background. She can come back up though if she wanted.
Yeah, because people be thinking that they can be on their phone and have the TV up in the background.
Yeah, down. And when you come up on the panel, please don't have no kids in the background. And I'll be trying to tell Keys that too, because they can strike his channel because it's not a kid channel. So he got to watch that when people come up on the panel. I be hearing kids in his background. He have to watch that because they'll strike his channel because it's not a kid channel. So, and I want to tell him that too to protect his channel. All right, I'm gonna bring her back and see if she.
Meanwhile,
Diamond. Hello, Diamond. Okay. All right.
Hey, I don't know what's going on with Diamond. Her stuff's not working. Yeah.
So
no, y'all, but we just waiting on the date. We waiting on the date for the grand jury to to say what
Indict her.
they said, yep, the grand jury is going to happen. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I definitely do
like I
believe that.
said, it's 50-50. And then, too, we have to look at the same way we went through this whole Diddy trial. When it goes to trial, it's still, it's going to be the defense against the prosecution, right? And again, depending on which way it's swaying, is what the verdict going to be. Is it going to be for the defense, or is it going to be for the prosecution going to win that case? And I will say this, most prosecutions in any state don't like to take a case if they don't think they can win it.
Exactly. And they don't like losing.
Yep.
I'm thinking that they may charge her on like maybe a few things, maybe first degree, second degree, and then manslaughter.
Or manslaughter, yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe she'll get manslaughter or something like that. She should get something. One, she charged a firearm in the school zone. I don't care how many times they want to say it was by Carlos' house, it was 20 feet away. It's a school zone sign. So guess what? It's in the school zone. She did that in the school zone. Then she put a loaded firearm back in her vehicle with her baby. That's number two. Then it was children outside. It was people going to work. It was in the morning. And then having a pew pew by Carlos. He's a felon. He's not supposed to be around there. How do we know she didn't even buy that for him? Because we know women will buy a pew pew for they felon men all the time. Because she can't get it and she don't have no background. So she'll buy it and give it to him.
Right. But this is the thing. We're going to see what all the prosecution is going to have, to charge her with. That's going to be the telltale, right? Because we all know in Diddy trial, we all know that they caught him with drugs. We all know that he had illegal gun, that they had the serial number, but they didn't charge him for none of that. So we're going to see what all is going to be on the charges that they bring upon Holly, what they charging her with. Is it only just for the unalivement, or is it other things that, she broke the law allegedly as well?
Right.
Remember, because I was like, why Diddy ain't getting charged with drugs? He literally had drugs on him when they arrested him. I'm like, why he ain't getting charged with the guns? The guns didn't have no serial number when they went in the house. Remember that, y'all? He didn't get charged with none of that. So I was like, okay, it's a bigger picture. It's a bigger picture. So we got to see what that bigger picture is when it comes to this case.
Right.
Right, and then that David dude didn't get charged with nothing, and the body was in the back of the trunk of his car.
Right, but again, until they get some proof that he is guilty of putting that body in the trunk or causing that her unalignment, anybody could have put that in his car. See, and until they got definite, sufficient evidence against him, they cannot charge him, y'all. And I know how everybody feel about this case too. But yes, it's his car. But did he do it? That's still a question right now.
Or the Messy T Spot, she said on live the other day, she told me that the police said he innocent. I said, so the police came out with a statement and said that he's innocent. She said, yeah.
I don't think they said he innocent. I think they just said no charges right now have been filed against him, and he is not a suspect.
Yeah,
that's as of now. But that is as of now. That don't mean he can't be charged later. Huh?
How he not a suspect and it's his car and he had a minor in his car?
I get it, but again, did you hear what I just said? Sometime how the law can go for one charge but not the other. Right now, they are saying he's not a suspect, and they also are saying that they're not charging him with nothing. They are literally trying to get as much evidence as they can to see who unalived this young lady. Because I did hear one of the detectives say that it was a homicide, which means she was killed by some means.
And
a homicide means by some means.
And just because they say he's not a suspect, that's just They just saying that because they ain't gonna
Right,
tell you everything, because they
right.
probably still watching him. They don't want to alert him or get him all fidgety or he mess around and hop on the plane and go out the country. They'll tell you you ain't a suspect, but you a suspect.
And like I said, if they don't have nothing on them right now, they can't charge him with anything.
Right.
Because if David was on tour and it could be proven that he was on tour and Celeste was there at the house with somebody else, it's possible that somebody else did it and put the body in David's car. It's possible, y'all. We have to look at all sides. Just because it was his car, because I said that too at first. Oh, he did it, he did. But then within the law, and when me talking to my ex, who was an attorney, they was like, I know you can't go by feelings. You got to go by facts. And right now, he's not a suspect, and he has not been arrested for anything. They question him, and they probably will question him again. But they are trying to gather as much evidence, video footage, because the Tesla has video footage all around their car. So they are probably trying to gather as much evidence as they can to see who unalived that baby.
You know
I
what,
just didn't
guys?
know.
I think that restraining order that Holly has or had should be thrown out because with those restraining orders, okay, say I have a restraining order against you, and in the restraining order, it'll tell you where you're not allowed to go. Like it'll tell you you can't go to my workplace, you're not allowed to go to my home, and stuff like that. And it also tells you just because I have a restraining order against you, I'm not supposed to antagonize you just because I have a restraining order against you. And that's what Holly was doing. She was like,
Yeah.
I got the restraining order. So then guess what? I'm gonna be able to say what I want and do what I want, and you can't.
Yeah, I addressed that. I said that too. I said, depending on the order or the restraining order or the order of protection, they have clauses in there that the person that is getting the order of protection against this person they say is harassing them and threatening them, they still have an obligation to abide by said clauses in that order of protection. So there is a thing called avoidance and de-escalation.
Mm-hmm.
So if Holly did not try to avoid or de-escalate the situation when she realized he was in proximity with Romika, she can be held responsible for that, right? And if it's found that she has broken anything within that order of protection, she can be charged and found guilty with that.
And they said that she was the first. Well, he said one of the witnesses said that she was the antagonizer and the aggressor initially at the scene.
And I'm
At the
pretty
crime.
sure that the school is not listed on that restraining order. I'm almost sure of that. That would be because Romika's son goes there and she has to take her son to school. So they're not going to tell her she can't go to the
Right,
school.
absolutely, Ebony. Good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That was a good one.
So
Yeah.
I'm sure that it doesn't, pertain to the school, and the school zone. So Holly couldn't use that. She can't.
Right.
Right, because really the question is, if you got the order of protection, why are you in the vicinity of somewhere where Romika is going?
Exactly.
See, all of that probably going to be brought up. That's a valid question.
And she may say, well, because Carlos lives right here and we park over here. But yeah, that girl dropped her son off during that time. So you so scared, and to avoid her, you could have waited, you could have left at 8, or you could have waited and left at 10 during the time that she don't drop her son off at school and she don't pick her son up from school.
Well, they said Romika was running late, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That day. Yeah. So again, the question is going to be, why was Holly in close proximity to that school when that's where Romika takes her son? Number 2, they're going to ask, was it any way that you could have avoided and de-escalated that situation? Then they're gonna say, did you do any provoking? That this is what the prosecution has to present. That Holly did some provoking, some antagonizing, and all of that. They're gonna have to prove that. Why was she there, Your Honor? Her child doesn't go to school there. Ramika's does. Why is she in close proximity to where they know Ramika have to be? Right? All of those questions, I'm sure the prosecution are going to bring up in this trial.
And she was talking off, according to witness number one, when Carlos was trying to push her in her own car because the witness said white car. So all that he was trying to kidnap Holly, Romika, I don't believe that. They said the witness said Carlos was trying to push her in the white vehicle.
Well, then that's Romika's vehicle. That's the question that I asked, because they was up here saying they Carlos was trying to push her in Holly's car. I said that don't make no sense.
Yeah, why would she be trying to push her in Holly's car with her baby?
Exactly.
And the baby was in the car. And then
Exactly.
don't remind you, they said she was trying to harm the baby. So then why
That's
would they
what I
try to put
said.
her in the car with the
I
baby?
said the same thing. It didn't make sense. And I want you young ladies to really use critical thinking skills when y'all are saying these questions, asking these questions, and think the whole scenario out, because Q, he is the one that muddies the water, y'all. He's a liar. He muddies the water. He was literally trying to make Romika look like the only aggressor in this situation, and she wasn't.
Yeah. And
she wasn't. She couldn't have been. She called CPS on Romika. Why do that? If Romika is the good mother that everybody else saying she is, that's doing something vindictive to try to get her child taken from her.
Absolutely. Yeah. He painted her out to be the bad person.
And
exactly.
I don't care what she did. And he was like, if I show y'all a video of her hollering at Carlos and foaming at the mouth, listen, what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with what happened on that day?
Yeah. And then he always say this too. If I show y'all this video, y'all will have a different perspective. Well, motherfucker, show us the video.
Right.
You know I said that. You know I said that.
Yeah,
I said that to him. I said, drop the video then.
He ain't got no video, but what he was trying to say is about a foaming at the mouth thing is that now you're trying to paint the narrative that she used drugs.
Or she a demon or something.
Right.
And he told
foaming at the mouth.
Diamond, are you here, Diamond?
Yeah, he gonna try to tell you, Patrice, I'm not gonna do that because it's too gruesome, and I'm trying to save her character. And you told him, like, look, we already saw what you dropped on her mother's birthday, so anything else we can take.
If we can look at the crime scene, as gruesome as that was, my nigga, drop the tape, drop it.
Diamond, are you here?
Be full of it.
Hello, Diamond. He's back on the panel. Are you here? Can you hear me?
I mean, are they deliberately doing that, coming up and playing their TV loud to?
I'm
it's like the third time.
I don't know who it is.
Yeah.
They're not saying nothing.
Yeah, so again, y'all, Q in every way was trying to make Romika look bad and uplift Holly. From the point that y'all say he called Romika a four-legged dog, and the fact that he was talking about how Holly looked better than Romika. Y'all already paint that narrative of that picture. So I literally don't believe nothing pretty much that came out of his mouth. He's a liar and the truth ain't in him. And I told him that too. I told him that on that panel.
What do looks got to do with a deceased woman lost her life? What do looks have to do with anything at this point?
Exactly. He was being petty. He was being a colorist. He was being biased and everything against Romika. But how could you do that in the same breath and then say, that was my girl, I loved her, I cried. Yeah, what you cried? Crocodile tears?
And he
Funky
don't know, he
50L
claimed he
too.
don't know Holly, never met her, but he uplifted her, making like she was she had her own crib, her own car, she was doing criminal justice, yada yada yada. Like, boy, get out of here.
That's the
Yep, but
same
that's
shit
that's what.
Carlos was doing to Holly.
Yeah,
That's what Carlos was doing to Holly. That's how men who are on the DL act towards women and put women against each other. That's something that they, of course, that's something that he was doing. Oh yeah, Holly, you better than Romika. Romika is a CNA. She work in a nursing home. She take care of old
yeah. She
people.
wipe
She don't
asses
have
for a
some
living.
vending machine with
She
with
wipe
your
asses for a living. What that got to do with the price of tea in China? That's what I told him. Like, what, you're not finna sit up here and paint that type of picture. And you are absolutely right, Miss Jackson. That's DL men behave like that. They
Uh-huh.
really do. You are right.
And what he don't know is he gonna have to have his ass wiped one day, if not soon, because it's men out here his age that need their ass wiped from either being pew pewed and they
Yeah.
have that bag on them, having
Facts.
strokes, heart
Facts.
attacks, anything. So he
Facts.
needs to watch his tongue.
Yep.
Again, he was being derogatory. He really was. And I just couldn't take it no more. I had to go and let him have it because I was like, ain't nobody checking him. Like, I don't get it. Like,
Yeah,
I just said, I was sick of him. I was literally sick of him.
I was so glad when you went up there and gave it to him raw. I was like, yes. Because I was
And he
sick.
was acting like Carlos is this bigger than life man in Chicago. And though so criminal villain was like, he ain't no G Herbo. He was like, you right. He actually better than G Herbo. Because G Herbo, he been doing this longer than G Herbo. I wanted to say, fool, everybody know who G Herbo is. Don't
if you
nobody know who
can't see
Carlos
that
is.
boy gay, and if you can't see
But then,
that boy like Carlos more than what the average male likes another
thank
male,
you,
if you
Jackson.
can't see that,
But
if you can't see that as clear as day, to be honest, the way how he talk about Romika and the way how he laughed, I'm just speaking from past experience. Quadre
yep,
remind me of a individual who sit there and laugh in a woman's face knowing that he's dealing with her man. I'm telling
yep,
you.
yes, you ain't never lied. And that's why I
He
said to
called
him,
that out last week.
that's why I said to him, I said you and Carlos' cousin was up there. Y'all acting. I said y'all are psychologically gay. I didn't literally call them gay, but I said it's a psychological thing with men that act that way in a manner where they hold more onus to they male friends than they do the woman they sleep in the bed next with, the woman they got kids with, the woman they marry. It's men that act like that literally act like down low men, either physically or psychologically for sure.
Listen, I believe it's like to the point where my experience and just the way how things is playing out, even Holly getting that CCL. For all we know, what's his name? Carlos, he hyped that up to where he intended for Holly to be scared of Romika and for them never to converse and for them to never talk because he has to, how do you say, cause some kind of friction for them not to want to speak to each other and for them to
Mm-hmm.
for them to hate each other. And then I'm pretty sure if they saying, oh, Romika gave hell and Romika did this to multiple women in Carlos' life, I'm pretty sure word got back around to Holly, or Holly also heard of that for herself or verified for herself and was like, well, damn, this bitch gonna beat my ass too. And say, you know what, I'm gonna have to kill her because she gonna beat me up. And that probably all came up from the height of Carlos because at the end of the day, they say Romika was with another guy. So even if she wasn't 100% into the guy, she still was with somebody else. And that's what made Carlos agree with Holly to kill her because he's so jealous. Oh my God, I done lost the attention of Romika. Romika ain't paying me no mind. Romika is moving on. Let's do her in.
Well, I can say he definitely was acting like nobody that cared about her life. That's for damn sure. He really wasn't. I just couldn't believe watching the video, and everybody was like, "Oh, he was in shock." No, the hell he wasn't. He wasn't showing empathy. That's what that was.
No, he wasn't
It's
showing
a
shit.
it's a difference. He wasn't showing empathy for her at all.
Somebody's trying to come up, but your device is not connecting. So you have to go down and try to come back up again. For some reason, your device is not connecting. You have to fix your mic.
Somebody in the comments said, who was Carlos on the phone with that morning, saying he was going to the gym. Well, the guy that was on Key's panel,
His
the
cousin.
other
He
day,
said
the
the cousin,
cousin,
remember? Yeah, it was
the
the cousin.
cousin said he was on the phone with Carlos, talking about, they on their way to the gym.
Yep, it was the cousin. Now, do I believe it? I don't know, child, because they all liars. They all working together.
Where the hell was Romika going? Because you can't bring a baby to the gym.
He said that they was gonna drop the baby
I
off
mean, not
at
Romika. I'm
Lowe's
sorry,
Mama.
Holly. I meant Holly. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Holly. Where was Holly going? Because she.
Carlos, he's what he said, because Criminal Villain asked him that. He said they were gonna drop the baby off at Lowe's Mama house because it was on the way to the gym. And she
He got
also asked him,
answers for everything.
yeah,
Somebody that wasn't there and ain't talked to and been friends with Carlos, and I don't know what, he knows so much.
she grilled him a little bit on what happened between you and Carlos, that you guys aren't talking, because she said, why don't you reach out to your friend? He said he didn't want to do that. He said, he's just doing this because this is the right thing. She kept asking him, well, why did y'all fall out? He was like, it don't have nothing to do nothing. She was like, yeah, it has everything to do with something, because this is all connected. So after her asking him 3 times and he didn't want to answer, so she was like, well, did he sleep with your mama or sister or something? And then sarcastically, he go, yeah, that's what it was.
I heard
He
that.
slept with my
That's talking about,
sister.
yeah, he slept with my sister. No, he probably slept with him.
And he jealous that Carlos
They was
looking with
sleeping
these
together.
women, and he won't Carlos for himself.
That part. I agree. I heard when she was when Messi was asking him that, and when he said it's sister, I want to say, no, it was you. For real. Because I'm telling you, they all act like that. Jackson is definitely right. They definitely all act like down low men.
Yeah, Gigi was trying to be nice to him. She was trying to be cordial with him. But see, I would have never bring him on my panel because I know I would have cursed him out from the start. Okay? Because I'm not going to let you sit on my panel and gas like me. See, I don't know if Gigi know what narcissistic people is really like, and she may not know. You know what I'm saying? But being that I know what they like, I'm not dealing with that.
I believe that she knew, and to be honest,
Yeah,
I believe that
Nancy
she just
know.
wanted
Gigi know.
she just wanted him to clearly state, like when she was saying, "Oh, you talking so fast, slow down, I didn't understand."
She said, "Oh, you went ahead of me."
She's manipulating him, because one thing about a narcissist is that they always think that they're smarter than you. They always think
they
that
think
they
they the
have
smartest ones
one
in the
up
room.
on you. So when they talk to you, they're already talking to you like they have one up on you. So when she's sitting there saying, "Oh well, I didn't understand. Please talk to me again." No, I didn't hear that. Slow down. If you are trying to catch someone in a lie,
Yep.
and you're trying to play dumb, you're gonna do exactly what she said, and you're
And
gonna do
that's
exactly
what
what
Gigi was
Quadre
doing.
did, and that would
Yep.
explain why Quadre page
Facts.
and Facebook is down now,
Facts.
because she
It-
got his
it's
ass tripped up on multiple times. I can't tell you how many times
Yep.
I had to
Yep.
pause the live because I was like, hold on, that's conflicting. Oh no,
Yep.
that's not true. Or where did
Exactly.
he get that from? So I know for a fact his page is down because of that live.
Yeah, Gigi knew what she was doing, and that's the thing. She was playing reverse psychology on his ass, and she caught him in a bunch of lies.
Yeah, because
I knew what
said,
Gigi
slow
was doing.
down. Repeat that again. Now, what you say? And then each time he would try to change it around, or she was catching him, but she wasn't saying anything. She was just letting him talk and talk and talk and talk. And the more he
Yep.
talked, the worse it
The
got.
more he was incriminating himself, the more lies he was telling and twisting. I was like,
His favorite word, y'all. Y'all just don't understand. But bitch, make us understand.
right.
Y'all trying to paint this picture about Lowe's. and that's not who he is. He's not like that.
But you know what? The cousin was trying to gaslight Keys too, but Keys was on his ass too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the cousin the same way. Trust me, men that act like that, they all have that same personality type. They toxic as hell.
Then some
Cause the
fool
first
on there with
thing,
on a motorcycle at
the
first on the
first thing
screen.
the first thing Los cousin said when he got up there, they let me know he's gonna be on some BS. Or these black women, what he say something about all these black women, they salty or something to that effect. He said, I'm paraphrasing, but the first thing came out of his mouth, he was automatically hating on black women because we was dragging Los.
Q did
I
that
said, here
last
we
night
go.
to you. He gonna say, "Don't deflect your relationship, what you going through on Los or
Exactly.
something
He
like
tried,
that."
yes, he tried to blame Shift, and I called him out every time. I was like, no, no, no. What
You're
we are
not gonna
not going to
gaslight
do,
me. Tell
we
what
are
you
not
told
going
me.
to do that. Do not, that's what they do. They try to put it back on me. I said, we're not going to blame Shift now. That's what you're doing, Q. You got to talk to them like they little kids because they act like kids.
Yeah. Yeah, they
They
sure
act
do.
very
Because
immature.
hold on, it's not that they act like children. They think that other people are not educated enough or experienced enough with life to see right through the things that they do or say. It's like, oh no,
Right.
it's just
They're delusional.
unbelievable.
They're delusional. They
Exactly,
think they are the
exactly.
smartest people in the room and they are delusional as hell. And they'll keep telling
Mm-hmm.
lies until they really believe them lies themselves.
I don't know why this person Diamond is still here.
There's
Yo,
a
what is
cousin that was on
huh?
the live with Keys, and he said, well, if I had daughters, I would want my daughters to do the same thing that Holly did. No, you wouldn't, because your daughters would be in jail. Now, I could understand if Holly would have called the police or tried to retreat and she had no other choice, or if she even tried to how do you say, not negate in the situation, then I could understand. But you didn't call the police, you didn't go in your car, you didn't go in Carlos' car, you didn't do anything to remove yourself from the situation. You felt like you had the paper trail, and then you had the gun that you were entitled to do what you wanted to do. But you forgot that a life still has to be accounted for. Someone still has to pay for a taken life, justifiably or not.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
just
they
tragic.
they was just so toxic. I just I mean Keys was handling pretty much, the conversation with Los's cousin, but the Q guy, yeah, I was just waiting. I said, I'm gonna get an opportunity. I'm sick of this ninja. I got help. He was pissing me off. I said, he made my ass ache. He really did. Shoot. But nah, y'all, I'm getting ready to get off sis Roy, I'm getting ready to get off. Thank you so much, and I enjoyed talking to all you young ladies. But I'm getting ready to start my dinner.
Mm-hmm.
I
All
enjoy
right, baby.
everybody today. I really did.
I'm so glad I
Everybody,
got a chance to talk
yeah,
to you.
everybody, you're always welcome. I get to know everybody. I don't know this Diamond girl. She's still sitting back here. I don't know what's wrong.
Well, wait, listen, something was going on with her audio or something. But you cannot play, a TV or anything and come up here and be on your phone or your computer because it's the background noise is going to deflect that. So it's
Yeah.
just like with any background noise, like kids or dogs barking, you really have to mute if you're not, the one that's speaking. When someone else is speaking, you really should mute.
Yeah, because to drown out the whole
Someone in the
camera.
comments saying Carlos' cousin said he was listening. The cousin did say that, and he was listening because he's trying to keep up with what we're figuring out. He's trying to get more explanations for what we're wondering. He's trying to twist the
Yes.
story every
Yeah, but
turn that we get.
Yes.
yeah, the cousin said that he was texting Carlos while he was up on the panel. So I was like,
Oh
and
yeah,
your
he
point is
heard
what?
it. He did say that. Yep.
Yeah.
I think he watches it so he can tell Quadre what to come out here and say. And he comes out here and just mess. To me, he's not a good rep for anybody
I'm
because
telling y'all,
At all.
Carlos ain't talking to Trey, to Q. They still don't talk. I'm telling you, Q lying. Carlos ain't feeding him. Maybe somebody else is, but it ain't Carlos. If they fell out and he ain't talked to Carlos in 3 to 5 years, I'm telling you, Carlos ain't talking to him.
well, he
Cause
getting
y'all
info
notice,
from somebody.
y'all notice when Carlos' cousin got up there, Q go, yeah, you look familiar. Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, here we go.
He said, "Yeah, I know you used to have dreads, right?"
I
I'm
think
telling y'all.
somebody it got to be somebody close to Carlos then
Oh yeah.
because that ring door footage that he got
Yes,
on the way.
somebody's sending it to him. It
Yeah,
ain't Carlos, though. I'm telling you, if they ain't talked in 3 to 5 years, they probably still ain't
They
talking.
might got a snake that they dealing with and don't even know.
hmm he said unknown person emailed him the footage from
Oh
the
yeah.
day that everything
Yeah.
happened. But I thought I heard on Keys Live that they said wasn't any cameras in the area, which I kind of find that hard to believe, only because there's a school there, there's other businesses there. Somebody got to have cameras, and then why
Right.
would any business give him the footage?
And
Did
ain't nobody gave nothing to Q unless it's like I said, somebody that knows Carlos and Q from a common friendship, where they know each other, that know other people. That's the only way. But business owners are not going to do it. The city damn show ain't gonna do it, and the police department ain't gonna do it. Again, he was lying when he said he got something from the CPD. No, he didn't. It's like, stop. All right, y'all. I'm gone. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye, D.
I love you, Auntie.
I love you too. Bye, bye, ladies.
Ooh. Y'all, thank y'all for timing in. If anybody in the chat would like to donate for me today, I've been on here 5 hours, y'all. Oh Lord.
Oh my God, I heard you. I said, someone told me you was live and you had been live for a while. I was like, oh my God, let me get over there. I didn't miss 3 hours.
Yeah, I was live for 5 hours.
Oh, and it probably don't even seem like you do it.
No,
Yeah,
it
because
really
when
don't.
you
You know,
having
when
good,
you started having people in the panel and stuff, and everybody started expressing how they feel about a situation, time just go past.
yeah, I'm definitely gonna catch the replay. I'm definitely gonna watch it.
Yeah, time just go past. But that's how it be sometimes, Everybody got an opinion on the situation. I just want justice for Ramika, She deserve it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she really do. She deserve it. Brittany, is you still in the chat? Brittany might be gone, child. Oh no, she's still here. Okay, thank you, Brittany.
Oh yeah, that's the guy.
Adores toddler males.
You reading the comment?
I was trying to read what that person said, child. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, so if anybody want to donate, just click on that link right there. You can donate whatever you want to my channel, and it would be appreciated. And I'm
There's
glad.
someone else up here with us too, Miss D.
Huh?
It's someone else up here with us. Jackson.
Yeah, me. I'm right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The other girl, I think she was at work. Yeah.
OG Patrice.
No, I forgot her name. I think she drive for
Okay, I know who you're talking about. The one whose name start with an A.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
She said we helped the guy do her job today.
Could have been.
I don't know if Key's going live tonight. He might. He might.
Yeah, he went live last night.
Yeah.
And he was saying about how Holly family had pissed him off because they called him right before he went live.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I love his lives. They be funny. But baby, ooh, baby. I told us, Keith, don't let people come on your panel talk to you like that. No, people gotta have respect. It's okay to disagree, but when you start calling people names and all that stuff, that shit is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see
So,
Keith's got a new video. It says 5 hours ago. Oh yeah, I played it on my platform.
oh,
Yeah, he did do a video 5 hours ago.
okay, I gotta watch that one. I didn't see that one yet.
Yeah. He might go live tonight. We'll see. I hope he do though, because honey, he make my night. He really do. He makes my night. He do. Yep. So y'all, we're gonna continue this case, and we're gonna still keep the Holly family in prayers, and hope everything go well with them. Justice be served, whatever it may be. We don't care as long as something be served.
She's having some type of they're having some type of march too, guys, on October the 9th. I had seen it
Is
in
that Saturday or Friday?
the 9th. So that is what, Friday?
Yeah, either Friday or Saturday. Yeah, I think so.
It doesn't say what time, but I think the address was 69th West Washington or something like that. Um, Someone had posted it in the Romika group that I have. So if anybody is out there in Chicago and y'all want to attend, it would be good to go out and
Oh, it's Thursday. Oh, okay.
Okay,
Gotcha.
the 9th is Thursday. Okay. So yeah, but the plugger didn't have a time on it. So I'm gonna try to see what time. I don't know how they doing it or whatever. But if
Yeah, because their time is different from ours, so we Eastern Standard.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah. And I told them about a couple of activists that I Googled and found there. So hopefully someone reached out to them and they'll be out there too. Because I know those
Yeah, because they
activists,
can't stand some more help out there. Yeah.
yeah, they have pull, and then they'll bring more activists together and then a couple of city officials and stuff like that. So hopefully that happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay,
Miss
I
Boo.
appreciate you, Ebony, for coming up. Thank you, baby.
Thank you.
Anytime, anytime.
Thanks for having me.
And you welcome.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to get up off here. Thank everybody for timing in. I appreciate y'all. I didn't mean to keep y'all this long, but I appreciate you guys so much. This was a great live, and I appreciate y'all. I really do appreciate everybody. Thank y'all so much. It's good to get to know good new people and good people interact, come on the panel, in the chat. I really thank y'all so much for everything. I really do. I like stuff like this. And again, my channel is not monetized, y'all. I don't get paid from YouTube at all. I do this because that's what I want to do from the bottom of my heart. And the people that have been with me for a long time, they know I like doing stuff like this. So that's why I have a coffee link. So my coffee link is to help me out with my channel. If anybody want to donate to my channel, because I don't get paid for my channel at all. But I do this because this is what I like to do, to come out here and shine light on stories, no matter what it is. It can be a guy that, going through something and got unalived the same way. You know what I'm saying? So, it can be a child, So I like to do stories like this. Please sign the petition. Oh, yeah, I had been signed the petition. Yeah, I had been signed it because it was sent to me through my inbox. So I had signed that. Yeah. Yep. So I did sign that. So I want to tell everybody thank you so much. I appreciate y'all for timing in. And I will see you. Roy D, God bless you. Thank you. God bless you too, baby. How do you sign the petition? I guess maybe you have to find somebody that's got it. I don't know who will have it now. I'm not sure. If I can get somebody to send it to me in my inbox, Then maybe I can post it on my YouTube community wall, and then maybe people can see it and they can sign it. But other than that, I don't know who got it. Yeah. Oh, Brittany just dropped it. She dropped it in the chat. She just dropped it. Yeah. You're welcome, Brittany. Thank you. I sent it. Good day. Thank you, baby. So if anybody want to sign a petition that didn't, it is in the chat. You can click on that link and you can sign the petition, you know, to help the family out. But y'all, let's pray the Keys go live tonight, okay, y'all? Oh, we already know Gigi going live. We know Gigi going live. So I love you guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I want y'all to stay prayed up. I want y'all always remember to keep God first. Y'all be safe out here in these streets, and just keep your head up. You know, pray when you leave out your house, when you come in your house. You know, pray before you go to bed. Pray when you get up, because, baby, we are living in some hard times out here in these communities today. It's rough out here. It's very violent and stuff, and you just never know. So I always do that, you know, give encouragement words also too when I agree to close out my live, you know. And I appreciate y'all so much. I love all you guys, and thank you guys for timing in. I appreciate y'all so much. And I will definitely see you guys tomorrow, same place, same time. Peace and love.